Dead America, Alaska, by Derek Slayton. Chapter 1. Day 0+1. The propeller engines on the vintage cargo plane rumbled mightily, creating a near-deafening racket in the cockpit. Despite the noise, Brian hadn't minded it all that much thanks to 1950s singers crooning in his ear through the massive noise-canceling headphones. Despite pushing 40, Brian had a soft spot for musical classics, which hadn't predated the plane he was piloting by much. But like the music, the plane had held up well over the years. Brian sung along with the music, belting out the notes so out of tune that he was certain the wildlife on the ground far below had rushed to find places to hide. He glanced out the window to the snow-covered landscape below, spotting a couple of wolves running through it. "Oh, come on, my singing isn't that bad." He chuckled, amused by his own wit, which was all he really had to keep himself sane on those long solo flights. In a modern plane, the trip from his tiny hometown of Marshall would only have taken a couple of hours. In his antique baby, it was nearly triple that. The first part of his journey was nearly at an end, however. He trained his eyes on the horizon, looking through a collection of snowflakes that smacked against the windshield. Finally, he spotted the outline of Anchorage emerging into his view like a beacon. "It's about damn time," he muttered. Brian switched off his music and clicked on the radio, adjusting the microphone up to his mouth. Anchorage Tower, do you copy? This is Air Marshal 1, requesting permission to land." A long silence greeted his request, frustrating him. Anchorage Tower, this is Air Marshal 1 requesting permission to land. Do you copy? Another long silence came over the line. Rather than yelling into the microphone, he took a moment to steady himself. Before he could make the request again, a young man's voice came over the radio. "We read you, Air Marshal 1. Please proceed to runway 2, and you are clear to land." "Thank you, Anchorage Tower. Are you boys okay there? You're usually Johnny on the spot over there." "Yeah, sorry about the delay. We're running a little short-handed today." "No worries, Tower. If I had some coffee to bring you, I would." "Well, it's the thought that counts." "I'm glad you think so. Oh, and when you land, please proceed over to Hangar 12. "Copy that, Tower." Brian adjusted his course and lined his plane up with the runway. As the descent began, one of the engines rattled a bit, prompting him to stroke the top of the console like a pet. "Easy, girl, easy. We're going to be on the ground in a minute, and you don't have to do anything for a half hour or so. I'll make sure you get the works while we're on the ground, a fuel top off, checking your fluids, and maybe a little bit of that polish you like." As if the plane understood him, the engine rattle settled down. "There we go. Thank you, girl." Brian glided the plane in for a soft landing, slowing down and pulling off the runway while one of the ground crew waved his light stick at him. Brian gave the man a thumbs up as he passed, rolling the large cargo plane towards Hangar 12. It took a few minutes to get there, giving him time to look out over the airport. Normally, at that time of day, there would be a hive of activity. Trucks moving from hangar to hangar, loading up planes and refueling them. On that day, however, there was a fraction of the usual traffic. "Maybe I beat the rush?" he murmured to himself. Brian put it out of his mind before reaching the target hangar, where a couple of people stood, waving him in. He parked just outside of it, shutting down the engines and getting up from his seat. Brian groaned as his muscles screamed at him, angry from being seated for nearly 5 straight hours. "I swear I'm getting too old for this," he muttered. Brian worked his way to the back of the plane, hitting the switch to lower the back gate. Standing just outside were 2 men, Victor and Richard, both of whom wore exhausted looks. "Damn, Victor, Richard, are you guys okay? You look like death warmed over," he noted with concern. "Yeah, Brian, it's been a hell of a day so far. Half the damn crew called in sick today, so we're running double duty," Victor replied. Richard opened his mouth to speak, but the only thing that came out was a lengthy coughing fit. After another attempt to speak resulted in the same outcome, Victor spoke up for his coworker. "I think what Richard here is trying to say is, he's a tough son of a bitch who takes his job seriously, which is why he's working through his cold instead of calling out like a pansy." Richard let out a few more coughs while giving his friend a thumbs up. As the coughing continued, Brian took half a step back. I appreciate the dedication, Richard, but I'd rather not get sick. No offense. Finally, Richard got his coughing fit under control enough to speak. No worries, Brian. I wouldn't wish this on anybody. I'll do my best not to cough on your stuff too much while getting it loaded up. Brian nodded and walked to the edge of the gate, looking out towards the hangar. Confusion washed over him as he saw it sitting empty. Speaking of my stuff, where in the hell is it? Yeah, sorry, Brian, but it's still over at the docks, Victor said apologetically. At the docks? You guys know I have to fly back tonight, don't you? I know, and we're getting it loaded up for you as quickly as we can. Abe moved you to the top of the line. Well, that's nice of him. How long are you thinking? I'm going to hopefully have you out of here in an hour, maybe 2. I don't know how many guys are out sick on dockside. Brian's first instinct was to be angry, but he saw just how ragged the 2 men looked, and he couldn't bring himself to chew them out. Instead, he gave Victor a pat on the shoulder and a nod. It is what it is, Victor. I can give you boys a hand if you want. I can grab the refueling truck if you want. There's no need for that. Amazingly enough, the entire fueling team showed up for work today. In fact, Victor trailed off as he pointed to a fuel truck rolling up to them. Should have asked for a bikini model, Brian quipped. Victor let out a laugh, getting Brian to crack a smile. Richard attempted to join in, but more coughing was the only sound he could muster. After a moment, however, he managed to gather himself. Do you want me to take him over to the office? Richard asked, nodding towards Victor. Victor looked back at his coworker with confusion before realization dawned on him. No, I got it, Richard. Why don't you sit down and take a load off? Supervise the fuel crew and wait for the trucks to get here. Richard gave a thankful nod before taking a seat against the wall of the plane. What do we need to go to the office for? The wire transfer for the shipment went through a couple of days ago, Brian asked. It's not about that, as far as I know. I think Abe wants to ask you for a favor. Brian contemplated for a moment before giving a smiling nod. Oh, in that case, lead on. Having the port manager owe you a favor is something I can get behind. Come on, I'll drive you over, Victor offered. Victor glanced over at Richard, who had settled into his seated position, struggling to breathe normally. Get some rest, brother. We'll be back soon. Richard didn't open his eyes, only giving a half-hearted thumbs up as the other 2 walked down the back of the plane. Victor led them over to his pickup truck, quickly driving down Hangar Row towards the docks a couple of miles away. So how have you been, Victor? Life treating you good? I'm still standing, so I got that going for me. Yeah, but there's more to life than just making it through another day. Not in my life, there isn't. It's just work and saving up for the next fishing trip. I keep telling you that when you finally get ready for that trip, you should come back to Marshall with me. We have some of the best fishing in the state out there. Victor let out a bit of a laugh as he drove. I do appreciate the offer, Brian, I really do. But heading down to Sterling is about as rustic as I have any desire to be. I get my scenery, my inner peace, and modern luxuries like hotels and restaurants. Hey, now, we have Hazel's Diner. I said restaurants, plural. And no hotels out there, right? I mean, you can always bunk with me if you want. I'm not sure that would qualify as a vacation. Brian let out a laugh, joining Victor. The 2 of them carried on for a few moments before calming down. Yeah, you're probably right on that. I tend to snore, and it's like sheet metal through a grinder saw. Or at least, that's what my ex-wife claimed. Well, clearly she has no credibility. I mean, she said I do to you, so right off the bat, her mental stability is called into question. Brian could only let out a laugh and a playful middle finger to Victor. You can flip me off all you want, but it doesn't change reality, my friend. I mean, look me in the eye and tell me I'm wrong. I lived with her for the better part of a decade. I can confirm she had absolutely no mental stability. Both men went into a fit of laughter as they approached the gate that separated the airport from the port. One of the guards waved his arms, getting them to stop just shy of the gate. Hey, Victor, where are you headed? up to the main office. Abe wanted to see Brian here. I'm going to need his ID, the guard insisted. My ID? I'm pretty sure it's back at the plane. Well, sir, this is a restricted area, and I can't let the guard started. Victor snapped at the young guard, cutting him off and talking over him. Son, you've been at this job for what? 3 weeks now? About that, sir. I know that asking for ID is in the manual, and you absolutely should ask for it if you don't see me with them. But Brian here is a regular and has spent more time in this airfield and port than you have. So why don't you go ahead and open up that gate for me? The guard contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He waved back to the other guard by the gate, getting them to hit the button to open it up. I appreciate it, son. And don't worry, you'll get to know the regulars up here before you know it, Victor said reassuringly. The young guard nodded as Victor drove through into the port section. Brian looked down the line, noticing the 8-foot-tall fence with barbed wire at the top. Maybe I just haven't noticed before, but is the barbed wire new? Yeah, they put it in a few months back. They had some money left in the budget and didn't want to send it back to the feds. Gotta love use it or lose it. Just do me a favor, don't get Abe going on that, or you may never get back to Marshall. Brian let out a chuckle, giving Victor a nod as they continued on towards the main office. Chapter 2. Victor and Brian drove across the open expanse of the port, which was fairly active. On their left were several large shipping vessels docked in the bay that were being unloaded. To their right were transport trucks being loaded up with goods and rolling out. Straight ahead was a collection of large warehouses filled with goods. This was the main port into Anchorage, which provided a lifeline to the extremely isolated communities throughout the state, just like Marshall. The duo continued driving for several minutes, eventually clearing the warehouses and approaching a 3-story building that butted up against the backside of the port. Behind it stood an 8-foot-tall fence with barbed wire on top, which separated the port from the main interstate into town. Victor pulled into a parking space near the back of the lot, which was only half full but still contained 70 or so cars. Before they could exit the truck, Victor's phone began to ring. Sorry, Brian. Give me just a second, Victor said. Take your time, because apparently I have plenty of it, Brian replied. Victor nodded as he pulled his phone out. Go for Victor. He paused for a long moment as the voice on the other line rattled off some information too low for Brian to hear. I appreciate you. Let me know when the second one arrives, Victor said, clicking off his phone and shoving it into his pocket while opening the door. Well, got some good news for you. The first truck is already at the plane, and they're getting you loaded up. You should be out of here within the hour, Victor informed him. You boys work fast, Brian remarked. Usually not that fast. I'm guessing Abe really wants you to do that favor for him, Victor replied. Brian chuckled as he got out of the car to join Victor, walking across the parking lot towards the building. Despite being 3 stories tall, it was a relatively small structure, only about 50 yards across and deep. Victor led them inside, where the first floor was little more than a giant cubicle farm. It was relatively quiet, with only a handful of people on the phone and clicking away at their keyboards. Come on, Abe's up on 3. The stairs are over on the right, Victor said. They walked to the front corner of the floor, opening the door to the stairwell and beginning their ascent. As they approached the second floor landing, they heard a coughing fit followed by a nose blowing and some light moaning. Turning the corner, they saw a young man in a shirt and tie sitting on the floor, looking as though he was on death's door. Hey buddy, are you okay? Victor asked. The young man tried to speak, managing to eke out only a single word. Water. Sorry, Brian, this will only take a second, Victor said, stepping to the door, throwing it open, and yelling into the second floor office area. Hey, we need some water out here. I'm coming with it. I'm coming. A woman called out. Victor watched as a middle-aged woman in high heels and a smart business suit emerged from the break room, carrying a couple of bottles of water and a towel. She hustled over to the door, which Victor held open for her. Thank you. And sorry I'm moving as fast as I can, she said. You have my apology. I didn't mean to raise my voice there. He just looked like he needed some help, Victor replied. Yeah, he hasn't been feeling well today and just took a turn for the worse. I tried to get him down to my car to run him over to the hospital, but this is as far as I got him, she explained. Would you like a hand with him? Victor offered. Thank you, but I'm honestly scared to move him. I have my manager calling an ambulance for him, she said. Okay, well, we're going to be up on 3 in Abe's office. If they're going to be a while, I want you to come up and get me. We'll get him to your car, Victor said. Thank you, she replied. It's my pleasure, he said, turning to the young man on the ground, who was now nursing his bottle of water. And you stay strong, young man. You'll be back on your feet in no time. The man barely moved his head in acknowledgement of Victor. Come on, Brian. Let's get up to Abe's office, Victor said. They continued on to the 3rd floor and emerged into another large space. A few dozen cubicles filled the center, while larger offices lined the walls. At the front of the building, in the center, sat a giant office with glass walls and a receptionist out front. It looks like Abe is doing all right for himself, Brian observed. Have you not been up here before? Victor asked. I've never had the pleasure. Usually you guys have me loaded up and out the door before I can finish a cup of coffee, Brian replied. They made their way across the sparsely populated floor, with only half a dozen people scattered about working. As they approached the receptionist, they noticed her struggling with a nasty cough. She held up her hand apologetically while she composed herself. I'm sorry about that. This cold is just kicking my butt, she said. What are you still doing here, girl? Abe's a big boy, he can answer his own phone, Victor said. I'm only staying for another hour. I have enough comp time built up to cover the rest of the day, she replied. Okay, just don't overdo it now, Victor said. Me? Never, she smirked, causing Victor to laugh a bit. You can go ahead and go in. He's waiting on you, she said. The receptionist went into another coughing fit before laying her head down on her desk. Victor gave her a gentle pat on the back as they walked into the office. Knock, knock, boss, Victor said. Victor, I see you have our friend Brian here. Come on in, Abe said, getting up from his desk against the exterior windows and walking over to greet them. Despite being in his early 60s, he defied his age by working out 6 times a week. While he wasn't exactly muscular, he looked fit enough to work a shift unloading crates at the warehouse. Thanks for coming by, Brian. I appreciate you taking the time. I know you have a long flight back, so I got my boys pushing you to the front of the line, Abe said. Thank you, Abe. So, what can I do for you? Brian asked. Well, there's someone I'd like you to meet. This is Jeremy, Abe said. Brian looked over to the chair in the corner of the room as Jeremy gave a slight nod. He was a tall, older man in his early 50s, physically fit, with long, greasy hair pulled back into a ponytail and an unexpressive look on his face. How's it going, Jeremy? Brian asked. It's going, Jeremy replied. Okay, you want to fill me in here? Brian said. Well, Jeremy here has been working in the warehouses for the last few months and doing a damn fine job. Never missed a day, never complained, and frankly, never had an issue with anybody. I was kind of skeptical when he came here looking for work, seeing as how he just popped up in town after living in the lower 48. But he proved me wrong and earned my trust, Abe explained. Good for him, I guess. But I don't see what that has to do with me, Brian said. Well, Jeremy came to me a couple of weeks ago with a request, and I thought you might be able to help. Jeremy, why don't you tell him? Abe suggested. I would like to go to Marshall, Jeremy said. Brian stared incredulously at the older man, as if he couldn't quite believe his ears. Is he serious? Are you serious? I've lived in Marshall my entire life and can count on one hand the number of people who wanted to move there. I'm very serious, sir, Jeremy replied. How in the hell did you even hear about the town? There are only 400 people who live there, and half of them probably didn't realize we were a town until they were teenagers, Brian said. Well, sir, I did some work out in Montana and befriended a man by the name of Joel Cooper. He said he spent many a year up there and made it sound all sorts of nice, Jeremy replied. Did you know Joel? Abe asked. Yeah, I did. His brother is the sheriff, and his wife taught math at the school when I was younger, Brian said. His wife was very nice too. They had me over for dinner a couple of times before I moved on to the next town, Jeremy added. Sounds like you're a little transient there, Jeremy, Brian noted. Yes, sir, I am. I'm just looking for a place to settle down and live out my days in peace. Do a little hunting and a little fishing, Jeremy explained. Well, we do have plenty of that up in Marshall, but not much else, Brian replied. I don't need much else, sir. I'm not really a people person. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm real friendly around them, but I just don't like being around too many of them. All I really want to do is sit on the couch and read my books, Jeremy said. Brian looked on the floor beside Jeremy, spotting a well-worn backpack that resembled something a high school student would be carrying. If that's the only thing you're carrying, then you better be a slow reader. Because we don't have a library up there, Brian said. It's no issue, sir. I have a couple of those e-book readers loaded up with a few thousand stories. I'm good to go, Jeremy replied. What do you say, Brian? Will you do me a solid and give Jeremy a lift? Abe asked. Brian stared down Jeremy for a moment, trying to get a read on him but couldn't quite get it. Okay, I'll give you a lift on one condition. Just name it, sir, Jeremy replied. We're a tight-knit community up there, and there are times when we all pitch in to make sure things roll smoothly. One of those times is when I land my cargo plane at the airfield and the town pitches in and helps unload, Brian said. Like I said, sir, I'm not a people person, but I'll be real friendly when I need to be, Jeremy replied. And he's a hard worker, Abe added. Brian continued contemplating the request, however, before he could answer, they were interrupted by screaming coming from the main office, quickly followed by something large being knocked to the ground. What in the holy hell is going on out there? Abe said. He moved quickly to the door, throwing it open and stepping out into the main office section, with the others following close behind. He looked over to his receptionist, who was missing. Where in the hell is that receptionist? Abe asked. Help me, came a voice. Abe's attention was drawn to the cries for help coming from an office halfway down the wall to their right. The four men ran toward the pleading man, stopping in the doorway and looking in. A businessman was pressed against the back wall of his office, struggling against the receptionist who was pressed up tightly against him, her head nestled into the nape of his neck. Girl, what are you doing? Abe asked. The receptionist ripped her head away from the businessman, taking a chunk of flesh out of his neck in the process. Blood splattered on the wall and over the woman, who let out a guttural moan while chewing the still warm flesh. Oh my God. Chapter 3. The four men by the office door stared in disbelief at the zombified receptionist as she moaned. It only took a second for her to lose interest in the businessman and begin sprinting toward the fresh meat. Watch it, Abe. Brian grabbed the older man by the arm and yanked him away from the doorway, giving the creature a straight shot toward Jeremy. Rather than run, the older man stood his ground, staring at the ravenous beast as it approached. The ghoul lunged at the older man, who deftly stepped to the side and smacked her on the back, propelling her forward and knocking her off balance, sending her careening into a cubicle wall. The wall came off its supports, crashing to the ground right along with the creature. Before the men could react, she was back on her feet, rushing back toward Jeremy, who took the offensive. He lowered his shoulder and stepped forward aggressively, planting it into her stomach. The zombified woman smacked her arms on his back as he lifted her up off the ground and drove her backward into what was left of the cubicle. Rather than throw her, he grabbed onto the back of her pants, securing a firm grip on her before flinging her toward the ground while taking an extra step toward the desk inside the cubicle. The back of her head smacked against the wooden edge of the desk, sending an audible crack throughout the office. Jeremy let go of the body as it fell limp, landing in an awkward position on the ground. He stood ready to act if she attacked again, however. The blood pooling by her broken skull was enough to put her down for good. Jesus Christ, man, you just killed her. Victor exclaimed, eyes wide. It wasn't my intention, sir. She attacked me like she attacked that man in there, and I just defended myself," Jeremy replied in a very monotone manner, speaking matter-of-factly, seemingly without much emotion. "By breaking her skull wide open." Victor shot back. "Like I said, sir, I was just defending myself." "Abe, lay off the boy and get your ass in gear," Abe interjected. "That crazy bitch did a number on old Charlie here. Go fetch us a med kit." "I'm on it, Abe," Victor replied. As Victor ran off, Jeremy continued staring at the broken body on the ground, his eyes intently focused on the blood pooling just beneath the cracked skull. A small smile crept onto his lips, however. He quickly stifled it when Abe called out from the office. "Jeremy, get your butt over here and give us a hand." Jeremy snapped back to the moment, again speaking in monotones and matter-of-factly. "Yes, sir. What do you need me to do?" "Get on that phone over there and start calling for help." "Yes, sir." Jeremy walked over to the next cubicle and picked up the phone, casually dialing 911. He stood there for a long moment, listening to it ring several times. After the 8th ring, the line disconnected. Undeterred, he tried again, only to get the same result. Meanwhile, Victor ran back into the office carrying some gauze and other bandages. "This was all I could find, Abe. I hope that it's..." Victor trailed off as soon as he spotted Brian and Abe standing a few feet away from the businessman, wearing looks of defeat on their faces. His attention shifted to the wounded man, who was propped up against the wall, lifeless. "Well, damn it. I'm sorry I tried to get back fast," Victor murmured. "I don't think it would have mattered," Brian responded. "Given how much blood is here, I'm pretty sure she hit his artery. He could have been bitten in the hospital and wouldn't have made it. Still, I feel like shit." "Don't be hard on yourself, Victor. He was a goner before I told you to go get the med stuff." "I appreciate the kind words, Abe, but Victor trailed off as he looked down at the body of the dead businessman, which had begun moving again. At first it was erratic, slight twitches, but within seconds it picked its head up. Victor's demeanor changed from saddened to panicked in a split second. "Look out, behind you," Victor shouted. Abe and Brian turned back toward the businessman to see him moving again. Abe wasted no time in running out of the office, however. Brian stood there, petrified with a mixture of confusion and terror. Before he could move, the zombified businessman scrambled to its feet and lunged toward Brian. Reacting on instinct, he shoved the creature to the side while backtracking. He didn't get a lot on the shove, but it was enough to send the ghoul tripping over a chair and tumbling to the ground. Brian turned and ran out of the office, grabbing the door and slamming it shut behind him. He stumbled back before gathering himself and preparing to fight off the creature. Brian stood in a defensive position, awaiting the attack, but it never came. Rather than open the door and follow him out, the ghoul smacked its arms against the glass wall in a futile attempt to break out. With every smack, blood splattered and smeared on the glass, and within moments it spread large enough to obscure the view of the creature. "What in the hell is going on up here?" Brian asked, looking at Abe. "Damned if I know, boy. But we need to figure it out and figure it out quick." Before they could continue, a woman's scream echoed from the stairwell door on the other side of the floor. A moment later, the door flung open, and the woman, who had been helping the sick man on the landing, rushed through. "Help me! Help me!" she cried, hobbling along for a couple of steps before the sick man from the stairwell emerged from the door. The men watched helplessly as it tackled her and began its assault. Her screams were difficult to listen to as the flesh was ripped from her bones. Brian and Victor rushed toward her, running down the row of cubicles until they hit an aisle so that they could cross over. As they approached, their eyes scanned every open cubicle for a weapon but found none. The woman's screams had stopped, leading them to fear for the worst. However, they could hear the creature chewing on the still warm flesh as they approached. Not wanting to alert the ghoul, who was obscured by the cubicles, Brian spoke in a low tone. "We're going to grab him and shove him back into the stairwell," he said. "And then what?" Victor asked. "Let gravity do the work for us." Victor nodded as the two of them got into attack position. With a simple hand gesture, Brian led them around the corner, rushing toward the feasting creature that was busy gnawing on the woman's shoulder. The men's footsteps alerted the zombie, but they were moving too quickly for it to react. Brian darted around it, dropping to one knee and getting the creature in a headlock. The ghoul flailed about violently, trying to break free, but Brian wasn't letting go. It took Victor a moment to get a hold of a leg, securing it under his arm. Brian leaned back, doing his best to keep the creature off balance, allowing his partner to grab the other leg. To the door. Let's move, Brian urged. Brian and Victor moved as one, carrying the thrashing ghoul back toward the stairwell door it had broken through. They picked up enough speed to crash through it, hoping that it would knock down anything on the other side. Much to their relief, the only sound was a loud metallic ping as the door slammed against the railing. The two men stood at the top of the stairwell, gripping the creature tightly. Despite the thrashing, they had it under control for the moment. "What are we doing with it?" Victor asked. Brian looked at the stairs but began shaking his head when he realized it wouldn't be enough to finish it off. His attention then turned toward the gap between the stairwell landings, which was just wide enough to fit a body. "I'm going to get its head over the railing, and then I want you to shove it." "Got it. Just call it out." Brian nodded before running through the motions in his mind, knowing that if he screwed up, it would most likely mean a bite. After several moments, he let out a grunt and lifted the ghoul's head up as high as he could. "Shove it," he commanded. Victor put his back into it, shoving the creature forward. It didn't take long for gravity to take over, carrying the ghoul over the edge. The two men stood at the top, listening to it bounce off several of the railings before landing at the bottom with a resounding thud that echoed throughout the stairwell. "Come on, we gotta take care of the woman too," Brian said. "Yeah, I know. Let's do it," Victor replied. The two men pulled open the door, only to see that the woman who had been bleeding out on the ground wasn't there any longer. It took a moment for them to spot her as she ran down the aisle between the cubicles toward an unsuspecting Abe, who was staring at the creature in the office. "Abe, watch out," Brian called out. Brian's warning hit Abe's ears, just in time for him to turn and see the female zombie bearing down on him. "Oh, sweet Jesus," Abe exclaimed. Abe put his hands up in a defensive position just as the creature reached him, the impact driving the older man backward and to the ground. The ghoul thrashed about on top of him, trying to grab onto his shoulder so that she could pull him in for the kill. Abe was lucky enough to get a hand on her chest, keeping her at bay for the moment. "I need some help," he shouted. Abe continued to struggle with the creature, using every ounce of strength he possessed to keep her head up. A moment later, the struggle ended as the business end of an axe blade slammed into the bridge of her nose. Blood poured from the wound, splashing down on the older man, causing him to instinctively pull his arms back to protect his face. The dispatched creature didn't collapse onto him, however, as Jeremy held it steady with a firm grip on the axe handle. Jeremy walked away from Abe, taking a couple of steps and dragging the zombie completely off of him before letting it drop to the ground. In a single motion, he yanked the axe free and propped it up on his shoulder. Another smile tugged at his lip, but the sound of running footsteps from Victor and Brian forced him to tamp it down. "Are you two okay?" Brian asked. "Yeah, I'm fine, thanks to Jeremy here," Abe replied. Victor ran over and helped pull Abe back to his feet as Brian looked in at Jeremy, who remained emotionless. "Are you okay, Jeremy? Are you in shock?" "I'm fine, sir. I just did what needed to be done," Jeremy replied. "Damn right you did, and you saved my old ass in the process," Abe said with a grin. Abe walked over and smacked Jeremy on the back with enough force that it nearly knocked him off balance. "Come on, let's get our asses into my office and lock it up tight. We need to figure out just what in the Sam hell is going on around here." Chapter 4. Abe led the foursome into his office, slamming the door shut once everyone was safely inside. "Brian, Jeremy, get that bookcase and move it over here in front of the door," he ordered. Victor interjected, "I think we should move your desk over here instead." "I've owned cars that weighed less than that desk," Abe replied. "That's my point exactly," Victor said with a smirk. He considered it for a moment before nodding in agreement and moving toward the desk. "It's going to take all four of us. Let's get it moved." The men quickly moved to the other side of the room, positioning themselves at the corners of the large wooden desk. They glanced at each other, giving a nod when they were ready. Each of them grunted as they lifted the desk a few inches off the ground, moving in unison toward the office door. Once they gained momentum, the movement became easier, as if the weight of the desk was pushing them forward. "Drop it, drop it," Abe shouted suddenly as his grip faltered. He darted back a step to avoid the desk landing on his foot. However, the other three managed to nudge it just enough to get it in front of the office door. Victor, satisfied, remarked, "Let's see those assholes get through that." Victor tugged the door to check its security, finding it only moved a couple of inches. Once they knew they were safe, Abe began issuing orders. "Victor, get that TV on and see if you can find us some news. The remote should be on the table, just in front of it." Victor nodded. "I'm on it, Abe." "Jeremy, get on that phone and call the police," Abe continued. "I tried when we were out there, sir," Jeremy responded. There was no answer. "Well, maybe they'll pick up this time. Just humor me and try." "Yes, sir," Jeremy replied, walking over to where Abe's desk had stood. He sat down on the floor in front of the phone and dialed 911, holding the receiver up to his ear without much expectation. Abe, meanwhile, stood by the desk, feeling dumbfounded by the situation. He gazed out through the glass, focusing on the now quiet floor and hoping it would stay that way. His stupor was interrupted when Brian shouted from across the room, "You guys need to see this." The men stopped what they were doing and rushed over to the window overlooking the port area. Below them unfolded a scene of pure carnage. Workers ran for their lives, chased by the same creatures they had just faced in the office. They watched helplessly as one man lagged behind his group, only to be tackled by several zombies. Within seconds, the creatures tore his flesh from his bones before being distracted by another man running for his life and breaking off to pursue him instead. Abe and Victor gasped, while Jeremy stared at the blood-soaked worker on the ground, struggling to keep a composed expression. After several moments, the victim reanimated, pulling himself to his feet and lurching off in search of new prey. "Just what in the hell is going on out there?" Abe murmured, stunned. "I don't know," Brian replied, "but we need to get the hell out of here." "Relax. Brian, we're safe up here in the office," Abe said. "Yeah, but for how long?" Brian shot back. "Long enough for the police or military to get here and restore order," Abe insisted. "I don't think they're coming, Abe," Victor muttered. "Don't be so pessimistic, Victor. Of course they're going to come." "Check out the television," Victor said, pointing at the screen. Abe and Brian turned to look, but Jeremy continued to stare outside at the horrific scene unfolding. "Mother of God," Abe whispered. On the screen, the images mirrored the chaos outside their window. There was a live feed from downtown showing zombies running rampant, devouring victims who hadn't made it to safety. In the background, a police car with open doors sat half a block away, surrounded by ghouls. The news anchor, a young woman, sobbed over the footage, struggling to speak, though only unintelligible sounds escaped her lips. After several moments, she regained her composure. "I'm sorry, everyone," she managed. "I'm sorry. These images are..." She broke down briefly before quickly collecting herself. "These images are incredibly difficult to watch. Normally, we wouldn't broadcast such graphic footage, but we feel it's vital for the public to understand what's happening in the city." "Jesus Christ, I know if it bleeds, it leads, but this is a new level," Abe muttered. The anchor woman continued, "For those just tuning in, I'll recap what we know, though, unfortunately, it's not much. Reports of violence began pouring in from downtown a few hours ago. As you can see, these reports weren't exaggerated. Something is causing people to turn violent. They don't use weapons but appear to bite their victims. I know how that sounds, but it's what's happening on our streets." She seemed on the verge of breaking down again, but forced herself back on track. "Can we please turn off those images?" she pleaded off camera. "I know they're important, Rob, but put the camera back on me." After a muffled argument, the images switched to a studio shot. The anchor woman, her makeup smudged from tears, sat behind her desk, visibly struggling yet managing to stay composed. If you're watching this broadcast from somewhere safe, do not leave. Fortify your doors and windows and stay out of sight. We're attempting to reach the police and government officials, but so far we've been unsuccessful. We don't know if they're even alive, but given the widespread violence, we must assume the worst. The anchor shot an angry glance offstage, presumably at her producer. She covered her microphone to yell, her frustration boiling over. After a tense pause, she returned to her message. My producer, Rob, wants to remind everyone that these are my opinions and not the station's. But the people we've relied on for information are no longer reachable. The police are gone. You saw it in the live feed, an abandoned car. There's no order in the streets, and no indication it'll change soon. We at Channel 6 will remain on air as long as possible, but I can't say for how long. If you're indoors, stay there. Do not go outside. All right, I've heard enough, Abe said, turning to Victor. Go ahead and mute the TV, but keep an eye on it in case there's a press conference or something. Victor nodded and muted the television before rejoining the others at the window. Outside, the chaos continued. Zombies ran amok around the port, while small groups of them congregated around certain buildings, as if trying to break inside. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm getting the hell out of here, Brian said firmly. You heard the woman on TV, we should stay put, Abe replied. If that's what you want to do, Abe, I won't stop you. But I'm leaving. And going where, exactly? Victor asked. Back to my plane, Brian responded. I'm hoping your guys managed to load it up before this mess, but even if they didn't, I'm starting it up, flying out, and heading home. Jeremy interjected. Is your offer of a ride still available? If you help me fight our way to the plane, you've got yourself a ticket, Brian promised. Thank you, sir. Brian turned to Victor. Do you have your phone? Yeah, I'll try my boys, Victor replied, dialing the loaders. After several rings, it went to voicemail. He sighed and pocketed his phone. No answer. Let's assume the worst. Seems like the day for assuming the worst, Brian commented dryly. So how are you planning on getting there? Victor questioned. I don't see us making it out there easily. We're going to fight our way to the truck, load up, and head back to the plane, Brian said resolutely. Victor raised an eyebrow. Easier said than done. I know it'll be a fight to get to the truck, Brian acknowledged. And getting to the truck only takes us halfway. We still have that fence between the port and the airstrip, Victor reminded him. Brian shrugged. That truck's hefty. We can just plow right through. Abe shook his head. That's not happening. We got a big security grant years ago. Only a tank could break that gate. Brian cursed under his breath. We could always go over it, Victor suggested. I have wire cutters in my truck to deal with the barbed wire. Yeah, but that's almost a mile walk to the plane, Brian said. Something like that, Victor replied. Any vehicles on that side of the fence? Abe asked. Maybe by the gate. It's worth checking. I wouldn't want to walk that distance on a good day, let alone now. Fine, so that's the plan, Brian decided. Jeremy's with us. Are you coming, Abe? Abe glanced out the window again, then turned to the TV, watching the live downtown feed. In the few minutes since he'd last looked, the number of zombies had doubled, and there was no human presence left. Brian, I think you might be right. Getting out of town sounds good, especially heading out toward Marshall. Some isolation would be real nice about now. Good. Do we have any weapons? Brian asked. Jeremy chimed in, I have the fire axe. Brian nodded approvingly. And you seem to know your way around it, so go ahead and keep it. Do we have anything else? Abe replied, I've got a handgun in the top left desk drawer. There should be an extra mag in there too, but that's about it. Victor spoke up, that'll do. I've got a crowbar in the back of my truck too, if we can get to it. Brian gave a curt nod and walked over to retrieve the handgun from Abe's desk. He pulled it out, checked it over to make sure it was loaded and functional, then offered it to Abe. Abe, he held up his hands. No, you go ahead and keep it. I'm not much of a shot. Brian slipped the holster onto his belt loop, patting it to ensure it was secure. All right, let's get ready to move. Chapter 5. The quartet of men moved a heavy wooden desk just far enough away from the door so they could slip through one by one. They didn't want to move it too far, knowing that if they were forced to retreat, they would need a quick way to barricade it. Jeremy led the way, his bloody fire axe gripped tightly in his hands, a slight, excited smirk on his face. As Victor caught up with him, his expression hardened. "Do you see anything moving in here?" Victor asked. Jeremy shrugged, saying, "Just our friend we locked in the office over there." Victor glanced to his right toward the office with the trapped zombie, who was still banging on the glass window, trying to break through. All this time, and he still hasn't gone for the door, Victor observed. "I'm starting to think that whatever is causing these assholes to go crazy is also making them dumb." Abe chimed in, "Hell, that boy barely knew how to work a doorknob when he was living." Victor chuckled a bit as Jeremy continued leading them toward the stairwell door. Everyone was on high alert, scanning the floor for any signs of movement. With every pass, their gazes lingered on the stairwell door, hoping it would not open. As they approached the stairwell, Brian took point, stepping around Jeremy, who protested. "I can handle the point, sir," Jeremy insisted. "Just call me Brian," he replied. "And I know you can handle it. But I want you backing me up when I open that door. If someone's waiting on the other side for us, then I'm going to have a better chance of firing off a shot than you are of swinging that axe." Jeremy looked at his weapon for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement and taking a step back. "If there is trouble, just hit the deck, and I'll cover you, sir. I mean Brian." Brian gave Jeremy a nod and a pat on the shoulder before getting into position by the door. Before he opened it, he looked back toward the others. "If it's clear, then we're moving like lightning to the first floor," Brian directed. "And if it's not clear?" Victor asked. "Then you better be ready to haul ass back to the office." Victor nodded as Brian made sure Jeremy was ready. With a confident nod from his backup, Brian placed his hand on the stairwell door release. He took a deep breath to steady himself before pushing it open as gently as he could. The door slowly crept open, the hinges squeaking as it reached the halfway point, echoing through the cavernous stairwell. A split second later, excited moaning could be heard from the landing a couple of floors below, quickly followed by footsteps rushing upward. "Here they come," Brian called out. Brian stepped fully into the stairwell, making room for Jeremy to cross the threshold as well. He aimed his handgun toward the darkened landing in front of them. However, Jeremy stepped in between his gun and the looming threat. "Look out, man," Brian warned. Jeremy didn't respond verbally. The pure joy overtaking him prevented him from doing so. His eyes grew wide as the first zombie made the turn on the landing to face them. The creature didn't hesitate in sprinting up the steps. Jeremy raised the axe high above his head and brought it down with tremendous force, cracking the ghoul on the top of the skull and splitting the head open. It stood there, staggered for a moment before receiving a kick to the chest, sending it tumbling backward onto the other approaching zombie. Before the ghoul could begin to pull itself up, Jeremy jumped to the landing, again raising the axe and driving it into the skull of the fallen creature. Rather than stop with a single blow, he delivered several more, sending spurts of blood and bone through the air, covering the walls of the stairwell. After the fourth blow, Brian whistled from up above, getting him to stop. Jeremy snapped back into the moment, not only calming down but removing all emotion from his face before turning back toward the rest of the men. "I believe we are clear in here," he stated. Jeremy stood there, almost sheepish in demeanor, as Abe and Victor walked by him. Brian brought up the rear, giving him a concerned look before nodding and patting him on the shoulder. "That's some good work, Jeremy, but you don't have to do it all on your own. I'm here to help too," Brian said. "I understand, Brian. I just saw an opportunity and took it. I did not want that thing getting back up," Jeremy replied. Brian gave Jeremy a stern look, trying to get a read on him but couldn't. Instead of dwelling on the issue further, he gave the axe-wielding man a pat on the shoulder and motioned toward the stairs. "Come on, let's get down to the first floor." The two men quickly caught up to the others as they descended to the bottom floor. As they passed each door, they could hear commotion coming from the other side, but they dared not stop. Several moments later, the group gathered by the stairwell door, speaking in low tones as they attempted to figure out the plan. "How close are we to the front door?" Brian asked. "It's a straight shot along the outer wall. Not more than 20 yards, Victor replied. "Okay, we're going to go out this door and stay low. We have to assume some of those crazy people are inside the building, so we need to get outside as quickly as possible," Brian directed. "Shouldn't we try and see what the parking lot looks like?" Victor questioned. "Of course, if we get lucky and there's nobody home on the other side of the door, then by all means stop by the exit. But if we have company, we need to haul ass," Brian reasoned. "Where are you boys parked?" Abe asked. "Towards the back of the lot near the center. There isn't another car within 30 yards, so it won't be hard to find," Victor replied. "That's a hell of a run," Abe commented. "Do we have another car nearby?" Brian asked. "No, my car is being detailed this morning and won't be back for hours. Or, well, it's probably gone for good," Abe admitted. "Jeremy, what about you?" Brian asked. "No, Brian. Everything I have is in the backpack on my back," Jeremy answered. "Well, you may want to drop that thing off. If one of those things gets a hold of it, you'll be on the ground," Victor warned. "No, sir. I'm not leaving it behind," Jeremy replied firmly. "They have nice stuff up in Marshall. I'm sure they can replace your clothes and stuff," Victor reasoned. "I said I'm not leaving it behind. So drop it," Jeremy replied with an intensity that put the rest of the men on edge. Victor was taken aback but quickly shook it off once Brian took over the floor. "He'll be fine. He's been taking those people down with it on his back this whole time," Brian assured. "Yeah, whatever," Victor muttered. Jeremy gave Brian a thankful nod before taking the lead. He placed his hand on the release bar, pausing briefly to give the signal. "Here we go," Jeremy said. Jeremy pushed the release bar gently, leading the group through the door. They moved quickly along the wall, staying low so that the nearby cubicle walls provided them some cover. Brian brought up the rear, grabbing the heavy stairwell door and guiding it lightly to a close. The four men moved up the wall, pausing as they approached an aisle gap between the sets of cubicles. Jeremy poked his head around the corner, spotting a trio of zombies about halfway down. They were milling around, looking around in every direction for something to chase after. Jeremy looked back toward the others, putting his finger over his mouth before motioning toward the zombies down the row. Once they nodded that they understood the situation, he led them out from cover, moving quickly to the other side. Brian stopped once he crossed, poking his head around the corner to make sure that the ghouls didn't spot them. He let out a sigh of relief when they heard a noise in the opposite direction and took off running in pursuit of it. Jeremy kept the group moving, getting them up to the main aisle that cut through the center of the building and just a few yards away from the front doors. The group sat there for a moment, looking out toward the parking lot. Fear washed over them as half a dozen creatures were spread out, looking for someone to chase down and devour. The only thing the group had going for them was the fact that the closest creature was 10 yards away. Jeremy looked back toward the others, motioning toward the door. Abe and Victor didn't respond, rather. They stared at the threat just on the other side of the window, fear beginning to creep into their veins. Brian knew they had to move and made the decision for them, pointing toward the door. "Get through the door," Brian ordered. The first three men rushed through the door, with Brian a couple of steps behind. He quickly got to the other side, grabbing onto the horizontal bar and pulling the door closed just a few seconds before the creatures reached it. The sprinting zombies slammed into the glass, smacking against it but unable to get through. However, the noise they made alerted the zombies outside that something of interest was happening at the front of the building. Jeremy burst out through the front door, spotting the closest zombie that was now sprinting toward him. Rather than avoid confrontation, he picked up a head of steam and thrust the flat top part of his axe into the creature's chest. The impact knocked the creature to the ground, making it an easy target for an axe swing. As Jeremy ripped his weapon free, Victor and Abe ran by him, desperate to put some distance between themselves and the zombies rushing toward the front of the building. Jeremy turned and saw Brian a couple of steps behind, with zombies in close pursuit. Jeremy jumped up onto the hood of a car, getting his axe ready for battle as he called out, "Get to the truck, Brian." "What about you?" Brian shouted. "Come pick me up," Jeremy replied. Brian nodded and continued running as hard as he could toward the truck on the other side of the lot. As he ran, he glanced back over his shoulder, catching a glimpse of Jeremy swinging his axe into the head of a zombie and dropping it to the ground. The noise he made was enough to draw the attention of every zombie that had been in pursuit. Brian pumped his legs hard, finally catching up to Victor and Abe, who climbed into the cab of the truck. "Where the hell is Jeremy?" Abe asked. "Keeping those things busy so we could get to the truck. We gotta go pick him up," Brian replied. "Hop in the back, and we'll go get him," Victor directed. Brian planted his foot on the tire and propelled himself into the truck bed, barely securing his footing before Victor hit the gas. The truck lurched forward, speeding around the parking lot toward the aisle Jeremy was making his stand on. As they came around, they saw him standing atop the car, staring down at a pile of bodies on the ground below. Victor pulled up beside the car, stopping just to the side of him. Brian looked down and saw the carnage on the ground before turning his attention toward Jeremy, who had no expression on his blood-soaked face. "Jeremy, are you okay, buddy?" Brian asked. "I am just fine, Brian. I am just fine," Jeremy replied. "That's good to hear. Come on, we have to get a move on," Brian said. Jeremy nodded and took a large step over to the truck. Brian helped him into the truck bed before giving the roof a smack. "Come on, let's get the hell out of here." Chapter 6. Victor sped along the open expanse of the port, the engine noise drawing the attention of several zombies that broke away from the building they had been trying to get inside. Once he saw they had pursuers, Victor pushed the pedal a little harder, picking up enough speed to leave them in the dust. Victor reached up behind him, grabbing the small window and opening it up so he could yell to Brian and Jeremy in the back. "It's going to take a couple minutes for those assholes to catch up to us, but we're going to have to work fast," he called. "Where are the wire cutters?" Brian asked. "There's a toolbox behind Abe's seat," Victor replied. Brian pushed the small window open as far as it would go before pushing his way through it and reaching for the toolbox. While it was wedged between the seat and truck wall, he managed to get it open. Brian rummaged around for a moment before grabbing a couple of sets of wire cutters and a hammer. "Here you go, Abe. A little something to defend yourself with," he said, handing over the hammer. Abe took it, nodding as he gave it a couple of practice swings. "Yeah, I can do some damage with this." As Brian pulled himself back out through the window, he was thrown forward as Victor slammed on the brakes. "What the hell, man?" Brian shouted. "Sorry, Brian, but look at the gate." Every man focused on the gate that was 50 yards ahead. Sighs quickly filled the cab of the truck as they spotted dozens of ghouls on both sides of the fence. Each side thrashed about, as if they were agitated by the creatures on the other side. "So now what?" Abe asked. "We're going to have to move up the line a bit, but we should be all right," Victor said. Victor cut the wheel sharply and hit the gas, navigating between two smaller sets of buildings. They picked up speed, getting about a quarter-mile away before turning back toward the fence. Victor crept up, pulling alongside it before shutting off the engine. Directly across from them, on the other side, stood a hangar no more than 30 yards from the fence. More hangars lined the row, stretching in both directions with 40 yards of wide-open pavement in between. Despite the noise they had made, no creatures rushed toward their position. However, they knew that could change at any moment, so they moved with haste. "Come on, Jeremy, help me cut away this barbed wire," Brian urged, handing over a set of wire cutters. The two men began working on the barbed wire as Abe and Victor jumped out of the truck and climbed into the back. A tense couple of minutes later, the duo managed to remove enough to clear a path over. "Okay, I'm going over first," Brian announced. "No, Brian, you are not going over first." "I am," Jeremy insisted. "Jeremy," Brian said. "If those things are nearby and you get overrun, nobody is flying out of here. If I get overrun, then you still have a chance," Jeremy replied. Brian contemplated it for a moment before nodding. "Okay, Just be careful." Jeremy nodded before handing his axe to Brian, freeing up his hands to climb. It took a moment for him to get his legs over the top and secure on the other side. "I'm good. Let me have the axe," Jeremy said. Brian handed it over, and Jeremy dropped it to the ground below before quickly climbing down. Despite his best efforts, his boots on the fence sent a metallic clang reverberating through the air. Jeremy landed hard on the ground, stumbling a bit before regaining his footing and retrieving his weapon. He scanned both sides of the hangar, expecting company but relieved when nothing came. "Next man over," Jeremy called. Victor stepped up, tossing his crowbar over the top before hopping up on the fence. He threw caution to the wind, making a ton of noise as he struggled to swing his leg over the top. Finally, he cleared the threshold, shimmying down to the ground and landing with a thud. Victor let out a groan from the impact, pain resonating through his body. On any other day, he would have stayed down for a few minutes to recover, but the sound of excited moans coming from the corner of the hangar snapped him back to the moment in a hurry. "We have to move," Jeremy urged. Jeremy stepped over, grabbing Victor by the arm and yanking him to his feet. After some slight dragging, Victor began moving on his own, the two of them running toward the hangar door on the far corner of the building, which was a good 60 yards from them. Jeremy pumped his legs hard, gripping his axe tightly and completely ignoring the half-dozen zombies rushing along the exterior of the building in their direction. Victor, however, kept a keen eye on them, worry building up as they rushed toward the door. "We're not going to make it," Victor shouted. Jeremy didn't respond, keeping his full attention and focus on the door that was quickly approaching. Before Victor's panic could grow, his truck horn blared behind them. He glanced toward the rushing creatures to see most of them breaking away toward the fence. Only one zombie continued coming after them, putting Victor more at ease. He left Jeremy to deal with getting the door open, stopping a few yards away and staring down the rampaging creature. "Okay, come and get it, asshole." Victor gripped his crowbar tightly, waiting for the creature to get within range before striking. With a forceful swing, Victor brought the metal weapon across its face, cracking the bridge of its nose and knocking it off its feet. The zombie slammed hard onto the pavement and immediately began thrashing in an attempt to get back up to attack its prey. Victor didn't hesitate, driving the tip of the crowbar through the creature's eye socket, ending its unlife. "The door is open," Jeremy called. Victor rushed over to the door, scrambling inside as Jeremy stood at the threshold, staring back toward the truck. The zombies that had been pursuing them were now congregating around the fence, right on the other side of the truck. To complicate things, several zombies were rushing toward the truck on the other side of the fence. "We have to do something," Jeremy said. "What the hell can we do?" Victor replied. Jeremy turned back toward Victor, giving him a smirk. Without speaking a word, Jeremy stepped back outside, taking the top of his axe and smacking it into the pavement as hard as he could. The metallic clang resonated throughout the air, quickly followed by loud whistling. Rather than taunt the creatures or yell at them, Jeremy continued the constant droning beat of his axe against the ground. His ploy worked, drawing the attention of all the zombies on this side of the fence. Within moments, they began running in their direction. "Are you out of your damn mind?" Victor shouted. "They need help, and I'm providing it," Jeremy replied. Victor wanted to yell at Jeremy and berate him more, but his attention was drawn to the sounds of moaning coming from inside the hangar, which was filled with boxes and boxes of spare parts and other machinery. With his view blocked, his frustration grew. "Damn it, we just had to pick a maintenance hangar, didn't we?" Victor muttered. Victor stepped back to the door, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Get your ass in here. We have company." Jeremy clanged his axe onto the ground one more time before turning and casually walking through the door. Victor slammed it shut and locked it up tight before turning and raising his crowbar at the growing sounds of moans and pounding footsteps inside the hangar. "We cannot stay here," Victor said. "Is the front of the building open?" Jeremy asked. Victor looked up at the back wall, noticing it was completely in shadow. "It doesn't look like it. If it was, then we'd have some sunlight up there." Before the two of them could continue, a creature emerged a few yards away from behind some boxes and immediately made eye contact with them. The zombie let out a guttural moan before sprinting in their direction. Jeremy casually stepped up, swinging his axe straight down at the exact right moment, cracking it over the top of the head and dropping it to the ground for good. Jeremy couldn't contain himself any longer, allowing a smile to creep onto his face as he turned back toward his partner. Victor noticed it and immediately became agitated. "Jesus Christ, you're enjoying this, aren't you?" "What kind of freak are you?" Victor asked. "That's not a very nice thing to say, Victor," Jeremy replied. "It wasn't meant to be nice. But we'll talk about this later. Right now, we have to get the hell out of here before those things find us." The moaning and footsteps continued to intensify in the hangar, approaching their position. However, it was obvious that the ghouls were getting lost in the maze of boxes and airplane parts strewn about. Rather than argue the point, Jeremy began working his way through the building, keeping his axe in an attack-ready position. Victor kept his head on a swivel, making sure none of the ghouls managed to flank them. Jeremy moved slowly, stopping at the end of every line of boxes to look out. He occasionally had to linger for several moments to allow a creature to stumble by before continuing. It took several tense moments of careful movement for the duo to get to the edge of the storage area in the hangar. They looked out across the open area toward the front of the building, spotting a small door at the opposite corner that was open. A couple of zombies wandered around 30 yards away, not drawn to the moaning coming from the corner. "Okay, if we can get through those two and through the door, then it should be a straight shot to the plane. Make a hard turn to the left and get around to the backs of the row of hangars in case we have to duck inside," Victor said. Jeremy did not respond, simply listening to the zombies milling about behind them, their moans becoming frustrated at the lack of prey. "Are you listening to me, man?" Victor asked. Victor stepped forward, giving Jeremy a shove on the shoulder to get his attention. In response, Jeremy turned suddenly, swinging his axe low, barely off the ground. The edge of the blade came in at a diagonal angle, slamming into Victor's ankle with enough force to cut right through the bone. Victor let out a scream as he fell to the ground. Blood spurted up from his severed foot, coating a smiling Jeremy who watched on. "You son of a bitch," Victor cried. "I'm sorry, sir, but I can't let people know about me just yet," Jeremy replied. Victor continued yelling out in pain as Jeremy took a couple of steps back, vanishing around the corner of the boxes. Within seconds, Victor's pain intensified as several zombies converged on him. Flesh ripped from bone as he struggled to fight off the creatures. Their excited moans were muffled by the chunks of flesh in their mouths. As the light began to fade from his eyes, he looked toward the door at the other end of the hangar, spotting Jeremy casually walking toward it. His axe was draped over his shoulder, and he sauntered on as if he didn't have a care in the world. Chapter 7. Brian stood by the side of the pickup truck, reaching in through the open window and laying on the horn. The blaring filled the air, drawing the attention of every creature within earshot. After what felt like an eternity, he let go and quickly moved to the back of the truck. Abe extended his arm down, grabbing onto the younger man and yanking him up into the truck bed. "Are you good?" Abe asked. "Yeah, I'm fine. Now we just have to hope it worked," Brian replied. "I think your handiwork did the trick," Abe said, pointing toward the door of the hangar, watching as Victor slammed the tip of his crowbar into the eye socket of the fallen ghoul. "Well, that's half the problem taken care of," Brian observed. "Yeah, I don't suppose you thought the second half of your plan through. You know, the one that gets us someplace safe?" Abe asked. "Sorry, Abe, I saw that they were in trouble and just reacted," Brian said. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not mad. You did what you needed to do, and it saved their skin," Abe reassured him. Before Brian could respond, their attention was drawn to heavy footsteps coming from the row of buildings behind them. Within seconds, a couple of zombies slammed into the side of the truck, reaching up for them. Brian kept his handgun aimed at the creatures' heads, waiting to see if they tried to climb up. After several moments, he realized that they weren't going to, so he lowered his weapon. "I guess we should be thankful they're not the brightest bulbs in the bunch," Brian said. "Now, if we can just get them to slow the hell down, we might have a fighting chance to get to the plane," Abe replied. "We have to get over the fence first, and I." Brian trailed off as a loud metallic clanging sound reached their ears. "What the hell?" Brian muttered. The two men looked around for the source. finally spotting Jeremy in front of the hangar door, slamming his axe to the ground. "What in the hell is that boy doing?" Abe asked. A moment later, they watched as the zombies by the fence turned and ran towards the hangar, drawn to the noise like a siren's call. "He's giving us a chance. Come on, we have to move," Brian urged. "What hangar are you at?" Abe asked. 12, Brian replied. "Then hang a right and run like hell," Abe directed. "I'm following you," Brian said, helping Abe get over the fence and making sure he had a firm grip on the top before jumping over himself. The two men took a moment to reach the ground below but managed to make it without alerting the zombies by the hangar. "Come on, let's move," Abe said, moving as fast as he could, which wasn't fast enough for Brian's liking. Despite the slower speed, they kept moving, making it past the first hangar and towards the next one, which was on the corner of the row. As they got within 30 yards of the side of the building, two zombies wandered out from the corner. Brian pulled Abe against the side of the building, aiming his handgun towards them but not firing. He knew as soon as he pulled the trigger, they were going to be swarmed. Brian held firm, keeping the two creatures in his sights. Relief washed over him as the ghouls heard a noise coming from the other direction. Within seconds, they had vanished around the corner. "Jesus, that was close," Brian whispered. "If we can get up to the corner of the building, there's a door just a few yards away. It might do us some good to take some cover," Abe suggested. Brian nodded and led the two of them up the side of the building, keeping his gun aimed at the corner in case they had more visitors. Luckily, they managed to get up to the corner without incident. Brian poked his head around the corner, spotting carnage that stretched on for 100 yards. A couple dozen creatures roamed about, looking for something to run to. A handful of corpses littered the area, as if a group of people put up a hell of a fight before being overwhelmed. Shaking off the horrific sight, Brian turned his attention to the door that was just a few yards away. Much to his relief, it was open, though he could hear a noise coming from just inside it. Brian motioned to Abe to follow closely, leading them out from cover and to the door. He kept his handgun at the ready, his nerves straining at the mysterious sound coming from just inside the building. Knowing he didn't have the luxury of taking his time, Brian darted into the opening of the door and immediately spotted the source of the noise. A zombie straddled an unfortunate airplane mechanic, its teeth sinking deep into the man's neck. As the ghoul ripped out a chunk of flesh, raising up away from the body to enjoy the tasty treat, Brian put the barrel of the handgun against the back of its head and pulled the trigger. The bullet ripped through the skull, blowing out the front portion of the ghoul's face and sending it collapsing onto the corpse. "Get the door," Brian shouted. Abe immediately grabbed the door and slammed it shut, mere seconds before the excited zombies outside converged on it, drawn to the gunshot. Meanwhile, Brian kept his aim trained on the fallen man on the ground, who was quickly bleeding out. "I'm sorry, man, I really am. But I can't take any chances," Brian murmured. He squeezed the trigger once again, sending a bullet through the man's forehead, ending his suffering and preventing another creature from chasing them around. He quickly shook it off, forcing himself to focus on the rest of the building. Brian walked away from the wall, sweeping the area for any signs of threats but not seeing any movement. The hangar was mostly empty, except for a small plane sitting in the middle of the room. Abe got excited at the sight, clapping his hands together as he walked towards the plane. "All right, we're in business," Abe said. "What the hell are you talking about, Abe?" "That's not my plane," Brian protested. "No, but it is a plane, and it can get us the hell out of here," Abe countered. "That's not going to work," Brian replied. "Of course it is. The main hangar doors are automated, just like a big-ass garage door. We hit a button, fire that baby up, and we're airborne in 60 seconds, Abe said confidently. "Yeah, and if one of those assholes outside runs into a propeller, we're fucked," Brian countered. "We'll be all right, I promise," Abe said reassuringly. Brian walked up to the plane to give it a once-over, continually shaking his head in disagreement. "There's no way this is going to work, Abe. Besides, my town needs the stuff that's in my plane. If I don't bring it back, there are going to be a lot of people who have to go without this winter," Brian argued. Maybe instead of thinking of your town, you need to start thinking about your own survival. Your plane is 6 hangars down. That is a hell of a run, and one I don't think I'm going to make, Abe replied. Brian's first instinct was to argue with the older man, but he knew that Abe was right. That was going to be one hell of a run, and with as slow as Abe was, he wouldn't have a prayer of making it. Damn it, Abe, why couldn't you be 20 years younger? Brian muttered. Abe let out a chuckle that grew into a full belly laugh. That's funny, my ex-wife routinely asked me the same thing, Abe replied. I would say she is a wise woman, but she said yes to you, so now I'm not sure, Brian shot back. Abe laughed again as he walked over towards the pilot's seat of the plane. Brian looked on with curiosity as he hopped into the seat. When did you learn how to fly? Brian asked. I don't have my license yet, but I have spent a ton of hours in the simulator. I think, given the circumstances, the feds won't find me if I get behind the wheel, Abe answered with a smirk. What about me? Brian asked. I figure that once I fire this puppy up, it's going to be quite the attention getter. I'm going to take the long way around to the runway, which should hopefully give you an opening to get to your plane, Abe explained. I really appreciate that, Abe. More than you know, Brian replied. Well, don't thank me yet, I still have to find the door remote, Abe muttered. Brian let out a laugh as he spotted it on the dash of the plane. After having it pointed out to him, Abe grabbed it and cradled it in his hand. How much fuel do you have? Brian asked. Abe clicked a few switches and took some readings, letting out a sigh in the process. It looks like I have just over half a tank, Abe replied. Well, as much as I would love to have you up in Marshall, I don't think that's going to get you there, Brian remarked. Where in the hell can I even get with that much gas? Abe asked. Start heading northwest. There's an airstrip up in Red Devil, right on the Kuskokwim River. Tight little community up there. They should take good care of you, Brian suggested. I appreciate that, Brian, Abe said. Once I get back to Marshall, I'll see if I can get them on the radio. I'm pretty sure Earl back in town knows some of the people there. It couldn't hurt to put in a good word for you, Brian added. Just don't tell them too much about me. I don't want them to send me downriver, Abe chuckled. Both men broke into laughter, enjoying a much-needed break in the tension. So do you know what you're doing in this thing? Do you need any pointers? Brian asked. Abe smirked as he settled into the pilot's seat. He flipped switches like a seasoned pro, priming the plane and doing everything but starting it up. You better get into position because I'm about to make a hell of a lot of noise, Abe warned. Brian nodded and extended his hand for a shake. Abe reciprocated, and the two men stood there for a moment. I really appreciate it, Abe, truly, Brian said. Thank you for busting my stubborn ass and getting me out of that office. Given how bad it is out here, I know my clock would be ticking close to midnight if I had stayed, Abe replied. Be safe up there, and good luck, Brian said. You too, Brian. Get back home safe, Abe replied. Brian nodded and took off toward the back of the building, positioning himself beside the door. He could hear some moaning and movement just outside. A moment later, that sound was drowned out by the engine of the plane starting. A few seconds after that, the sound of screeching metal filled the air as the hangar doors began to creep open. Brian watched intently as Abe got the plane moving in the right direction, getting it through the doors before any zombies could reach it. Abe hit the accelerator, picking up speed and quickly vanishing from view. Moments later, Brian could see a small army of zombies running after him. Oh, that better be all of you chasing after him, Brian murmured. Brian steadied himself, taking a deep breath before turning the knob on the back door. Here goes nothing. Chapter 8. Brian opened the back door of the hangar carefully, wanting to minimize the amount of noise he made in case he had company. His decision was a wise one, as one creature lingered 10 yards away. Brian looked down at his handgun, knowing that if he fired it, he would be drawing all of the attention back on himself. He knew it was a risk to take the creature on without his weapon, but he had no choice. He clicked on the safety before flipping the weapon over, grabbing it by the barrel. Brian stepped out from the hangar, gently pushing the door shut so that it didn't slam before turning his attention to the zombie 10 yards away. The ghoul had its back to him, focused on nothing in particular. Seizing the opportunity, Brian rushed forward, swinging the back end of the handgun as hard as he could towards the creature's head. The ghoul never saw the attack coming, its skull cracking from the impact and causing it to collapse onto the ground. Brian delivered a second smack to the back of its head just to be sure it was down for good before turning his attention towards the long stretch of pavement running behind the hangars. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he saw the coast was clear. "Get running, man. Get running," Brian urged himself. He forced his legs into action, pumping them as hard as he could. Within moments, he was at the end of the hangar, not bothering to pause to see what was around the corner. He knew he was on a short clock, and getting to his plane was all that mattered. As he crossed the gap between the hangars, he glanced to the side, spotting a few creatures running in the opposite direction towards the sound of Abe's plane. Much to his relief, none of the ghouls were interested in his footfalls on the pavement. Brian continued running along the back of the hangar, getting halfway across the next one before hearing Abe taking off in the distance. A few seconds later, he saw his friend in the air, free and clear of the zombies on the ground. "Good on you, Abe," Brian said, his voice barely above a whisper. He continued running along the backs of the hangars, darting past every gap between them as if his life depended on it. It took several minutes before reaching Hangar 12, his breath ragged from the exertion. He stopped by the back door of the building, doubling over from the exhaustion and struggling to catch his breath fully. "Deep breaths, man, deep, slow breaths," he reminded himself. After a concerted effort to steady his breathing, Brian finally composed himself. He gave his handgun a quick check, switching off the safety before putting his hand on the doorknob. "You get in there, stay quiet, and get your ass to the plane. In 5 minutes, you're going to be airborne, and this nightmare will be behind you." Despite his fear, he managed to convince himself to move forward. Brian pulled open the door to the hangar, slipping inside silently, and immediately taking cover behind a handful of boxes stacked up along the back wall. Brian peered out from cover, looking over the open area of the hangar and seeing 2 zombies milling about near the plane. "Damn it," he muttered. Brian continued to study the situation, moving along the back wall to get a better look out the open hangar door. After getting into position, he saw that the transport trucks that had been backed up to his plane were mostly empty. Only about 20% of the boxes were still left unloaded. "That's going to have to do," Brian thought. He looked to his plane, seeing that the side door was shut. However, the back ramp was down. It was a straight shot for him, right across the middle of the hangar. However, the threat of the 2 lingering zombies posed a problem. "You're a good enough shot to take them down. Just get as close as you can, pop them in the head, and get to the plane. Those other people have got to be far enough away that they won't reach you in time. Right?" Brian struggled to convince himself that he was right, but eventually shook his head. "It doesn't matter if you're right or not. Your back is against the wall, and this is your only play. The longer you wait, the more likely it is those people are going to wander back here." Brian gripped his handgun tightly as he broke from cover, moving at a deliberate pace across the open expanse of the hangar. As he got within 30 yards of the creatures, who were separated by only a few yards, one of them took notice. With an excited moan, it sprinted in his direction, the ghoul's partner close behind it. Brian froze in place, getting into a firing position and aiming his handgun towards the encroaching threat. When the leader got within 10 yards of him, he squeezed the trigger, sending a round into the zombie's head. The other sprinter managed to avoid the fallen ghoul, staying on its feet and closing the distance quickly. Brian didn't panic, however, carefully aiming and squeezing off another shot that found the mark. As quickly as the assault had begun, it was finished, with both ghouls lying dead at his feet. "Move, man, move," Brian urged himself. He snapped out of the moment and began sprinting towards his plane, knowing that the gunshots meant he would soon have company. He emerged from the hangar, looking down the strip, and seeing a dozen zombies running in his direction. However, they were still a couple hundred yards away. Brian's attention turned towards the trucks, his gaze lingering on the boxes of goods still inside. Don't get greedy. You don't have the time. As much as it pained him to leave vital goods behind, he forced himself to move and get to the ramp of his plane. With a quick sweep, he saw that there weren't any creatures inside. Let's get this baby in the air. Brian hit the ramp switch, standing by the back with his weapon, at the ready to make sure nothing tried to sneak aboard. Once the ramp was secure, he rushed to the cockpit, flicking switches and preparing to take off. I hope to God those boys got me filled up before things went bad. He stared at the fuel gauge intently, watching as the dial slowly moved towards full. Well, at least one thing is going right today, he mused. Brian hit a few more switches, getting the plane to start up. All 4 propellers spun to life, quickly picking up speed as he slowly pulled it out from the parked position and aimed it down the backstretch towards the runway, where he was greeted by the couple dozen creatures running in his direction. Okay, girl, I know this is going to hurt, but just get through them. Brian stroked the dash of the cockpit, trying to treat his baby as well as he could. He held his breath as the first creature reached the propeller, watching as the top portion of its body vanished in a gruesome display of crimson and bone. The controls in his hands vibrated a bit, but the propeller held firm. That's my girl. Brian picked up speed, plowing ahead through the horde of undead. One by one, ghouls slammed into the propellers, meeting the same grisly fate as their predecessor. The plane rolled by the hangars, getting within a few hundred yards of the turnoff towards the runway. As the journey continued, Brian's attention was garnered by a reflection coming from just ahead on his right. What the hell? He wondered. Brian looked towards the next hangar, spotting Jeremy using his axe to reflect the sun. Jesus Christ, he's alive, he breathed, a wave of relief washing over him. He quickly hit a few switches to ensure the plane would continue to roll forward straight ahead before leaping from his seat and rushing to the side door in the back. He threw it open, poking his head and arm out, waving frantically towards Jeremy. Come on, man. There's no way in hell I'm stopping this thing. A few seconds later, Jeremy emerged from the hangar, swinging his axe and taking out a nearby zombie with it. Rather than retrieve his weapon, he left it embedded in the ghoul, instead focusing on gaining as much speed as he could, running away from the plane. You're a smart one. Just keep up that pace, and I'll get you, Brian called out. He watched as a couple of zombies near the side of the plane took notice of Jeremy and began running in his direction. Without hesitation, Brian raised his handgun and fired several times. One creature fell to the ground immediately due to a headshot, while the others were staggered as the bullets ripped through their torso and limbs. While they weren't kill shots, they did buy Jeremy enough time to get close to the plane. Brian dropped to one knee, holding onto the railing while reaching out his hand to the running man. It took a couple of failed attempts before they managed to connect. Got you, Brian shouted, a sense of triumph surging through him. Brian lifted up with everything he had, pulling Jeremy most of the way into the plane. Once most of his torso was inside, Brian let go of the hand and grabbed Jeremy's belt, pulling him completely inside and quickly securing the door. Thank you, Brian, Jeremy gasped, still catching his breath. We're not out of this yet. You may want to strap in, Brian replied, urgency lacing his tone. Brian ran back up to the cockpit, jumping into the seat and buckling up. Jeremy was close behind, securing himself in the passenger seat. Brian regained control of the plane, flipping a few switches before making the turn. A few moments later, they made the final turn onto the runway. Here we go, Brian declared. He pushed the accelerator to full, the large cargo plane shaking as it picked up speed. Within seconds, he began pulling back on the stick, and the plane lifted off the ground. A minute later, they were a couple thousand feet in the air, which was high enough for both men to begin relaxing. Are you okay, Jeremy? Brian asked, glancing over. I'm not hurt. But Victor, he did not make it, Jeremy replied, successfully faking sorrow. I'm sorry to hear that. He was a good man and a good friend, Brian said, his tone somber. What happened to Abe? Jeremy inquired. Don't worry, he's fine. We found him another plane, and he managed to take off. I'm glad. He was always nice to me. Jeremy nodded as he adjusted himself in his seat, taking off his backpack and sitting it in his lap, cradling it like it was the most important object on Earth. "You're really attached to that backpack, aren't you?" Brian observed, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "When you don't have much, you value what you have," Jeremy replied. "I understand completely. And that's a good mindset to have given that we're flying out to Marshall. There's not a lot out there." "Given how today has gone, I think that might be a good thing," Jeremy remarked. "Ain't that the truth?" Brian replied, making a slight turn towards the west, getting the plane into a position where they could see downtown Anchorage. "Mother of God," he gasped, taking in the sight. Brian let out a deep breath, while Jeremy remained emotionless as the reality of the situation on the ground became clear. Huge plumes of smoke billowed up from multiple sources, and several helicopters hovered overhead in various parts of the city. The lone highway that they could see appeared to be packed with cars that were not moving. "Okay, I've seen enough," Brian decided. He adjusted the flight path, getting them on a direct course with Marshall. As the plane moved, it rattled a bit, putting Jeremy on edge. "Relax, Jeremy, my girl is old, but she's well put together. She'll get us there, but it's going to take about 5 hours, so you might want to get comfortable," Brian reassured him. "Would it bother you if I took a nap while we fly?" Jeremy asked, stifling a yawn. "If you can sleep after what we just went through, more power to you, my friend," Brian replied with a chuckle. Jeremy nodded before sinking down into the chair and closing his eyes. Within a minute, he was unconscious, letting out a light snore, prompting some quiet laughter from Brian. "Man, that must be nice," Brian said to himself, still smiling. He continued chuckling as he grabbed a set of headphones off the dash and put them on. A couple of button presses later, and the 1950s singer began crooning in his ears. "Sing it, boys. Sing it." Chapter 9. Brian sat behind the controls of his cargo plane, humming along to the 50s crooner singing in his ear. The snow lightly smacked against the windshield, quickly melting thanks to the defroster working overtime. To his right sat Jeremy, who had spent the entirety of their 5-hour flight sound asleep. Brian marveled at the middle-aged man's ability to sleep through the roar of the engines, let alone the turbulence. Even taking a few hard bumps did nothing to shake him from his slumber. "You're a better man than me. I can't sleep through a hard rain, let alone all this commotion," Brian murmured, glancing over at his companion. Brian's face lit up as one of his favorite songs began to play in his headset. He bobbed his head to the tune and belted out the first verse of the song. The sudden singing snapped Jeremy out of his deep sleep. He immediately went into a defensive position, raising one hand as if ready to fight while gripping his backpack tightly. "It's okay, Jeremy. It's okay. You're safe," Brian assured him. Jeremy looked around the cockpit, taking a few moments to gather his bearings. Once he realized where he was, he sat back in his seat, nodding gently. "I'm sorry if I scared you, Brian. I was having one of those dreams," Jeremy admitted. "I understand, buddy. And it's me who should be apologizing. I'm so used to making these runs on my own that I let my enthusiasm for the music get the better of me," Brian replied. "It's okay, Brian. I have some songs that hit me like that too." Jeremy sat up, rubbing his eyes for a moment and looking out the window. Ahead of them lay nothing but wild, untamed, snow-covered wilderness. Trees seemed to stretch on into infinity, broken only by open fields and a large river cutting through. "That might be one of the most beautiful sights I've ever laid my eyes on," Jeremy whispered. "Is it your first time in the middle of nowhere?" Brian asked. "It is, unless you count the year I spent out in West Texas. I've made that drive from San Antonio to El Paso. That definitely counts as the middle of nowhere," Brian chuckled, shaking his head, a slight shudder shooting down his spine as he seemed to recall a drive through the desert. "I have to say, it is a lot more beautiful up here than it was down there," Jeremy admitted. "You say that now, but wait until winter really sets in, and there's 8 feet of snow outside your house," Brian warned. Sitting in front of a fire, alone, with books. "I think I will be all right with that," Jeremy replied with a smile. "I'm glad to hear that, Jeremy, because there's no way I'm taking you back to Anchorage now," Brian joked. He let out a laugh, however. Jeremy simply sat there, unemotional. He did manage a slight nod of agreement, which Brian found odd. Before he could push the issue, he noticed a distinct turn in the river up ahead. "Sorry to cut things short, but we're getting close to home," Brian announced. "We're already in Marshall? How long was I out for?" Jeremy asked, surprised. "Damn near 5 hours." "In my defense, it was a long morning," Jeremy replied with a shrug. Brian chuckled as he flipped a few switches on the dash. The music in his headset clicked off, replaced by a light static sound. With another button press, he began speaking into the small microphone on his headphones. "Marshall Tower. Marshall Tower. This is Cargo 1 on approach. Do you copy?" Brian held his breath as he awaited a response. In his heart, he knew the town he loved was okay, but with everything that had transpired in Anchorage, he wasn't going to relax until he had confirmation. "Cargo 1, this is Marshall Tower. How far out are you?" A voice crackled through the radio. "We should be on the ground in 10 minutes. Assuming the runway is looking good," Brian replied. "If I have 10 minutes, I'll do a quick pass on it with the plow. We haven't been getting a lot of snow this morning, but it might be a little slick for you." "Copy that, Tower. We'll see you in 10. Brian flipped up his microphone before turning towards Jeremy. "You may want to make sure your belt is secure," he advised. "Is landing going to be that dangerous? I mean, with the snow and all?" Jeremy asked, sounding nervous. "We'll be all right. We just might slide a little bit once we touch down," Brian reassured him. "Trust me, you don't fly up here without knowing how to land in a little snow." "That's good to know. But Brian, can I ask you something?" "Go for it." "We have a few more minutes before I need to focus," Brian replied. "I was under the impression that Marshall was tiny. How is there a tower at the airport?" Brian let out a full belly laugh, finally composing himself to respond. "Trust me, it's just an expression. The tower, as it were, is just a small room above the garage where the plow is kept." "I understand," Jeremy said, nodding. "Don't worry, Marshall is just as small as advertised. Probably smaller if I'm being honest. There's really no way to undersell it." Jeremy nodded, stopping his questions so that Brian could focus on preparing the cargo plane for landing. Jeremy stared ahead through the snow melting on the windshield, trying to see their destination. On the horizon, right along the river, sat the town of Marshall. Stretching just a mile along one major road, roughly 100 buildings dotted the 2 blocks on either side of the thoroughfare. While most of the structures were smaller homes, a handful of businesses dotted the landscape. "You weren't kidding about the size," Jeremy noted. "Nope, I was not." "I don't see the airport." "Take a look about a mile to the right, in the clearing of those trees," Brian directed. Jeremy adjusted his view, spotting the small runway in the middle of the forest. "I guess flat land was at a premium out in these parts?" he quipped. "There's plenty of flat land, but that was the closest field. I guess whoever built it decided it was easier to build a mile-long road than it was to cut down trees. I spent a few seasons as a logger. I can assure you that they were correct." "You were a logger, huh? That explains why you were so good with your axe," Brian replied. Jeremy did not respond. He simply shrugged, as if to say guilty as charged. At least, that was the way Brian took it. The cockpit fell silent as Brian focused intently on the descent into the airport. Despite the weather conditions, he handled it like a pro. The cargo plane settled onto the runway with barely a bump or slide. Upon touching down, Brian decelerated quickly, flipping a few switches to shut down the engines. Within moments, they were stopped at the far end of the runway. "Don't you have to park it somewhere?" Jeremy asked. "I don't think anybody else is coming in. Besides, the trucks need to unload the goods in the back, and it's a lot easier to do it here." "It looks like they're excited to get what you brought," Jeremy observed, pointing out the window toward the small road leading up to the runway. A pickup truck and an older 4-wheel drive vehicle tore up the road, slamming on their brakes just a few yards away from the plane. "Well, let's go introduce you to the townsfolk," Brian suggested. Brian and Jeremy climbed out of the cockpit and made their way to the side door, popping it open. Brian jumped down first, grabbing a small metal ladder and connecting it to the floor so that Jeremy could climb down easier. As he helped him down, 3 men walked up behind them. "Welcome back, Brian. Were you able to get the shipment?" Mayor Gibson asked. Brian turned to see the trio standing before him. Mayor Gibson was a hulk of a man, even if he was a little out of shape, which was expected given his mid-50s age. Flanking him was Sheriff Cooper, who made the mayor look like the pinnacle of youth and fitness. Despite his age, he had a firm grip on this town thanks to his decades of service. On the other side stood Nathan, the heir apparent to the mayor's office once Gibson retired. While he didn't exactly want to go into politics, he was the manager of the fish processing plant, which was the lifeblood of the town. He knew everyone by name and was well loved by most. "Hey Mayor, Sheriff Cooper, Nathan. I wasn't expecting to have the town royalty show up to greet us," Brian greeted them. "Just answer the question, Brian," the mayor replied curtly. The mayor's tone caught Brian off guard, putting him on edge. "Yeah, Gibson, I managed to get about 80% of the goods. There were some troubles, so I had to leave some stuff behind." 80% will have to do," the mayor replied flatly. "And honestly, not bad given the circumstances," Nathan added, nodding in acknowledgement. Brian's eyebrows shot up. "Circumstances? Do you know what happened in Anchorage?" "Yeah," Nathan answered, his tone subdued. "Your buddy Abe called in about an hour ago from Red Devil. Filled us in on what's been going on." "That's a relief," Brian replied, letting out a breath. "I'm so glad he made it up there safely." "Well, the residents of Red Devil might think differently," Nathan muttered. Brian's face darkened. "What are you talking about, Nathan? Abe is a good man." Nathan shook his head slowly. "I have no doubt that he is. But that's not what concerns us." Nathan trailed off, and the conversation fell silent. After several tense moments, Brian's patience snapped. "Okay, somebody needs to start telling me what in the hell is going on." Mayor Gibson took a steadying breath. "That stuff that's been going on in Anchorage? Turns out it's been happening just about everywhere down in the lower 48. "Oh my God." Brian's face paled. "So that's happening everywhere. What's causing it?" The 3 newcomers exchanged uneasy glances, which only served to agitate Brian further. "I said, what's causing it?" he demanded. "Now, we don't have any official confirmation on this," Mayor Gibson replied slowly, "but it looks like there's some sort of virus going around. That's what's causing those people to go crazy." "A virus?" Brian asked, his voice trembling. "What kind of virus?" "We don't know," the mayor admitted. Brian's frustration flared. "Okay, well, if you didn't get this information from an official source, where did it come from?" Again, the trio exchanged uneasy looks, and as Brian's anger began to bubble over, Nathan finally spoke up. "Earl told us." "Earl?" Brian scoffed. "You're listening to Earl? He's crazier than a sack full of coked-up squirrels." Nathan sighed. "While that is a verifiable fact, he also has a ham radio set up and has been talking to his people around the country. Apparently, some of the news stations down there were reporting it." Sheriff Cooper cleared his throat, stepping forward. "Which is why you boys are going to have to be locked up until we figure this all out." Brian's jaw dropped. "Locked up? Are you shitting me, Sheriff?" "I'm sorry, Brian, but you and your new friend here are going to have to be separated from the community until we know you aren't sick." Brian turned to Jeremy with an apologetic expression. "This is unbelievable. Jeremy, I'm so sorry, this is usually a friendly town." Jeremy stepped up beside Brian, giving a half-hearted wave toward the trio standing a few yards away. "It is nice to meet you all," he said politely. "I wish it was under better circumstances," Mayor Gibson replied with a grim expression. "But I'm going to need both of you to hop into the sheriff's SUV over there and take a ride down to the station." "Jesus, Gibson," Brian muttered. "You're going to throw us in jail?" "I'm sorry, Brian," the mayor replied, his tone softening. "We don't really have any other accommodations to keep you separated from the townsfolk." Brian sighed, looking over at Jeremy. "At least let us stay at my house. I know my couch isn't the most comfortable piece of furniture in the world, but it's better than being locked up. Jeremy, are you okay with the couch? I will be happy with any warm place to lay my head, Jeremy replied. See, my house will be fine, Brian pressed. You can even put your little kid of a deputy out front to make sure we don't leave. Nathan looked to the sheriff. I think that's fair, don't you, Sheriff? Cooper considered it for a moment, then gave a nod. Yeah, I suppose so. Come on, let's get to it. The sheriff took a step forward, but Nathan stopped him, reaching into his back pocket and pulling out a mask. What in the hell is this for? Cooper asked, looking at the mask in confusion. Just a little extra safety, Sheriff. Some of my people up at the processing plant use them when the smell gets to them. I know it's a short ride, but we don't want to let that virus into town. The sheriff rolled his eyes but took the mask, slipping it over his nose and mouth with a sigh. Yeah, fine, whatever. Come on, you two, let's shake a leg. Brian and Jeremy exchanged a weary look as they walked closely with the others back to the vehicles. The sheriff, reluctantly masked, led the way to his SUV. Within moments, everyone was piled in, the engine roared to life, and they were headed down the narrow road to town. Chapter 10. A couple hours later. Mayor Gibson sat behind his desk in the small city hall building near the center of town. He stared down at a stack of paperwork that had been on his to-do list that day, yet despite his best efforts, he couldn't make himself care about it. His eyes drifted away from the work to the window, which looked out over the central business district of town. Across the street to his right sat the general store, which acted as the one-stop shop for the residents: food, tools, clothes, anything and everything someone might need to get through the day. Beside that was Hazel's Diner, a town staple for the last 20 years. The giant sign out front boasted about having the best burger in town. While technically true, it was also the only burger in town. One of those burgers sounds tasty right about now, Mayor Gibson mused. As the thought of a juicy burger caused him to salivate, he spotted Nathan and Carrie walking toward the building with purpose. Carrie was the town's nurse, a relative newcomer, having moved there a few years prior. Despite her youth, barely crossing over the 30-year milestone, her years as a nurse had proven valuable to the town. Dr. Bennington had long been the healer of the community, but the fact that he was pushing 70 meant he wasn't the future. Well, I guess dinner is going to have to wait, Mayor Gibson sighed. Gibson sat back in his chair, lifting his legs up and planting them firmly on the desk. He playfully twiddled his thumbs as he waited for the duo to come into his office, already having a suspicion about what they wanted to discuss. Nathan and Carrie opened the door with purpose, the tiny bell at the top ringing from the impact. Once inside, they made their way directly to the mayor's desk, speaking forcefully as soon as they were within range. Mayor, we need to have a serious talk about what's going on and what we need to do to prepare, Nathan said firmly. Calm down. Nathan, there's nothing going on, Mayor Gibson replied, leaning back. I know you're friendly with old crazy Earl and all, but you can't believe everything he tells you. Gibson. Nathan tried to get a word in, but the mayor slammed his feet down to the ground, leaning forward and speaking with authority. Nathan, I know you're hot stuff around here and everybody just adores you. And don't get me wrong, I have great admiration for what you do for this town. You help these people earn a living and make ends meet comfortably. And I know you don't like to brag about it, but I know you put up a lot of your own money to build the new processing plant. Gibson relaxed a bit, calming down and leaning back in his seat. However, he continued to speak in a forceful manner, commanding the room. If it wasn't for you, we'd have half the population we have. But my admiration and goodwill toward you only goes so far. Now, Sheriff Cooper and I went along with your panic about a virus. And thanks to that, old Brian and his new friend are going to be under house arrest for God only knows how long. But that's as far as I'm taking things until I can see with my own eyes that something is wrong. Mayor, if there is a virus that's causing people to go crazy, we need to take that seriously, Carrie interjected. Carrie, just like Nathan here, I have great admiration for you and what you've done for this community, Gibson replied. The fact that a pretty young girl would abandon the lower 48 to come to a place like this may baffle me to no end, but I am eternally grateful that you did. Because you are a valuable member of this community. However, Just like I told Nathan not 30 seconds ago, my goodwill only goes so far. And I am not going to put this town into a panic over something I'm not convinced is going to affect us. Mayor, please, I beg of you. Just close things down for a few days, Carrie pleaded. Absolutely not, Carrie, the mayor said firmly. The only people who have been in or out of this town in a week are Brian and his new friend, and neither of them are sick. But just to humor the two of you, I have them locked down until we can confirm that they're not sick. And there's nothing you can do to change my mind on that. Carrie and Nathan exchanged a concerned glance before looking back to the mayor, who softened his demeanor. Look, Nathan, Carrie, I appreciate your concern on this. I really do. I know you're only doing what you think is best for the town. But at the moment, that's my job. And I'd like to think I've struck a happy compromise by putting those two boys on house confinement without scaring the other residents. Carrie's shoulders slumped at the response from Gibson, however. Nathan stood tall, looking him in the eyes. His tone was deadly serious. I've given my all to this town, Mayor. And I hope and pray to God that you're right and the virus really is nothing. Because if you're wrong, there's going to be a whole lot of blood on your hands, Nathan warned. Gibson didn't respond verbally. The only reaction he could muster was a half-hearted nod of his head. Okay, we've said our piece. Come on, Carrie, let's leave the mayor to his work, Nathan said, turning to the door. Carrie glared at the mayor as they walked out of City Hall, stopping in the middle of the street. Well, that could have gone better, Carrie muttered. I know, but at least Brian and the new guy, Jeremy or whatever his name was, is quarantined, Nathan said. Let's hope that it's enough, Carrie replied. Carrie and Nathan looked across the street to Hazel's diner, watching as both police cars pulled up to the front. A moment later, Sheriff Cooper and the 22-year-old stick of a man, Deputy Weaver, hopped out and made their way inside. And let's hope that if the virus is real, that it's not highly contagious, Carrie murmured. Carrie nodded toward the diner, getting Nathan to follow her over to it. The two of them walked across the street, their footfalls leaving prints in the fresh snow as they went. Nathan opened the door for Carrie, motioning for her to go first. After you. Thank you, Carrie replied. Nathan had barely stepped inside before Hazel's voice yelled out from the back kitchen counter. Hey, you two, go on and plant your fannies anywhere you like. I'll be with you in just a jiff, Hazel called. Thanks, Hazel, Nathan responded, giving the middle-aged woman a friendly wave, something he had done countless times over the years. Hazel was a character and a town staple for the last couple of decades. While she had shrouded a lot of her past in shadows, her devotion to cooking the best food imaginable meant she was more than welcome in Marshall. Carrie led the duo to the back corner booth, putting her back against the wall so that she could look out over the entirety of the space. There were a handful of patrons eating an early dinner, seemingly enjoying every bite. I'm sorry about Mayor Gibson, I really thought we could convince him, Nathan said. It's fine, Nathan, it's not your fault, Carrie replied. He's a small-town politician who is afraid you're going to take his job one of these days. I don't want to be mayor. I don't know how many times I have to say that, Nathan said, sighing. You can say it until you're blue in the face, but the fact remains that everybody in this town loves you. They're going to vote you in whether you want the job or not. The joys of being popular, Nathan muttered. Maybe one day you'll catch up to our good sheriff over there, Carrie teased, nodding toward the front half of the restaurant. Nathan glanced over, seeing Sheriff Cooper making the rounds to each of the tables, shaking the patrons' hands, and even giving out a couple of hugs to some of the older women. Nathan let out a long sigh at the sight, fearing the worst. Let's just say, hypothetically, that the information Earl has been feeding me is correct, that there's a virus that's causing people to go crazy, Nathan began. Okay, what do you want to know? Carrie asked. She hesitated for a moment before cutting off Nathan's first word as he began to speak. And keep in mind that I'm only a nurse. I'm not a virologist, so I'm not exactly an expert on the subject. Fair enough. Okay, let's say that Brian and the new guy caught the virus while they were in Anchorage. How long would it take them to become contagious? Again, I'm not a virologist and have no idea what this virus might be. In a lot of cases, like with the flu, it can be as short as a day. So if this thing acts like the flu, then they wouldn't have been contagious yet. That's a huge assumption, and it depends on how they were exposed to it, Carrie replied. If they breathed it in, then it's possible that they wouldn't be contagious until tomorrow. However, if they got it on their clothes, it's possible that they were contagious the moment they landed. What about in the plane? Or the back seat of the sheriff's SUV? Yeah, the virus could have possibly been dispersed in the cockpit, especially if they spent hours in it. Which they did, Nathan noted. Well, we'll just have to make sure nobody moves that plane for a few days, Carrie said. Too late, they already unloaded the goods and parked the plane in the hangar. Well, then it's entirely possible that the virus is in town. In which case, unless we lock the place down, it's going to spread, and there's nothing we can do about it. Carrie motioned toward Sheriff Cooper, who was still glad handing the patrons. Especially if the sheriff there grabbed onto any of their infected clothing, or touched anything in his vehicle. Seeing how touchy-feely he is, I think it's a given that he did. Well, in that case, I think we have to assume that the virus is going to be spreading around town, Carrie concluded. Which means what is happening in Anchorage and everywhere else is going to happen here. Yep. So what do we do? Nathan asked. We do the only thing we can do. Hope to God that I'm wrong. Chapter 11. The next morning. Nathan sat in his easy chair, feet propped up, nursing a hot cup of coffee as his attention focused on the television. The reception was a little distorted, something that happened quite often during snowstorms, but the images on the screen came in clear enough to fill him with dread. A young female anchor stared into the camera, her makeup long wiped off and her hair a mess as she struggled to compose her words. I'm sorry, everyone, please bear with me. I have 3 voices in my ear telling me conflicting information, and I'm having. She stopped talking, as if struggling to understand the information being fed to her. After several moments, she yelled out, raising her voice and commanding the room. Jimmy, Brandon, Carl, I need you all to shut the hell up. She sat there for several seconds, breathing deep in an effort to regain her composure. I apologize to our audience for the outburst, but if I can't understand what is being said to me, then I can't relay the vital information you need. A voice yelled from off camera, prompting the anchor to flip someone off. Get him the hell out of here. Get out of here. As the yelling on the screen escalated, Nathan grabbed his coffee and took another long sip. Several moments passed before the anchor returned her focus to the screen. She touched her ear as if someone were talking into her earpiece. Thank you, Jimmy. Okay, my apologies, everyone, but I think we are finally back on track. We have someone from the mayor's office on the line with us with an official update. She looked off camera toward a producer, trying to get confirmation that they were on the line. After a slight nod, she began speaking. Hello, sir, can you hear me? I apologize, I did not get your name. It's Mr. Landry. I'm the assistant spokesperson for the mayor, came the reply. Okay, Mr. Landry. This is the first time we've had anyone in the know on here, so what can you tell us? Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of answers, but I will tell you what I know. For starters, the local government and services are, for lack of a better word, gone. What do you mean gone? She asked, staring into the camera in disbelief. I mean just that, they're gone. There are no more emergency services, no police, no fire, no rescue, nothing. The anchor stammered for a moment, her disbelief evident. Okay, Mr. Landry, is anything known about the cause of the violence? The only thing we have been able to ascertain is that the violence is somehow connected to a virus. It presents as a bad flu before turning the host into whatever those things are. We have had reports that the victims of the attacks have gotten back up and attacked others. Can you confirm that? Unfortunately, I can. I saw it happen to the mayor. One of those people just. Mr. Landry was interrupted by yelling coming from the newsroom. The anchor looked off screen toward the commotion, her eyes wide with fear, and let out a primal scream of terror. Are you okay over there? Mr. Landry asked. The anchor didn't answer, bolting from her desk and running off camera. A few seconds later, a couple of zombies rushed by in pursuit. The camera didn't capture what was happening off screen, but the screams told the story. Nathan let out a deep sigh as he clicked off the television, tossing the remote to the side and downing the rest of his coffee. Looks like the whole world is falling apart. He continued sitting in his chair for several moments, letting the reality of what the town was facing sink in. Finally, he summoned the will to get up and face the day. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe they weren't exposed. Before he could take a step away from his chair, his phone vibrated. A simple one-line text message from Carrie appeared on screen. "Meet me at the diner. Now." Nathan sighed. This can't be good. He walked to the door, threw on his boots, and grabbed a heavy jacket before stepping out of his house. A decent-sized snow flurry welcomed him to the outdoors, the cold following close behind. Rather than jump in his truck, Nathan opted to walk. His house was among a small grouping to the north of town, just a quarter-mile from the downtown business hub. The neighborhood was mostly quiet, save for a couple of kids throwing snowballs at each other a couple of yards away. The walk was short, but did him a lot of good, allowing Nathan to clear his mind. His respite was short-lived when he spotted Carrie just ahead, pacing back and forth outside the diner. He was still a block away when Carrie noticed him, waving her hands frantically to get him to speed up. "Carrie, are you okay?" he asked. "I think we have a problem." "What is it?" "It's not even 10 in the morning, and I've already had a dozen calls asking for cold medicine." "I wouldn't read too much into that. The weather's turning colder, and that typically happens, right? Even on a bad day, we might get 2 or 3 calls. To have a dozen before lunch is concerning." Nathan didn't respond, looking around the streets, seeing them packed with people stocking up on goods at the general store and going about their usual business. A few people let out some coughs, digging into their pockets for tissues as well. "I thought you said it would take at least a day before an infection would spread." Carrie shot back. "Did you forget about the part where I told you that I'm not a virologist? I don't know what I'm dealing with, so I'm making somewhat educated guesses. It's entirely possible this virus has a short incubation period." "Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. It's just, I think we might be in a heap of trouble here. If we can figure out how it's infecting people, we might be able to contain it." "Well, we better figure it out fast because I don't think we have a lot of time." "How can you say that? We don't know what we're dealing with yet." "Because Anchorage is gone." Carrie tensed up, staring at Nathan with a vacant look. "What? Wait, what do you mean Anchorage is gone?" "I was watching one of the local stations on the satellite, and the city is falling apart. The government, police, everything is just gone. And those things overran the newsroom." "Oh my God." "Yep, my thoughts exactly. We don't know how long the clock is, but I think it's safe to assume that we're on one." Carrie's voice dropped. "So what do we do? Appeal to Mayor Gibson again? See if we can institute a lockdown?" "He'll never go for it. Even with Anchorage being knocked out. We need more than that." Before they could continue, a loud voice called out from down the street. "Nathan. Nathan, buddy. I gotta talk to you." Nathan and Carrie turned around to see Earl standing on the corner of the next street. Despite the frigid temperature, the older gentleman was dressed in nothing but cargo shorts and a blue Hawaiian shirt. "Oh, good Lord. It's Earl," Carrie muttered. "Nathan, come here." Earl's yelling drew the attention of several townspeople on the streets, many of whom shook their heads and continued about their business. Earl was a known quantity in town, having been a resident for nearly 3 decades. Over the years, his mind had slowly faded further and further away, which the locals were very aware of. Nathan held his finger over his mouth while walking towards Earl, getting him to quiet down a bit. As he and Carrie approached, Earl shuffled along in the snow in tennis shoes. "Earl, are you doing okay, man?" Earl spoke in a frantic, yet somehow controlled manner. "Yeah, Nathan, yeah, I'm okay. I mean, not really, because we're up Schitt's Creek and the paddle is miles behind us, but physically I'm okay." "Okay, I ask because you're out in the snow in shorts without a jacket." "Ah, hell, man, it's an October snow. I might as well be out at the beach. Look, don't worry about that. We have a situation." "We know. People are starting to get sick," Carrie said. "And I know who they are." Carrie and Nathan shared a quick glance before turning back to Earl with curiosity. "Earl, buddy, how do you know who the people are?" Earl looked around on the street, making sure they weren't within earshot of anyone. Before talking, he motioned for the two others to move in close, lowering his voice. "It's the blood type." Carrie blinked. "Earl, what are you talking about?" "I'm telling you, it's the blood type. The virus is very specific. If you have A-type blood, it's going to hunt you down and take up residence. A virus that targets by blood type. Is that even possible?" Nathan asked. Carrie shrugged. "Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about it to say that it can't. This sucker moves quick too. I bet you've had your phone ringing off the hook this morning with people looking for meds. Am I right? 12 already today. Then we really don't have much time before those infected people start having an unhealthy interest in healthy folks." "How much time are we talking, Earl?" Nathan asked. Earl looked up to the sky, shaking his head a bit and muttering to himself, as if doing calculations. "Brian and that new boy landed at what, 6 o'clock yesterday? Something like that. Then we got roughly 56 hours before we're neck deep in whatever those things are. Jesus, that's less than 2.5 days. Carrie put her hand up, shaking her head as if she struggled to believe what she was hearing. "Earl, where are you getting this information from?" "Don't you worry, miss, I have my sources, and they're airtight." Carrie looked over at Nathan, willing him to take the lead on the talk. Nathan stepped up to Earl, getting eye to eye with him. "Earl, you revealing your source might be what saves this town from destruction. Please, I need you to do that for me." Earl contemplated for a moment before nodding enthusiastically. "All right, Nathan, if you think it'll save the town." "That's my boy. Come on, let's get over to City Hall." As the three of them turned to walk across the street, they paused as a police SUV drove by them, parking in front of the diner. A moment later, Deputy Weaver stepped out. "Hey, Deputy Weaver," Carrie called. "Oh, hey, Carrie, what's up?" "We need you to get the sheriff down here." "Is Ol Earl giving you trouble?" "Because I can handle it." Instinctively, Earl began raising his hand in a one-finger salute, but Nathan caught it in time. With a gentle shake of his head, Nathan got Earl to stand down. "No, Deputy, Earl's just fine. But we're going to need you and the sheriff over at City Hall for a talk. Please, it's important." Weaver stared at Carrie for a moment before nodding. "Okay, Carrie, we'll be over there in just a few minutes." As Weaver ducked his head back into the vehicle, Earl spoke in a low, angry voice. "Why in the hell are you inviting the cops to this little shindig? We don't really see eye to eye on much, you know?" "Well, Earl, if we can convince Mayor Gibson to do what needs to be done, we're going to need the police's help to get it done." Chapter 12. Nathan, Carrie, and Earl walked through the front door of City Hall, drawing an immediate reaction from Mayor Gibson, who had his legs propped up on his desk. "Nathan, I got a lot of work to get done. I don't really want to hear Ol Earl there ramble on about nonsense," Mayor Gibson said. "Well, you're going to have to, Mayor. Because we have a situation on our hands," Nathan replied. Gibson let out a deep sigh as he sat up, plopping his feet on the ground and leaning forward. "You got 2 minutes, so you better get to it," he muttered. Before they could begin, Deputy Weaver joined them, holding a cardboard tray filled with coffee cups. "Sheriff Cooper is pulling up now. So what's all this about?" Weaver asked. "Might as well wait on the sheriff to get in here so we can go over it once," Nathan replied. Weaver nodded and walked over to the mayor's desk, offering him a cup. "Appreciate it, Deputy," Mayor Gibson said. "Sure thing, Mayor. Nathan, Carrie, I got a cup for you too," Weaver added. "Hey now, what about me?" Earl interjected. Weaver turned and stared down at Earl, speaking in a confrontational tone. "Earl, do you remember when I had to come talk to you at the park the other day?" "Yeah, I remember that talk, Deputy," Earl replied. "Do you remember what you said about my mother?" Weaver continued. Earl got a sheepish look on his face, giving a slight nod. "Yeah, I remember that too, Deputy." So do you understand why I didn't bring you any coffee? Weaver asked. Earl let out a sigh, nodding his head in a conciliatory manner. Yeah, I understand, Deputy. As the deputy turned to move to the side, Nathan handed his coffee over to Earl, giving him a friendly wink in the process. Earl beamed, a big grin spreading across his face. There weren't many people in town who treated Earl with any respect, but Nathan was certainly among them. All right, does somebody want to tell me just why in the hell I had to drag my ass out of my office? Sheriff Cooper burst through the door, his voice booming. After speaking, he let out a long series of coughs, immediately drawing concern from the others. Are you okay there, Sheriff? Nathan asked. I'll be a lot better when you tell me why the hell I'm here, Cooper shot back. We need to lock the town down, and do it now, Carrie said firmly. Cooper let out a hearty laugh that was interrupted by a coughing fit. Oh, now, don't you go getting hysterical on me, sweetheart. There ain't no reason to lock the town down. Carrie's eyes flashed red with rage, though she kept her emotions in check, knowing that ripping the sheriff a new one wouldn't accomplish anything. Sadly, Sheriff, there very much is, Nathan added. Oh yeah? Because Brian and his buddy brought back a cold from Anchorage? It ain't gonna happen, Cooper retorted, his voice oozing with condescension, though another coughing fit diluted the effect. It's painfully obvious you aren't taking the threat seriously, Sheriff. But that cold you're mocking? It just destroyed Anchorage, Nathan said flatly. The room fell silent as the words struck fear into everyone. It took a few moments for them to sink in and for people to begin talking again. Nathan, what are you talking about? Mayor Gibson asked. My satellite was picking up one of the local news stations from Anchorage. The city is completely overrun, all services are gone, no police, no nothing, and then some of those people overran the news station. But just before everything went dark, they had someone from the mayor's office on there, and he confirmed that a virus was the cause of it all, Nathan explained. Cooper's smug demeanor softened as a hint of worry crept onto his face. Yeah, well, that don't mean the virus is here, he replied. I had a dozen calls at the doctor's office this morning with patients asking for cold medicine, Carrie countered. Yeah, well, it's snowing outside and you know how panicky people get, Cooper said, going into another coughing fit before regaining his composure. See, even I got the sniffles from weather change. So you can go ahead and put me down for some of that cold medicine. Sheriff, this is not normal, Carrie insisted. It's just a coincidence. You need to stop freaking out, Cooper shot back. Carrie suppressed the urge to yell at the sheriff. Besides, what do you want to do? Lock up anybody who has a cold. Anybody who sneezes in public, Cooper continued. There's no need for that since we know exactly who is going to get sick, Earl interjected. Cooper turned his ire toward Earl, his tone aggressive. Oh, the town nutcase is going to share his wisdom with us. Oh, do tell, who is going to get sick? Cooper went into another coughing fit, prompting a smirk to form on Earl's face. He let out a chuckle as he began waving his arms around, as though preparing himself for a massive task. Okay now, Sheriff, I'm going to blow your mind and prove my point. I would bet every dime I have that you have A-type blood, Earl said. Yeah, I do. So what? Cooper replied. I'd also bet every dime I have that nobody else in this room has A-type blood, Earl continued. Cooper looked around the room, locking eyes with the others and receiving a slow shake of the head in response. He let out another series of coughs before his eyes grew wide with fear. Now wait just a damn minute. Are you saying I'm going to become one of those crazy people that they were talking about in Anchorage? Yep, I'm afraid so, Sheriff. You and every other person with A-type blood in this town. And it's going to happen in about 56 hours, Earl said calmly. Cooper's bravado faded as he struggled to process the news. Before he could find the words, the mayor took control of the floor. Okay, now, let's just back up here. What in the hell are you talking about, Earl? Where are you pulling this mumbo-jumbo from? Mayor Gibson demanded. Earl cast a concerned look over at Nathan, who responded with a confident, supportive nod. Well, you see, when I was younger, I did a lengthy stint in the military. Mostly doing stuff I'm not allowed to talk about, if you get my drift, Earl explained. "Oh, good Lord, really, Earl?" Mayor Gibson said, exasperated. "Yeah, Mayor, really. And I got stuff at my house to back up what I just told you. But we don't really have the time to get into it since we have more pressing needs at the moment. Now what you need to know is, I may be out of the service, but some of my buddies aren't. And overnight, I managed to get a hold of one of them. Now if you think it's bad in Anchorage, it doesn't hold a candle to what's going on down in the lower 48, Earl continued. Earl took a moment, sipping his coffee, gearing himself up for another explanation. Major cities are completely overrun. The president's sealed away in his little bunker, and the military cut and ran to Kansas to regroup. But do you know what they did before abandoning their posts? They purged every single enlisted man and woman with A-type blood. Because they know for a fact that the virus targets those people, he finished. What about a cure? Vaccine? Treatment? Carrie asked. There's nothing, at least as far as he knows. But even if there was, do you really think we'd be able to get our hands on it in time? Earl replied. Carrie's head dropped, knowing Earl was right. Earl, how much time do we have? Mayor Gibson asked. 56 hours, give or take, Earl replied. Well, damn, Earl, that's pretty specific, the mayor muttered. My guy told me it has a 72-hour incubation period. The infected will continually get sicker and sicker before keeling over. And then they get back up, Earl said grimly. Jesus, Earl, I know you don't like us and all, but could you at least pretend to show some respect to the sheriff here? Deputy Weaver interjected. Cooper took a deep breath, fighting off another coughing fit as he stepped up. He put his hand on Weaver, urging him to stand down. It's all right, Weaver. Old Earl here is just speaking truth. There ain't no ill will in there, Cooper said. Earl gave the sheriff a nod, appreciating the sentiment from his adversary. So what do we do? Mayor Gibson asked. The first thing we need to do is figure out who has A-type blood, Nathan replied. I can handle that. We have all the records up at the doctor's office, Carrie offered. Do you really think Doc Bennington is just going to let you take those records? He's a stickler for the rules, and sifting through medical records might be a tough sell, the mayor pointed out. I don't think he's going to be an issue, Carrie replied confidently. And why not? Mayor Gibson asked. Because he has A-type blood. He called in sick this morning, said he'd be in after lunch. Even if he does make it in, I'll have them pulled before he gets there, Carrie explained. I know you have to check everybody in town, but I'm going to give you a list that needs to be checked first, Sheriff Cooper added. Worried about your friends there, Sheriff? Carrie's tone carried a hint of venom. Even knowing Cooper wasn't long for this world, she still wasn't happy with the way he consistently treated her. No, miss. I just know that if you're going to do what needs to be done, then you're going to need some vetted men who will be willing to help out. You're just going to have to make sure that they're healthy, Cooper replied respectfully. Thank you, Sheriff. I'll take care of it, Carrie said. Okay, what we just discussed does not leave this office. Is that understood? Mayor Gibson asked. Everybody nodded and muttered some variation of yes. Good. Now, Carrie, if you want to grab those files and bring them back here, Nathan and I will give you a hand going through them, the mayor said. What about me? Deputy Weaver asked. You're needed back at the station, because if old Earl is right, you're about to be the sheriff, Sheriff Cooper replied. Weaver and Cooper exchanged a knowing, respectful look, like a child looking up to their father. Weaver knew the job was eventually going to be his, but he wasn't thrilled it was happening like this. I'll get back as quickly as I can to help with the files, Nathan offered. Where are you going? Carrie asked. I got 2 stops. First, I have to let Brian and Jeremy know that they're free to leave the house as long as they're not sick. And then I have to head up to the old processing plant, Nathan replied. What the hell are you going up there for? Mayor Gibson asked. Because we may need a place to hold people, and I want to make damn sure it's secure, Nathan answered. The words hit everyone hard, making them feel uneasy. Nathan immediately caught on. Yeah, I know I'm not a fan of it either. I'm just making sure we have our bases covered. With a reluctant nod, the mayor sent him off. Just get back quick. We have a lot of work to do and not a lot of time. Chapter 13. 8:13 p.m. Nathan, Carey, and Mayor Gibson pored over the stacks of folders spread out over several large folding tables. Just behind them stood a whiteboard, marked up with names and 2 running tallies, both of which registered in the hundreds. The trio had been at it for hours, their eyes straining from reading through reams of medical charts in search of the only bit of information they required: blood type. "Okay, I have 2 more who are negative for the virus," Carey said. "Fantastic," Nathan replied, hopping up from his seat, grabbing a magic marker, and making 2 marks in the not infected count. "I have 3 more for the infected column," Mayor Gibson added. Nathan let out a sigh as he added the marks to that count, his heart sinking as he noticed it was growing larger than the uninfected side. "Names?" Nathan asked. Gibson handed over the folders so Nathan could add them to the growing list of people who would need to be quarantined. He winced at the recognition of the names. "Are you okay, Nathan?" Carey asked. "About as good as I can be. I've just spent a lot of time working side by side with these people, and I'm struggling to process the fact that they're going to be gone in less than 48 hours, Nathan replied. Carey gave him a sympathetic look, prompting a thankful nod in response. Before they could continue, they were interrupted by a knock at the front door of City Hall. "It's open. Come on in," Mayor Gibson called out. The door pushed open, letting in a blast of chilly air as Brian and Jeremy shuffled through the door. Brian looked right at home in an oversized sweater, while Jeremy shivered underneath several layers. "Knock, knock, everybody," Brian announced. "Hey, Brian, Jeremy. How are you two enjoying your newfound freedom?" Carey asked. "I'm loving it, but I don't think Jeremy here has quite gotten the feel for the Alaskan wilderness level of cold yet," Brian replied. "Yeah, it'll take you a season before you've adjusted," Nathan said. "Even the difference between here and Anchorage is dramatic. We don't have any major buildings to cut down on the wind." "I'll be okay, but I wouldn't turn down a cup of coffee if you have one," Jeremy said. "I'm sorry, but we don't have any brewed up at the moment," Mayor Gibson said, "but I can get some going if you like." "I don't want to impose," Jeremy replied. "It's absolutely no problem at all. I'm sure the rest of us could use a round too," Mayor Gibson reassured him. "Honestly, I'm okay, Mayor. I would like to sleep at some point tonight," Carey said. "I tell you what, hold on the coffee," Nathan interjected, reaching into his back pocket, pulling out his wallet, and grabbing a handful of 20s, which he offered to Jeremy. "Why don't you head across the street and pick us all up a late dinner? Just tell Hazel it's for us, and she'll know our usual. And of course, pick up whatever you like, coffee included." "Thank you, sir. I appreciate that," Jeremy replied. "Please call me Nathan." "And it's my pleasure," Nathan said. "I'll be back soon." Jeremy nodded and exited the building as Brian walked over to the board. He stared at it for several long moments before speaking. "Is this list what I think it is?" Brian asked. "I'm afraid so," Nathan confirmed. "So what's the count looking like?" Brian asked. "There are 412 people in town, not including Jeremy," Carey replied. "And at last count, we're up to 237 infected," Nathan said. "Jesus Christ, so more than half the town?" Brian said. "And we still have a handful of files to look over," Carey added. "How in God's name are we going to handle this?" Brian asked. "Very carefully. If we don't do this right, we're going to risk a panic on our hands," Nathan replied. As if on cue, yelling began to erupt from outside. At first, it didn't sound too serious, however. Within moments, a lone voice yelling turned into a small mob. "You mean like that?" Brian said. Everyone rushed over to the front window, looking out across the street towards Hazel's diner. A small mob of people stood a few yards away from Deputy Weaver, who had his hand resting on his sidearm. "We have to get out there. They look like they're ready to tear him apart," Carey said. "Come on," Nathan said, leading the group out of City Hall. Immediately, they could hear what the commotion was all about. As they got closer, they saw that the ringleader was a middle-aged man holding a hunting rifle. Nathan immediately recognized him. "Casey, what in God's name are you doing?" "Put that weapon down," Nathan shouted. "Stay out of this, Nathan." "This don't concern you," Casey shot back. Before Nathan could respond, a woman yelled out from the back of the pack. "He just came out of City Hall with the mayor." "Well then, maybe this does concern you," Casey replied. "Talk to me, Casey. What's going on?" Nathan asked. "We know you're planning on rounding a lot of us up, and we're not going to have any of it," Casey said. Nathan and Carrie exchanged a confused look, wondering how he came across that information. "Casey, that's nonsense. We would never." Nathan began. "Save it," Casey interrupted, spewing venom as he spoke. "Doc Bennington told us all about it. We know what you're planning, and we're not going to take it lying down." As he finished speaking, Casey went into a coughing fit before wiping his arm across his nose in an attempt to clear it. "Are you feeling okay there, Casey?" Nathan asked. "Yeah, I'm just fine," Casey replied. Carrie leaned up to Nathan, whispering in his ear, "He's on the list." Nathan didn't respond, not wanting to break his view of Casey, who was still gripping the rifle tightly. Before he could speak again, Mayor Gibson stepped up. "All right, everybody, I need you all to calm down and go back to your homes. This is enough excitement for one night. Now let's get us a good night's sleep, and we'll talk about this in the morning," Mayor Gibson said. "I don't think so, Mayor. We're going to talk about it right now," Casey said, turning towards the mayor and raising his rifle like he was preparing to fire. Before he could, Deputy Weaver called out. "Put it down now." Weaver drew his handgun, firing a single round well over Casey's head. The shot caused him to panic, turning his rifle towards the deputy and firing. The shot narrowly missed Weaver, who dove to the ground for cover behind his SUV. Many in the crowd scattered, running for cover. Nathan, however, rushed towards his friend, who was busy chambering another round into the rifle. Nathan reached the gunman just before he could raise the weapon again. However, Casey swung the butt of his rifle at the right moment, catching Nathan in the shoulder and knocking him to the ground. Nathan hit the snow-covered pavement hard, knocking the breath from his lungs. As he rolled over, he saw Casey beginning to raise his rifle towards him. "Easy now, Casey, easy," Nathan said. "You were going to lock us up and leave us to die." "I can't let that slide," Casey said. Nathan winced as Casey raised his rifle towards him. Before the trigger could be squeezed, however, Casey let out a grunt, losing control of his arms. The rifle fell to the ground, clattering on the pavement before Casey joined it. Nathan looked up, spotting Jeremy standing there, holding a bloody knife in his hand. His expression was completely blank, managing to hide the smile that wanted so desperately to come out. Nathan looked over to Casey, who had a hole in his jacket right where his heart would be. Blood poured out like an open faucet, and his movements quickly faded. Before either of them could speak, a woman yelled out in anguish from the back of the pack. "Oh my God, Casey, you killed him," she screamed. A middle-aged woman, roughly Casey's age, rushed over to his side. She dropped to her knees beside him, struggling to figure out what to do. It didn't take long for her to realize that the life had drained out of him. Carrie stepped up beside Nathan, offering him a hand up off the ground. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks to Jeremy there," Nathan replied. Jeremy kept the knife firmly in his hand as he walked over to them. "Jeremy, are you okay?" Carrie asked. "I'm fine, thank you," he replied. The woman continued to yell behind them, sobbing through each scream. "You killed him. You killed him. He was shooting at me," Deputy Weaver said. The woman turned her attention towards Deputy Weaver, letting loose a string of curses that bordered on unintelligible due to her pain and rage. As she verbally assaulted the officer, Casey began to stir once more. Nobody noticed until it was too late. The zombified remains of the man reached out and grabbed the woman's arm, pulling it to his mouth. She let out a scream as a chunk of flesh was viciously removed. "Jesus Christ," Deputy Weaver exclaimed, fumbling for his holstered handgun as the others stood by, staring in disbelief at the sight unfolding before them. The woman fell backward to the ground, yelling and pleading towards Casey as she crawled along the snow-covered street. Within seconds, the creature pulled itself on top of her, biting down into her shoulder. As the others hesitated, Jeremy stepped forward, raising the knife high and slamming it into the top of Casey's skull. He hit it with enough force to drive it into the brain, ending the threat. Jeremy let go of the handle, allowing the lifeless corpse to fall onto the panicked woman below. Jeremy stood there, staring at his handiwork, fighting the urge to smile as Nathan and Carrie rushed over to help the woman out from underneath the body. The mob of protesters who had backed away was slowly returning, trying to get a better look at the scene. Before anybody could speak up or make a move, the mayor yelled out, "All right, everybody get back to your homes. We will have a town meeting at 9 in the morning where everything will be discussed. But don't worry, what happened to Casey here isn't going to happen to anybody else tonight. But just to be safe, make sure you lock those doors up tight. Now get moving." The crowd began to disperse, the ominous feeling of doom hovering over their heads as they moved. A couple of townsfolk came over to care for the injured woman, including Doc Bennington. Once they were headed in the right direction, Gibson turned to the others. "Okay, can somebody tell me just what in the Sam hell just happened? I thought we had another 48 hours, the mayor asked. It's clear he was infected, but maybe his untimely demise is what triggered the reanimation, Carrie suggested. Can you put that into English? The mayor asked. I think she means that if someone dies and they're infected, they're going to be getting back up, Nathan explained. Something like that, Carrie added. Jesus, okay, well, hopefully this little display will get people to be on their best behavior, the mayor said. We'll see how long that lasts when you give that speech about locking them up tomorrow, Nathan said, patting the mayor on the back, trying to comfort him. While he knew he was doing what needed to be done, the weight of Gibson's decisions was weighing heavily on him. Come on, we still have work to get done tonight. Chapter 14. The next morning. Mayor Gibson paced in front of his desk as Carrie and Nathan stared at the list of names on the board. Each name represented their friends, neighbors, and co-workers, people they had known for years, even decades. And within 36 hours, they were all going to be gone. I know it's a long shot, but has Earl heard from his contacts? Anything about treatments? Carrie asked. There's nothing that can be done for them, unfortunately, Nathan replied. Earl didn't go into details, but the lower 48 are barely hanging on. Which is what we're going to be doing, Mayor Gibson added. He walked past the duo, stepping up to the front window and looking out. Nearly the entire town was packed into the street outside City Hall, the cold and snow deterring virtually nobody. Do you know what you're going to say, Mayor? Carrie asked. I've been repeating things to myself for the last few hours, Gibson admitted. It sounds good in my head, but I know as soon as I make eye contact with one of the infected, I'm going to fall apart like a cheap suit. We'll be there with you. If you need me to take over. Nathan's voice trailed off as Gibson turned to look at him. Any other time, Gibson would have been on edge, defensive, thinking that Nathan was trying to take his job. Today, however, he was grateful to have him by his side. Thanks, Nathan, Gibson said. He let out a long sigh as he looked toward the window again, seeing the hundreds of anxious people awaiting his speech. Come on, let's go give the most important speech I'm ever going to give. Nathan and Carrie followed the mayor outside into the cold, the snow still falling at a steady pace. With no stage available, he walked over to a pickup truck, and one of the men standing in the bed helped him up. Gibson steadied himself as he looked out at the crowd, everyone intently focused on him. He could see the fear and anguish in their eyes, some of them already anticipating their fate. What I am about to say is going to be hard to hear, but it is the truth, he began. A truth that we have to face head-on if anybody wants to survive. I'll admit that we do not have all of the details, however. What we know is enough to force our hand. He paused for a moment before continuing. There's a virus that has spread across the country, and quite possibly the world, and it is lethal to those who are susceptible to it. It doesn't just kill, however, it causes people to turn violent. As we saw last night with Casey. What happened to Casey is, unfortunately, going to happen to a lot of you, and there's nothing that can be done about it." The crowd began to murmur, forcing the mayor to motion with his hands in an attempt to quiet them. "We have been able to determine that if you have A-type blood, you are infected and will perish from this virus." A score of screams resonated from the crowd, quickly followed by crying from several people. Mayor Gibson scanned the crowd, watching as people realized their fate. It took him a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. "Unfortunately, the time we have to prevent a full-scale outbreak of violence in this town is short. We expect people to begin succumbing to the virus by as early as tomorrow morning." The crowd again reacted to the news, forcing Gibson to give them a moment before quieting them down again. "Which is why, beginning at 5 p.m. today, we will be coming around to homes door by door to collect the infected for quarantine." Some of the crying in the audience turned to anger, with people shouting a barrage of curses toward Gibson. "I know you are all angry, but there is no other way," he pleaded. "Please, think of your neighbors, your friends, your co-workers, and in some cases, your children. If you're infected and they aren't, do you really want to be a danger to them? Do you want your last act on this earth to be one of selfishness that condemns them to your fate?" Most of the anger in the crowd dissipated as they contemplated his words. After several moments, quiet again fell over them. "I am so sorry, I really am," Gibson said, his voice thick with regret. "But rest assured, I will do everything in my power to make sure the town not only survives this but continues to thrive in the months ahead. Now please, I want everyone to head home. Spend time with your loved ones. I will have more for you later this afternoon." Mayor Gibson looked out at the shell-shocked crowd as they began to disperse, walking through the picturesque snowfall back to their homes. Tears began to flow down the mayor's face, knowing that for many of those people, it was likely the last time he would lay eyes on them. Several hours later, Mayor Gibson stared at the clock on the wall, watching it tick closer and closer to 5 p.m. The dread within him continued to build, even though he knew it was their only option. Nathan, Carrie, and Deputy Weaver sat at the conference table, surrounded by the town's medical records, though none of them were particularly interested in doing any work. Like the mayor, their thoughts were on their fellow townsfolk. "Weaver, do you have enough men to, Carrie asked quietly, lock up half the town in the old fish processing plant?" "Yeah, Carrie, I think we have enough," Deputy Weaver replied. "I'm hoping that after what happened to poor Casey, most people will do what's right." "What time are we getting things started?" Carrie inquired. "We're going to start rounding them up at 5, Weaver answered. "No, we're not," Gibson interjected. "Mayor, we talked about this. If we don't quarantine these people—" "We're still going to quarantine them, Deputy, just not tonight," Gibson clarified. "You can't go getting cold feet now," Weaver argued. "I'm not. But that whole episode with Casey got me thinking. If we start locking them up right now, they're going to have a full day before they start turning. People will get desperate, and I don't want that to happen. We can give them one more night at home with their families," Gibson explained. "Gibson's right. If the timeline is correct, the risk of letting them stay home is minimal," Nathan supported. "Weaver, can you and your men patrol the streets tonight?" Carrie asked. "As long as the mayor issues a curfew, we should be all right," Weaver replied. "Curfew's at 8. Let's start spreading the word," Gibson ordered. As the group got up from the table, they noticed a large crowd walking down the middle of the street, several people carrying bags. "What the hell is that?" Gibson asked, perplexed. "I don't know, but we better go find out," Nathan said. Nathan led them out of City Hall, immediately spotting the leader of the pack. It was Lee, a longtime resident of Marshall, who ran the largest fishing vessel in town. His weathered face bore the more than 4 decades at sea proudly. "Hey Lee, hold up a second," Nathan called out. Out of respect for his longtime friend, Lee stopped the group and waited for him to catch up. "What's going on, man?" Nathan asked. "I'm taking my family, and those who wish to go, out to sea," Lee declared. "Lee, that's crazy. We're going to keep people," Nathan started, but Lee's piercing stare stopped him mid-sentence. After a tense silence, Lee pulled Nathan aside for a private conversation. "I know what you're going to do to these people. Locking them up in the processing plant," Lee said bluntly. "Lee, trust me, I don't want," Nathan began, but Lee interrupted him forcefully. "I understand, Nathan. I know you did not ask for this, and I know that you have no other choice. I hold no ill will toward you or anybody else involved with that decision. I understand that you have a responsibility for those under your care, just as I have a responsibility for those under mine. Lee, we're going to take every step that we can to ensure that this is as painless as possible," Nathan assured him. "By locking them up in a building with no hope of escape, what do you think is going to happen when the first of them turns? Do you think they're going to patiently wait for the others to pass on?" Lee challenged. Nathan let out a sigh, shaking his head. He knew it was going to be horrific, and he had no response to Lee's inquiry. His silence, however, spoke volumes. "That's what I thought," Lee said. "Now I have the ability to spare these people that fate, and that's what I intend on doing." "What are you going to do exactly?" Nathan asked. "Every single person behind me is infected. They know that there is nothing that can be done for them, but they do not want to face the horrors of tomorrow. I am going to take them on one last trip out to sea and plunge it into the icy depths," Lee revealed. "Jesus, Lee," Nathan muttered. "They do not know that yet, and if I do my job, they will be gone before they know what is happening. They might have a few seconds of panic, but they will be spared the creeping dread of sitting in the processing plant, waiting to die," Lee explained. He let out a long series of coughs, prompting Nathan to gently put his hand on his friend's back in moral support. After several moments, Lee regained his composure and stood tall. Once upright, he extended his hand to Nathan, who reciprocated. "You have been a good friend over the years, Nathan. You're a capable leader, and the survivors of this town are damn lucky to have you. I wish you nothing but the best in these trying times," Lee said. "You're a good man, Lee. It's been an honor," Nathan replied. Lee gave his longtime friend a pat on the shoulder before waving the throng of infected to continue following him. Nathan took a few steps back, joining the others in front of City Hall. They stood in silence as the mob marched toward the docks. "Are they doing what I think they're doing?" Carrie asked. "They are," Nathan confirmed. "Jesus, all those people," Deputy Weaver muttered. "Not to sound crass, but that's 40 fewer people we have to worry about," Mayor Gibson remarked. "I think that could have gone without saying, Gibson," Carrie replied. "Yeah, fair enough," Gibson conceded. Nathan stared toward the back of the marching group, waiting until they were a few blocks away before snapping back into the moment. "Come on, we still have a lot of work to get done. Let's start spreading the word about the curfew." Chapter 15. Nathan stirred from his sleep at the sound of banging on his front door. The room was completely dark, forcing him to flail about for a few seconds before managing to snap on a light. His eyes protested as they adjusted to the illumination as the audible assault from the front door continued unabated. "Jesus, what is it now?" he muttered, glancing over at the clock on his nightstand. It was just after 1 a.m. The fearsome thoughts running through his mind about what could be causing the commotion on his doorstep snapped him awake. "Yeah, I'll be right there," he called, leaping out of bed and sprinting to the front door as the banging continued. He paused as he reached out for the door, wondering if it was one of those creatures on the other side attempting to get in. "Who is it?" "It's Deputy Weaver, Nathan. Can you open up?" Nathan breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door, motioning for the deputy to enter. The wind whipped up the driving snow, sending it swirling into the living room. "Come on in out of the cold, Weaver." "I appreciate it." "What's going on? Is everything okay?" "Don't worry, we don't have an outbreak or anything, but things are absolutely not okay." "Well, don't leave me in suspense." "It's Danny Miller and his wife, Maud. They're both dead." "What the hell happened?" "I think it's something you need to see for yourself." Nathan nodded and began walking back toward his bedroom. "Give me just a second to get some clothes on." "I'm parked right outside. I'll be in the SUV. I need to check the radio." "I won't be long." A couple of minutes later, Nathan slammed his front door shut before rushing over and jumping into the passenger seat of the toasty warm SUV. Weaver barely waited for the door to close before hitting the gas and speeding off toward the southern part of town. Nathan, I know that there were a lot of names on your board, but do you remember if either Danny or Maud were on there? Maud was infected, but Danny wasn't. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm very sure. I was at their place not 3 months ago to celebrate their 40th wedding anniversary. Then we might have a bigger problem on our hands than we realize. Nathan's mind went into overdrive, thinking of all the horrible possibilities. He didn't have to think for long before Weaver pulled up to the Miller house. Standing outside was Scott, a large burly man with a thick beard and heavy jacket, keeping a watch on things. Has anybody been in or out, Scott? Nobody's been outside as far as I can tell. Okay, we got it from here. You can get back to your patrol. Scott gave Nathan a knowing nod as they entered the house. While the two weren't particularly close, they had worked together long enough to have a mutual respect for one another. You may want to prepare yourself, Nathan. This isn't pretty. Nathan nodded and stepped through the threshold of the house, immediately recoiling from the sight. The couch just to the right of him was covered in blood, splattered about and pooling underneath the elderly Danny's body. Jesus Christ. I told you it's not pretty. Nathan stepped over to the corpse, looking at it intently. There appeared to be only a single wound, a butcher knife through the heart. It was driven halfway through his chest, with the rest of the blade sticking out. He looked to the floor, seeing a blood trail that led to the kitchen. With a subtle head nod, Weaver followed him in there. The kitchen was mostly clean, save for a small pooling of blood by the counter. Just beside that was a dent in the wall, roughly at chest height. So what are you thinking happened to Danny? Was he murdered in here and dragged into the living room? I honestly don't know, Nathan. That's why I went and got you out of bed. Weaver, my knowledge of crime scenes has been derived from network television shows. Which is to say, I don't really know what I'm looking at. I know, Nathan, but I don't think there's anybody in town who is qualified, which is why I came and got you. You have a level head, and frankly, I trust you more than the mayor. Nathan thought about the reasoning for a moment before nodding in agreement. Okay, Weaver, I understand. So were there any signs of forced entry or footsteps in the snow? Nobody locks their doors in this town, Nathan. And as for footsteps, it's snowing too hard outside. If there was somebody here, Scott didn't get here soon enough after they left to spot their trail. Of course, that would be about 5 minutes with how fast it's coming down. So you think he killed himself? How in the hell would that old man get a knife that deep into his chest? I don't know, Nathan. There's a big pool of blood here, and there's a dent in the wall. Maybe he ran up against it and slammed the knife into himself. Nathan began shaking his head vigorously. I've known Danny for years. There's absolutely no way he would do that. He wouldn't kill himself. On any other day, Nathan, I'd agree with you. But you might want to take a look at the bedroom. Nathan hesitantly began walking down the hallway, Weaver allowing him to go first, as he was in no hurry to see what was in the bedroom again. After a few moments, Nathan hesitated by the door, reluctant to open it. Is it worse than the living room? Without a doubt. With a deep sigh, Nathan gently pushed open the door, revealing the horror within. An involuntary retch formed in his throat, the sights and smells of the room nearly overwhelming him. Nathan composed himself long enough to get a look at the scene. Laying flat on the bed was Maud. Blood covering the top part of her nightgown, coming from the wound on her head. A large axe blade was embedded at the bridge of her nose, penetrating so deep into her skull that the handle stuck straight out, frozen in place. After several seconds, Nathan pulled the door shut and motioned for Weaver to get out of the way. He rushed by the deputy, making a beeline for the front door and bursting outside. He doubled over for a moment, retching a few more times before regaining his composure. Weaver stepped outside, stopping at the front stoop. You knew Danny a lot better than I did. Do you think he was capable of something like that, knowing that his wife was going to turn into one of those things? Even if I thought Danny had it in him to put his wife out of her misery, he sure as hell wouldn't have put an axe through her face. So you think someone else did this? Yeah, I do. I do. But who? I honestly can't remember the last time I issued anything more serious than a parking ticket in town. And you think we have a murderer on our hands? They were well loved in the community. I can't remember a single person having a bad thing to say about them. Yeah, but with all the stress with, everything. Maybe somebody lashed out. I don't buy it. Well, if nobody in town could have done it, then we have to assume that Danny did this, right? Both men stood in the snow for a moment, contemplating before they both got the same thought at the same time. It has to be Jeremy, Nathan said. That guy who saved my life not 12 hours ago. Who else could it be? We've had a few dozen newcomers to town over the last couple of years. It could easily be one of them. Or it could be the guy who showed up the other day that we know nothing about. Weaver wasn't convinced, knowing that he might not be standing there if it wasn't for Jeremy. Okay, we'll go talk to him. But if there's no blood or any signs that he did this, you'll drop the issue. Because we have a lot more we have to deal with in a few hours. Fair enough. Come on, he's staying at Brian's house a couple blocks over. Both men jumped into the SUV and sped toward Brian's house. Nathan leapt from the vehicle before it came to a full stop, rushing up to the door and banging on it. Brian, open up. It took several more moments of knocking and banging before the door opened. Jeremy stood on the other side, looking wide awake and alert. Please keep your voice down, Nathan. Brian is asleep in the other room. We're going to have to get him up because we need to talk. You're welcome to try, but I don't think he will wake up until the morning. And why is that? Jeremy walked over to the couch, which was made up into a makeshift bed for him. Sitting on the floor just to the side of it was his backpack, wide open. He leaned over, zipping it most of the way closed before reaching in and pulling out a bottle of pills and tossing them to Nathan. What the hell is this? It's my prescription. I've suffered from insomnia for years, so I have some very powerful medication to help me sleep. Brian was really worked up about what happened outside the diner today, so I let him have one of these so that he could get some rest. Tomorrow is most likely going to be the worst day of any of our lives, and I wanted to make sure he would be awake and alert for it. So he's been unconscious for a while then? Since about 9 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. And what have you been doing this whole time? Nathan asked, scrutinizing Jeremy's expression. Mostly reading, Jeremy replied, his tone calm. I got hooked on a wonderful biography of George Washington that focuses on his time during the Revolutionary War. Truly fascinating stuff. And you've been here all night? Weaver asked, his eyes narrowing. Jeremy gave the deputy a confused look before responding. Of course, deputy. The town is under a curfew, is it not? It is, but I still have to ask, Weaver replied. What is all this about, if you don't mind me asking? Jeremy's voice remained even, though his gaze sharpened. Nathan opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Weaver placed a firm hand on his shoulder, a silent reminder. Nathan hesitated, reconsidering his words. The deputy here got a call a little while ago from one of your neighbors a couple blocks up, Nathan said, the lie coming easily. They thought they heard someone walking around, so we're out here checking into it. Most likely it was just some of the wildlife, Weaver added smoothly. But with everything that's going on, we just want to cover all our bases and be thorough. We're sorry to have bothered you. It's no bother at all, deputy. If I could sleep, I know I would rest easier knowing you were on duty. Well, try to get some sleep, Weaver said. Tomorrow is going to be a hell of a day. I promise I'll try after I finish this chapter, Jeremy replied with a small smile. Weaver nodded, and he and Nathan walked back to the SUV without saying a word. Jeremy watched them go the entire way before shutting the front door. Once inside the vehicle, Nathan broke the silence. What do you think, deputy? I think that if we were living in normal times, I wouldn't be able to get a judge to sign off on a warrant, Weaver replied. Well, we're not in normal times, are we? So, what do you think? Nathan pressed. I think we need to keep an eye on him. Chapter 16. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a gloomy shadow across the snow-covered town. Most of the townsfolk made their way toward the fish processing plant on the north side, walking arm in arm with their loved ones as they went. Tears flowed from infected and uninfected alike. Even if none of their loved ones were doomed, emotions ran high. Nathan and Carrie stood at the front window of City Hall, watching the procession of people walk by. They had spent the better part of the last hour watching in near silence. After what felt like an eternity, the flow of people slowed to a trickle. "Do you suppose that's everyone?" Carrie asked. "There may be some stragglers, but Deputy Weaver and his men are doing a house-by-house sweep," Nathan replied. "I guess in a few hours we have to start calling him Sheriff Weaver. It just doesn't feel real." "I know. Such a waste of life. And for what?" "I don't know, Carrie. I just don't know." The two of them went back to staring out the window as the last person shambled by. They turned their attention to the footsteps in the snow that were quickly being filled by the fresh snowfall. The last steps many of the townsfolk would take wiped away. For a brief moment, the scene outside turned peaceful, almost beautiful, with the stillness of the street. Their admiration of it was broken by the sound of dry heaving coming from the bathroom on the other side of the room. A few moments later, Mayor Gibson emerged, looking worse for wear. "Are you okay there, Gibson?" Nathan asked. "Yeah, just the nerves getting the better of me," Mayor Gibson replied. "Don't worry, we're going to be with you every step of the way," Carrie assured him. "I appreciate that, more than you know." "It's starting to get late. We should get moving," Nathan added. Gibson let out a long sigh before reluctantly nodding his head and joining them at the front door. As they stepped out into the street, yelling from their right drew their attention. Half a block down, the newly minted Sheriff Weaver escorted a mother, father, and daughter down the street. All three of them were clearly infected, sneezing and coughing with heavy blankets wrapped around them for warmth. Just behind him walked an upset 17-year-old kid, Landon. "Please, no, don't take them," Landon pleaded. "I'm sorry, Landon. There's no other way," Sheriff Weaver said. "It's okay, son. It's okay," the father assured. "No, it's not. There has to be something that can be done. You can't just take them away like this." Landon reached out desperately for his family, only to be gently pushed back by Weaver. In response, the young man swung at the officer, connecting the blow to the back of his head. Weaver initially took an aggressive stance, spinning around ready to smack the kid down. However, once he saw the terror and anguish on Landon's face, he stood down. "I'm sorry, Landon, I really am," Sheriff Weaver said softly. The commotion drew Nathan, Carrie, and Mayor Gibson over to them. Breaking from the pack, Carrie stepped over to Landon, getting in between him and Weaver and locking him in an embrace. "It's going to be okay, Landon. It's going to be okay," she murmured. "No, it's not. No, it's not. You're taking my entire family away from me. We're going to take care of you, I promise." Landon's family stopped walking, just a few feet away from their distraught son. "I'm sorry, folks, but we have to keep moving," Sheriff Weaver urged. "I'm going to say goodbye to my son," the father said firmly. Weaver nodded before taking a step back, tapping Carrie on the shoulder to get her attention. "Let's give them a moment," he whispered. Carrie nodded and stepped away so that the family could have one last moment together. The mother, father, and young sister stepped over to Landon, who had collapsed to his knees in the snow. "Please don't go. Please don't go," he begged. The father put his hand on his son's shoulder, taking a knee so that he could get eye to eye with him. "Look at me, son. Look at me." After much reluctance, Landon looked up to his father. Despite the illness running rampant through him, he mustered up the willpower to speak clearly. "I love you, we all do. I know it's hard, but this is the hand that life has dealt you. Now I raised you to be a man, and unfortunately you have to own it from here on out. Now I've known these folks for years, and they're going to do everything they can to keep you safe. But you have to stand on your own 2 feet. The father raised up off the ground, extending a hand down to his son. It took a moment for Landon to clear the tears from his eyes before taking the hand and standing up. "That's my boy. You're going to be all right. You're going to make us proud." Landon forced himself to nod before stepping in and giving his father a large bear hug. He hung on tight, forcing some emotion to come across the older man's face. He quickly shook it off, however, as his wife and daughter joined the embrace. After several moments, Sheriff Weaver gave a light clearing of his throat to get their attention. The father stepped back away from Landon, putting him at arm's length. "Be strong, son. Be strong." Landon tried his best to man up for his father, failing mightily at it, but still trying. He watched as his father turned away from him, putting his arms around his wife and child before nodding to Sheriff Weaver. "We're ready." Weaver didn't speak a word, he simply nodded and followed them as they began walking again. Landon tried to follow, but his emotions got the better of him, and he couldn't get his legs to move. He watched helplessly as his family got further and further away. "I'll stay with him. You two get going. The town really needs you right now," Carrie offered. Before Nathan and Mayor Gibson could start walking, Hazel stepped out the front door of her diner. "Carrie, bring him in here. I'll get you both something hot to eat," Hazel said. "Thank you, Hazel." Nathan and Gibson nodded their thanks to Hazel before turning and joining the procession toward the processing plant. They walked a block in silence, nearly a block behind Landon's family, well out of earshot of them. "So do you have any idea what you're going to say?" Nathan asked. "Not a damn clue. I mean, what in the hell can I say? We're locking up half the town in a building and subjecting them to a horrific final few moments of life," Mayor Gibson replied. "It's either this or everybody in town dies." "I know, but it doesn't make it any easier." Nathan nodded and put his hand on Gibson's shoulder as a sign of support. The two of them walked in silence for several blocks, only speaking again when the building came into view. "Jesus Christ," Mayor Gibson muttered. The large plant stood tall on the horizon, 20 feet tall and a football field in length. In its heyday, it processed thousands of pounds of fish a day, but was rendered obsolete by the new plant being constructed just a half-mile up the road. Standing outside of the building were a couple of hundred of the uninfected townsfolk, standing on either side of the road and watching as the procession of people went into the building. Families gave their heartfelt goodbyes to their loved ones before stepping to the side. As Mayor Gibson and Nathan approached, all eyes fell upon them. Rather than walk up to the building, they stopped well short of it, pulling the crowd's attention away from the building as Weaver began the process of securing it. "Looks like it's your time, Gibson," Nathan said. The mayor nodded before taking a few steps away from Nathan, taking a deep breath before speaking as loudly as he could. "I know that we're all hurting right now, and that what's happening doesn't seem real. Unfortunately, it is real, and it is happening." Gibson paused for a moment, struggling to find the words. "I'm not going to mince words, and I'm going to be 100% honest with you. The next days, weeks, and months are going to be some of the most difficult that we've ever faced as a community. The loss of our loved ones is bad enough, but as of right now, we are completely cut off from the rest of the world. As bad as we have it, cities like Anchorage have it 10 times worse. And by all accounts, Anchorage has it better than the lower 48. Murmurs resonated through the crowd as the mayor paused again, wanting to pick his next words carefully. "So this is what I want you all to do. Go back to the community center and support one another, because we all need a shoulder today. Then go to your homes, drink your favorite drink, make your favorite meal. Celebrate the lives of the fallen, embrace their memories. Then get a good night's sleep, because when the sun comes up, we have to get to work if we're going to survive the winter. God bless you all, and God bless this town." The townspeople talked amongst themselves as they began comforting one another. The group began walking toward the southern portion of town, giving thankful nods to the mayor as they walked by. After several minutes, the group had passed them by, leaving Gibson and Nathan free to walk to the front of the building. Standing out front was Weaver and two of his men, Travis and Russell. The latter two were armed with shotguns and wearing thick winter coats. "Thank you for all your hard work, Sheriff," Mayor Gibson said. Weaver's eyes got big and emotional as that was the first time he had been referred to as sheriff. He gathered himself up before speaking. I'll try and live up to the standards that Sheriff Cooper set. I can tell you, Cooper never had to do anything this difficult in his life. You're setting the standard now, Weaver, Nathan said. So how's the building looking? Mayor Gibson asked. All of the other exits are fully secure. The doors have been welded to the frame and the windows have metal shutters on them. And the double doors here? We have it double chained and padlocked. It's not going anywhere. Why not weld it shut too? We will once we figure out the best way to set the fire. But don't worry, it's secure. And just to make sure, I'm leaving Travis and Russell here overnight to keep watch on it. The two guards nodded confidently before motioning over to the side where a couple of outdoor folding chairs were resting up against the building with thermoses. Okay, but we're deciding what to do first thing in the morning, Mayor Gibson replied. Absolutely, Weaver confirmed. So when? When are they supposed to, change? According to Earl's math, it could start any time in the next couple of hours, Nathan said. Gibson let out a deep sigh before motioning for the others to follow. Well, there's nothing more that we can do now. Let's allow these boys to get settled in, Gibson said. What are we going to do? Weaver asked. I don't know about you, but I'm going to the diner and stress eating while we start figuring out what we have to start working on tomorrow. Weaver nodded before glancing back to his men, receiving a thumbs up that they were set for the evening. Okay, lead the way. Weaver joined the mayor and Nathan as they walked back towards town and an unknown future. Chapter 17. Nathan, Sheriff Weaver, and Mayor Gibson walked down the snow-covered streets back toward the town center. Behind them stood the large fish processing plant, soon to be the final resting place for nearly half of their community. The sun dipped behind the horizon, casting warm red hues onto the wall of clouds above them. The snow continued to fall, creating a serene vista. This kind of display by Mother Nature was what had drawn these men, and so many others, to the wild, untamed frontier in the first place. For what it's worth, Gibson, you did a great job with your speech. You brought a lot of comfort to our people and didn't pull any punches, Nathan said. I appreciate the sentiment, Nathan, Mayor Gibson replied. But let's be realistic. With as much trauma as the people in this town are going through, nobody is going to remember a single thing I said up there. The real trick is going to be coming up with something of value to say tomorrow when our real challenge begins. Sheriff Weaver spoke up. Well, I think I speak for everyone when I say that we believe in you, Mayor. Thanks, Thanks, Sheriff, Gibson replied. It's going to be a while before I get used to hearing that, Sheriff Weaver admitted. Well, we got nothing but time, Gibson said, because with the world going mad, we're not going anywhere anytime soon. Which brings up a whole host of other problems, Nathan added. I agree, Nathan, Gibson said. That's why we're going to get ourselves a bite to eat at Hazel's and start talking it through. Do you think it's wise to talk about that in public? Sheriff Weaver asked. It's not really going to be public. I asked Hazel to close up for a bit so we can discuss things, Gibson explained. Well, that was mighty nice of her, Sheriff Weaver noted. That woman never closes up, so it'll be nice that she can join the others at the community center. She's going to be in the meeting too, Gibson replied. Everybody from the general store was infected, so until we get someone to take their place, Hazel is going to step up. She's got the only restaurant in town, so we're going to be running most of the food through her location until we can get proper rationing set up. Does she know that yet? Sheriff Weaver asked. Not yet, Gibson admitted. Nathan interjected. Do me a favor, will you, Gibson? What's that? Gibson asked. Wait until we've gotten our food before springing that on her. I'd like to be able to eat with 100% certainty that it wasn't spat in, Nathan said. Gibson chuckled as they approached the entrance to the diner. As they stepped in out of the cold, they spotted Carrie at the front counter, nursing a cup of coffee. In the back booth sat Landon, who had a plate of food in front of him that he was completely uninterested in. Hey Carrie, how's the kid doing? Nathan asked. He's completely shut down. Just in a state of shock, Carrie replied. Is there anything you can do for him? Nathan asked. Outside of comforting him, there's not much I can do, Carrie said. Doc Bennington was very protective of our drug stockpile, so I have to do some inventory before I can begin dispensing anything. Damn, I knew he was a real hard ass. But I didn't know he was full asshole, Nathan remarked. You would think, knowing that you were going to be the only medical professional in town, he would have helped you transition. Instead, he was angry, bitter, and started talking about what was going on to others. But don't worry, though it won't take me long to get up to speed, Carrie said. That's good to hear, Nathan replied. Before they could continue, Hazel stuck her head out from the kitchen, yelling to the trio of newcomers, "Go ahead and have a seat. Boys, I got your usuals going. And help yourself to some coffee or water or whatever you want. I'll just put it on the mayor's tab." Hazel forced out a chuckle, trying to lighten the mood as everyone got situated. Sheriff Weaver stepped around the counter and over to the drinks section, looking back at the others. "Coffee's all around?" he asked. "Yeah, that would be great, Weaver," Nathan replied. "And if you don't mind, go ahead and get another cup queued up." "I wasn't aware we were expecting anybody else," Weaver noted. "Yeah, we got one more." Nathan trailed off as he looked out the window and spotted Brian walking up to the door. Speak of the devil. Brian opened the door, shaking off the snow as he took off his hat and unzipped his jacket. "Sorry I'm late," Brian said. "I stopped by the community center to check on the people there." "Is there a good turnout?" Carrie asked. "About 40 people, give or take," Brian replied. "All things considered, that's a pretty solid turnout." "Well, why don't you come on over and get settled in? Because we have a lot to cover tonight," Mayor Gibson said. Brian nodded and made his way over to the counter where the others were. As he walked, Landon finally lifted his head from his arms, looking toward Brian. The moment he recognized him, rage flowed through his veins. He pounced from his booth, yelling while forcefully walking toward the front. "You son of a bitch. This is all your fault," Landon shouted. The sudden yelling confused Brian, who turned to see the teenager pointing at him. "My family is dead because of you. It's all your fault." Landon continued, pulling his arm back and preparing to deliver a haymaker. He was mid-swing when Nathan stepped in and caught the kid by the arm, pulling him back. "All right, Landon, that's enough," Nathan said, dragging him back a couple of feet before shoving him into a booth. He got eye to eye with the raging kid, holding him seated as Landon tried to get back to his feet. Landon stammered. "But he what?" Nathan challenged. "Go on a supply run to make sure this town could survive the winter?" "Yeah, he did. Did he risk his life on the ground to secure those supplies and fly them out of Anchorage?" "You're damn right he did. That man over there had an opportunity to save his own ass, flying out to a different town and leaving us high and dry. Instead, he nearly died getting back to his plane so that we would have a fighting chance to survive." Landon looked over to Brian, who gave a subtle nod to confirm Nathan's story. "He did that?" Landon asked. "Yeah, kid, I did. And I'd do it again, too," Brian replied. "Now, I'm sorry that I brought the virus back here, but you have to believe me when I say that I had no clue I was doing that. As soon as I knew, I went into quarantine. Same with Jeremy. Look, sooner or later, that virus was going to make its way here," Nathan said. "If Brian hadn't brought it back, somebody else would have a few weeks from now when we had to venture out for supplies." Landon looked like he wanted to say something in response, but no words formed. He just stammered for a moment, his anger and grief taking over. "I'm sorry for your loss, Landon, I really am," Nathan said. "But right now, getting angry about it isn't going to help things. Now we have to talk about what we as a town are going to do so that we can survive the winter. So you have two choices. You can go back to your booth and eat your meal, or you can come join us at the big kids table and help us plan." "Really? Why do you want my opinion on anything?" Landon asked. "The kid brings up a good point," Mayor Gibson said, his tone carrying a hint of annoyance, which Nathan shot down with a simple glance. "Because if we're going to survive, we're all going to have to pull our weight," Nathan replied. "And if I'm not mistaken, Landon here worked a couple of summers at the general store, didn't you?" That's right, I did, Landon confirmed. Well, at the moment, you have more experience than anybody else in town, so you might really be able to help us. So, what do you say? You want to help us out? Nathan asked. After a moment, Landon composed himself and nodded. Yeah, I'll help you. Well, come on then, we have a lot to talk about, Nathan said. He led them to the front of the restaurant, where Mayor Gibson looked less than thrilled about the turn of events. Carrie, on the other hand, gave Nathan a nod and a smile, clearly pleased. Okay, Mayor, the floor is yours, Nathan said. I know today has been a hell of a day, so we're not going to get into too much detail, Mayor Gibson began. But since time is most certainly not on our side, I wanted to make sure we were all on the same page about the most important issues to tackle. And with that, I'll open it up to the floor. Well, I think it goes without saying that food is our #1 priority, Nathan said. Between the stockpile we already have and the new supplies that Brian brought back from Anchorage, we should have more than enough to ride out the next few months. What about after that, though? Carrie asked. I think we should proceed like no help is coming. I agree with Carrie, Gibson said. With everything we know about the situation, I don't think this is something that's going to be wrapped up in a few months. I'll be honest with you, Nathan said. The last couple of days are a bit of a blur. But from what I can remember, there were a handful of experienced fishermen on the healthy list. Now we have the supplies to keep us going for quite some time. What about diesel for the boats? Carrie asked. Don't we use it to power the town too? We just lost half of our population, so the solar and hydropower generation should be enough to keep up with demand, Nathan replied. However, we're going to have to be smart about the fishing trips, because I don't think we're getting a restock on fuel anytime soon. Luckily, we had our winter restock a few weeks ago. Well, first thing tomorrow, I want you game planning that out, Gibson said. Do an inventory, figure out how many trips to the fishing spots we can do before we're on empty. Landon raised his hand, holding it high as Gibson stared at him for a moment in disbelief. Kid, this isn't a classroom. You don't have to raise your hand to speak. Do you have something to add? If we're talking about food, fish aren't the only thing we have. There's a lot of wildlife out there just waiting to be hunted, Landon pointed out. Gibson scoffed, replying dismissively, Thank you for the suggestion, Landon, but our bullet stockpile isn't that big. So while having some venison would be great, it's not a long-term solution, which is what we're trying to come up with. Carrie glared at Gibson, prompting him to shrug. Landon, however, smirked, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Well, it's a good thing my father taught me how to bow hunt then, isn't it? Carrie looked back at Gibson, stifling a laugh. The mayor began nodding, acknowledging the point. Yes, Landon, I suppose it is a good thing. My apologies for dismissing you. Apology accepted, Landon replied. When the sun comes up tomorrow, I'd like you to go around to the other survivors and see if there are any other bow hunters, Gibson directed. Might not be a bad idea to do some inventory of the vacant houses, Brian suggested, wincing at how it sounded. I'm sorry, that really came off cold and callous, didn't it? We all know what you meant, Brian. Don't worry about it, Nathan reassured him. Before Brian could respond, Hazel smacked the bell on the counter, startling everyone. Okay, everybody, you can put your meeting on pause so you can eat up. These problems will still be here, but the hotness of the food won't be. Mayor Gibson and Sheriff Weaver grabbed the plates, passing them out to everyone before taking their own. Nathan sniffed his plate, a freshly made cheesesteak and fries. After inspecting it, he looked over to Gibson. All right, Mayor, my food looks good. You can tell Hazel now, Nathan said. Gibson's eyes widened as Hazel stared him down, speaking in a frightening tone. Tell me what exactly, Mayor? Chapter 18. With the sun finally secure behind the horizon, darkness enveloped the town. The heavy cloud cover from the snowstorm did not allow much moonlight to pierce through. However, thanks to the lights on Main Street and a handful of solar-powered lamps scattered throughout the two neighborhoods, the town wasn't completely dark. This made the view of the town from the processing plant spectacular. A gentle snowfall illuminated from a quarter-mile away created a relaxing scene for Travis and Russell, who were settling in for a long night. Both men situated themselves a few yards away from the chain door, leaning back into their outdoor chairs and huddling around a small fire burning in a makeshift pit. Russell leaned forward to warm his hands while Travis reached to the side for his thermos. "What you got in there anyway?" Russell asked. "Got some homemade chicken and rice soup in this one," Travis replied, "and some coffee in the other." "Your wife make it?" Russell inquired. "She did," Travis confirmed. Russell paused for a moment, hesitant to speak what he wanted to ask next. After a moment of stammering, Travis caught on and answered before Russell could speak. "And don't worry, she's not inside," Travis assured him. "Oh, thank God." "I realized I was screwing up as I was opening my mouth," Russell sighed in relief. "You're all right, Russell. She's down at the community center actually, cooking up a big batch of this for the other survivors." Russell let out a defeated sigh, shaking his head at the phrasing. "Survivors? How in the hell are we survivors?" "Well, we're out here and not in there," Travis replied, motioning towards the building behind them before taking a big gulp of his soup. Meanwhile, Russell remained agitated. "That just makes us lucky. We didn't do a damn thing to survive. Now, I don't know why we didn't get it." "The mayor said it was something to do with our blood types," Travis interrupted, nearly spitting out a bit of soup in the process. "Yeah, like I said, pure luck. So don't go calling us survivors," Russell argued. "Well, what would you prefer I call us?" Travis asked. "The hell if I know, man. Didn't you go to college?" "I did indeed. Even graduated," Travis replied. "Well then, use that big college brain of yours to come up with a different word," Russell teased. Travis started laughing so hard he nearly spit out more of his soup. After a bit of coughing due to it going down the wrong pipe, he finally began regaining his composure. "So what in the heck are we going to do with all the people in here?" "That question is out of my pay grade," Russell responded. "I'm serious, Russell. There's 150 people in the building behind us. If the mayor and Brian and that crackpot Earl are to be believed, in a few hours they're going to be going crazy like Casey did yesterday. Like I said, Travis, it's out of my pay grade." "Come on, man. It's going to be a long-ass night out here if we don't talk about something." "Then you better pick a better topic. Because it's going to be bad enough dealing with the screams that are going to be coming from inside those walls. So the last thing I want to do before that happens is to focus on the people who are going to be making them. Do you get me?" The playfulness in Travis' face dropped, replaced with a somber look as he contemplated Russell's words. After a moment, he nodded, taking a long sip of his soup before screwing the cap back on and focusing his attention on the fire. "So how do you think the other communities around here are doing?" Travis asked. Russell let out a long sigh before responding. "Again, that question is above my pay grade." "Really? You don't want to talk about the world we're living in?" "No, Travis, I really don't. I don't want to talk about our friends and neighbors who are locked up behind us. I don't want to talk about how the other communities are doing," Russell replied firmly. "I don't want to talk about what we're going to do tomorrow when the sun comes up and we have a building filled with people who want to kill us. I don't want to talk about anything remotely close to the world right now. Is that clear?" Travis nodded before staring into the fire for several moments. Before too long, however, a smile tugged at his lips. "So what's your favorite color?" Russell's patience wore thin as he snapped at his partner. "I swear to God, Travis, I will smack the shit out of you." Travis began laughing, playfully putting his hands up in a defensive position. "Okay, I give up." Travis' antics finally got Russell to crack a smile, the first time he'd done so since the entire ordeal began. While he stopped short of a laugh, it was a welcome change for him. Before he could give a rebuttal, both men were spooked by a clanging sound coming from the side of the building. Russell snapped into hunting mode, leaping from his seat and grabbing his shotgun. With his aim trained towards the corner of the building, which was 40 yards away from them, he called out, "Is anybody there?" Nothing but silence returned to his ears. The lack of moonlight made it difficult to see to the edge of the building, his field of vision stopping a good 10 yards before the corner. He stood there for several moments, waiting for another sound to be made, but none came. He relaxed a bit, lowering the shotgun but staying upright. "It was probably just a deer," Travis said. "Yeah, well, if it was, then that deer almost became dinner tomorrow," Russell muttered as he began to relax. Both of them tensed up at the sudden loud clanging sound coming from the far corner of the building. Russell raised his shotgun quickly, while Travis sat up in his chair. "Relax, man, it's probably just a deer," Travis assured him. "You stay here. I'm going to go find out," Russell instructed. "Really? You're going to go out in the cold darkness to chase a loud sound?" Travis questioned. "It's our job to protect this place, and that's what we're going to do," Russell insisted. Another loud clang resonated from the darkness, making it clear that it wasn't a wild animal causing it. "I'm starting to think it might not be a deer," Travis admitted. "It might be one of the townsfolk trying to get into their loved ones," Russell speculated. "In that case, let them bang away because nobody is getting through those steel shutters," Travis said. "Stay here. I'll be right back," Russell ordered. Travis leaned back in his chair, grabbing his thermos of soup and cracking it open before hoisting it as if making a toast. "Happy hunting, my friend. I'll make sure the fire stays warm for you." Russell let out a grunt as he began walking forward slowly, keeping his finger hovering over the trigger. He got about 10 paces away from the fire before his eyes began adjusting to the darkness. Despite that, he wasn't able to see all that far. Meanwhile, Travis moved around in his chair, getting as comfortable as he could while still remaining close enough to the fire to stay warm. He tried a few different positions before finding one to his liking. As he finally got comfortable, he heard another sound coming from the darkness that was off to his side. Unlike the previous clanging, this sound was more muted, like someone slipping in the snow and hitting the ground. Travis let out a chuckle as the sound hit his ears. "Did you just bust your ass? Oh, please tell me you did. I could use a laugh." Russell didn't respond, and the only sound Travis could hear was footsteps in the snow. In an attempt to play coy, he kept his focus on the fire, not wanting to see his cold and wet partner until the light was just right. After a few moments, the footsteps stopped, just a few feet from him. Travis couldn't contain his glee any longer, turning and looking over. "Yeah, you busted your ass, didn't?" Travis' voice trailed off as he saw Jeremy standing before him. His face was one of unbridled joy, a devilish smile on his face and the fire flickering in his eyes to boot. In his hands was an old axe, the blade of which was coated in blood, dripping softly onto the snow. "Oh my God, what the hell?" Travis gasped, turning to his side, frantically reaching for his shotgun. Before his fingers could grasp onto it, Jeremy struck. A single, forceful blow to the back of Travis's shoulder sent him to the ground. The axe blade embedded deep, nearly severing the arm as Travis called out in a pained voice. He attempted to say help, but only unintelligible sounds came out of his mouth. Jeremy stared at his prey, watching as Travis used his one good arm to crawl along the snow in a pitiful attempt to escape. The blood flowing from his grievous wound colored the snow crimson, eventually pooling in place right by the fire as his energy gave out. Jeremy took a knee beside Travis, grabbing the wedding ring off his finger and slipping it into his backpack. He gave his victim a gentle pat on the head before picking up the shotgun and heading over to the chain door. Jeremy tossed his axe to the ground before racking in a shell and aiming the shotgun towards the padlock. With a simple squeeze, he sent the slug into the lock, obliterating it. He quickly swapped out his gun for his axe before walking to the set of double doors and throwing them open. There was no support bar in the middle of the frame, and the doors latched open with a simple push. Jeremy stepped into the processing plant, which housed scores of sick, frightened people. A couple of people shuffled away, however, most were too sick to move. Jeremy's eyes immediately caught sight of a middle-aged man, sitting on the ground, resting against one of the conveyor belt lines. The life was nearly gone from the man, who could barely lift his head up as Jeremy knelt beside him. "Don't worry, it's all going to be over real soon. No more pain, no more suffering. Just peace," Jeremy murmured. Jeremy reached into his boot, pulling out a knife and swiftly inserting it into the man's heart. With a simple thrust and pull out, Blood began pouring from his chest, what little life there was fading quickly. Rest, my friend, rest. But do not rest too long, because you have a job to do. I need you to get your friends together and meet me in town, Jeremy said, unable to contain the smile on his face as he got up, slinging the axe over his shoulder, whistling a jaunty tune as he walked right back out the way he came. Chapter 19. A spirited conversation continued inside Hazel's diner as everyone munched on their meals. The only one not speaking was Mayor Gibson, who was too scared to speak after the verbal skewering he had received from Hazel when he informed her that she was in charge of the food supply for the time being. Sheriff Weaver said, "What about making contact with some of the surrounding communities? Maybe get some trade going on with them?" Brian replied, "I like the idea, except for the whole virus thing. If they're unaffected, I don't want to be the reason they lose half of their population." "At some point, we're going to have to reach out, won't we?" Sheriff Weaver asked. Nathan said, "I think that when we do, we should be 100% honest with them about the potential risks. We know next to nothing about the virus." "Nathan's right," Carrie added. "We don't know if it lingers for a couple of days like the flu, or if it's something that lingers for weeks." "Can viruses do that?" Sheriff Weaver asked. Carrie answered, "Generally speaking, no, they can't. Of course, before this week, I didn't think a virus could attack blood types, so we're in completely new territory." Mayor Gibson said, "Look, we can cross that bridge when we get to it. We're weeks away from that at a minimum. Right now, we have to focus on getting our own house in order." The conversation fell silent as a shotgun blast reverberated through the town, drawing everyone's attention. "Where the hell did that come from?" Brian asked. "It sounded like it was from the plant," Carrie responded. "Weaver, do your men have a radio?" Nathan asked. "I'm on it," Sheriff Weaver said, fumbling about his belt for a moment before grabbing onto his radio and clicking it on. "Travis, Russell, what in the hell is going on up there?" Sheriff Weaver asked. Everyone stood in a tense silence as they awaited a reply that never came. After what felt like an eternity, Weaver yelled into the radio again. "Travis, Russell, where the hell are you?" he shouted. Weaver looked over towards the others, fear growing in his eyes as the moment overwhelmed him. Sensing this, Nathan took charge of the situation. "Weaver, you're with me. Hazel, make sure that back door is locked up tight. And once we're out the door, I want one of you standing by it," Nathan instructed. Nathan moved swiftly towards the door with Sheriff Weaver trailing close behind. Both men darted into the darkened, snow-covered street, glancing back to the diner entrance where Carrie pulled the door closed. "My hand's on the lock," Carrie assured. "Hopefully we won't need it," Nathan replied. Nathan and Weaver turned in the direction of the processing plant, seeing the small fire burning far in the distance. The lack of moonlight made it difficult to get a sense of the situation, but they noticed something moving between them and the fire. "Well, somebody is up there," Nathan observed. As they walked, Weaver pulled out his sidearm, keeping it ready by his hip. Nathan glanced over to him, getting a shrug in response. "I'm not taking any chances," Sheriff Weaver said. "I wasn't judging. I'm just rethinking my decision to come out here without a weapon," Nathan admitted. Weaver reached towards his belt, pulling out a retractable metal baton. With a flick of the wrist, it clicked open. "It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing," Weaver said. Nathan gladly took the weapon, gripping it firmly as they moved up the next block. Both men stopped talking, hoping to hear something from the darkness that enveloped the street ahead. A few moments later, they heard the unmistakable sound of footfalls crunching through the snow ahead of them. The shadows on the street prevented them from seeing what was causing it. Both men stopped in their tracks, staring into the darkness ahead. A lone creature shambled down the street, looking around in every direction, hoping to find a target that could satisfy its hunger. A moment after stepping into the light, the ghoul laid eyes on Nathan and Weaver, letting out a terrifying moan before sprinting in their direction. Nathan pulled his weapon up, ready to strike when it got into range. He glanced over to Weaver, who slowly raised his handgun to take aim. Nathan's eyes darted between the sheriff and the encroaching zombie, which was now within 10 yards. "Are you going to shoot or not?" Nathan asked. Weaver didn't respond. His attention was completely focused on looking down the sights of his weapon. When the creature got within 5 yards of them, he pulled the trigger. A single shot rang out, ripping through the skull of the zombie and dropping it to the ground. The ghoul's momentum caused it to slide a few feet on the slick snow before coming to a rest at their feet. Nathan and Weaver exchanged a worried side glance before looking towards the darkness down the street. Neither man moved or made a sound, holding their breath so they could hear any signs of movement. Within seconds, the sounds of several heavy footsteps on the snow reached their ears. A moment later, the first ghoul appeared in the light, immediately locking eyes on them and rushing towards them. Unlike the fallen creature at their feet, this one wasn't alone. Half a dozen zombies soon emerged from the shadows, rushing towards the duo. "Get back to the diner," Nathan yelled. Nathan turned to run, reaching out to grab Weaver's arm and spin him around in the process. Both men pumped their legs hard, making sure to plant their feet firmly on the snow-covered pavement so they didn't slip. Neither man dared look behind them as they moved. The zombie footsteps were more than enough to keep them motivated. When they got within half a block of the diner, the noise coming from behind them was intense and close. "Open the door. Open the door," Nathan shouted. Carrie shoved the door open, standing out of the way as best she could as the duo approached. Weaver reached the door first, stumbling as he crossed the threshold. He crashed into one of the tables, toppling over it and landing hard on the ground. Nathan was only a couple of steps behind him, with the lead zombie uncomfortably close. Carrie yelled out as he reached the door. "Nathan, look out," she shouted. Nathan glanced over his shoulder as his foot hit the interior of the diner, the wetness from the snow causing him to slip. As he fell to the ground, the zombie behind him reached out, narrowly missing his arm. The creature's momentum carried it over Nathan, tripping up and smacking onto the floor. Carrie pulled the door as hard as she could in an attempt to get it closed before any more zombies got inside. Several arms blocked her from doing so, getting caught between the door and the frame. "I need help," Carrie screamed. Carrie pulled as hard as she could on the door as the ghouls outside attempted to open it back up. Landon leapt into action, darting by the zombie on the ground and to her aid. He grabbed onto the door bar and pulled with everything he had, helping her keep the creatures at bay. While they struggled with the mob outside, Mayor Gibson and Hazel rushed towards the threat inside. Nathan looked up from the ground to see the creature that had tripped over him was back up on its feet and had eyes for him. Before it could attack, however, Gibson slammed into it at full speed, the impact sending both of them tumbling over a table into the ground. Gibson managed to wrap the creature up from behind, pinning it face down. The ghoul thrashed about, desperate to break free. "Somebody do something," Mayor Gibson yelled. Hazel ran out from the kitchen carrying a heavy cast iron pan, quickly reaching the trapped zombie. With a forceful smack, she brought the kitchen utensil down onto the back of its head. An audible crack echoed throughout the diner as the skull shattered into several pieces. With one more strike, the ghoul was down for good. Before they could relax, Carrie screaming from the front door drew their attention. Nathan scrambled to his feet, rushing over and grabbing onto the door to pull it closed. The harder they pulled, the further the edge of the door cut into the arms. "We have to get this shut," Nathan yelled. Hazel looked around the restaurant for something to use, eventually spotting the "Please wait to be seated" sign. She pointed towards it and yelled out. "We can use the sign," Hazel shouted. Gibson ran over and retrieved it, stepping over to the side of the door so he could slip it out through the crack. He lined it up with one of the creatures, giving it a shove and sending it back onto the sidewalk and away from the door. However, 2 more zombies remained in the doorway. Gibson lined up the next shove, planting the sign into the creature's chest and giving it a shove. While he was successful in moving the ghoul back a couple of steps, it managed to grab onto the side of the door to help keep it open. The mayor looked past the 2 zombies still clinging to the door, spotting the first one he had shoved making its way back to the door. "This isn't working. They just keep coming back," Mayor Gibson said. "Duck down and be ready to push," Sheriff Weaver instructed. Weaver strode over to the door, pulling out his handgun and aiming it towards the head of the lead creature. "Now," Sheriff Weaver shouted. Weaver squeezed the trigger, sending a bullet through the skull of the zombie. At the same moment, Gibson shoved with everything he had, sending the ghoul tumbling backwards to the ground. "One more," Weaver said. Weaver and Gibson worked as a tandem, lining up the next shot and shove. With spot-on timing, they dispatched the next ghoul and sent it to the afterlife and away from the door. With the entryway now obstruction-free, the group managed to get the door shut and locked up tight. They all took a step back as the creature smacked against the glass. "What in God's name is going on?" Mayor Gibson asked. "If I didn't know better, I'd say that the doors didn't hold at the plant," Nathan said. "No shit, Nathan. But how in the hell didn't they hold?" Mayor Gibson demanded. "They were locked up tight. There's no way they were strong enough to force them open," Sheriff Weaver added. "Did your men let them out?" Landon asked. Weaver snapped his head around, almost yelling at the kid for the insinuation. "Hell no, they didn't. And if you say that again, I'm going to smack the hell out of you," Sheriff Weaver warned. Landon backed down and walked away as Carrie put her hand on Weaver's shoulder to calm him down. "I don't think he was accusing them. But if they didn't open it, then who did?" Carrie asked. "It doesn't matter who did it. Right now we have to figure out how to deal with it," Mayor Gibson stated. "Guys, you may want to see this," Landon called out. Everyone ran over to the windows to see what had Landon agitated. They fell silent as they watched dozens of zombies running down the street. A few of the mob broke off from the pack and came towards the window, while the others continued running towards an unknown destination. "This is bad," Mayor Gibson muttered. "But where are they going?" Hazel asked. "Oh my God, the community center." Chapter 20. The group stared at the window, watching helplessly as a dozen zombies sprinted down the street towards the community center just a few blocks away. Mayor Gibson said, "We have to warn them to lock the doors." Nathan asked Weaver, "Do you have anybody with a radio down there?" Sheriff Weaver replied, "One way to find out." He pulled out his radio and practically began yelling into it. "Is anybody at the community center? Repeat, is anybody at the community center?" Weaver shouted into the radio. The group stared at the radio, hoping for a response, but none came. The silence that filled the air was only broken by the zombies smacking against the glass. Sheriff Weaver shook his head. "I don't think anybody is there." Nathan insisted, "We have to get down to them." Carrie protested. "That's crazy. Those things are out there." Nathan replied, "And there's going to be a lot more of them if we don't do something." Landon volunteered, "I'll take care of it." Nathan said, "Calm down, Landon, we're going to figure it out." Landon insisted, "Look, I'll save you all the trouble. I've run track for the last 3 years at school, and judging by the way most of you look, I'm pretty sure I can beat you in a foot race. I can get down there and warn them, but I have to go now." Nathan looked over to Carrie, who wore a concerned expression on her face. Despite her reservations, she gave Nathan a nod. Carrie said, "I mean, he's not wrong." Nathan muttered curse words under his breath as he pointed to the back exit through the kitchen. "Let's go right now," Nathan said. Landon nodded and moved through the door to the kitchen, stopping at the back door. Nathan was right behind him, smacking the tip of the retractable baton on the counter to snap it shut before handing it over to him. Nathan asked, "Do you know how to use one of these?" Landon nodded. "Yep, my father made me carry one whenever I was hunting. Last resort defense." Nathan said, "Well, now it's your only defense. Now this is what I want you to do. You get out this door and stay off the main road. We're going to make a hell of a lot of noise and hopefully draw their attention. You get down there, get inside, and take charge to get the place locked down." Landon nodded firmly. "I'll take care of it. I couldn't protect my family, but I can protect those people." Nathan patted his shoulder. "Good luck, and stay there until we come and get you." Landon asked, "One more thing. What channel is the radio on?" Nathan shrugged. "Hell if I know. We'll monitor channel 8. Landon nodded. "Good enough for me. He took a deep breath before giving Nathan the go-ahead nod. With a single motion, they unlocked the door and shoved it open, allowing the teenager to exit the building. Landon bolted down the back alleyway, running as hard as he could towards the edge of the block. He planted his feet on the snow-covered pavement a good 5 yards before reaching the end of the building, sliding up to the corner. He peeked out from behind cover, spotting a trio of zombies in the lit intersection, looking around for something to chase. A few moments later, their attention was drawn towards the diner, and they immediately sprinted off to investigate the commotion. Landon broke from cover, running down the next couple of blocks without stopping, knowing time was not on his side. As he got to the edge of the next block, he stopped to survey the situation. The community center was at the corner of the next block, sitting right on Main Street. Much to Landon's relief, it didn't appear as though the zombies had reached the building yet, as the doors were shut and everything was quiet. "Get moving," Landon muttered to himself, motivating himself to run towards the building that was roughly 40 yards away. He barely got a couple of steps before the front doors to the building opened up and people began pouring out. "Oh my God," Landon gasped, picking up the pace and yelling as loudly as he could, trying to get someone's attention. "Get back inside. Get back inside." Landon was within 30 yards when the zombies began to show up, drawn to the sudden noise and burst of light coming from the building. At first, there were only a couple, but soon there were 8 running down the street. Despite the danger to himself, Landon continued to yell out, hoping that someone would at least look up. His prayers were answered when one of the men in the middle of the pack noticed the ghouls bearing down on them. The man immediately began shoving people back towards the door, yelling to get everyone's attention. However, his warning was too late for the handful of people at the front of the pack. 2 ghouls slammed into them, driving the hapless people into the snow and putting teeth to flesh. Even though Landon was still 15 yards away, he could hear their screams as the ghouls feasted on them. Their anguished cries attracted a couple more of the zombies, while the other 4 focused on the front door of the building. By this point, however, the townsfolk had managed to get most of the people safely back inside. A couple of men worked on securing the doors, but one of them was stuck open. Despite the man's best effort, he couldn't get it moving. This allowed for the lead zombie to run right into the building, tackling the man and driving him backward. The other 3 creatures lagged behind a bit, but were intently focused on the opening. Landon spotted this and took matters into his own hands by yelling out, "Over here. Over here. Come get me," Landon shouted. His gambit paid off as all 3 of the creatures turned in his direction, letting out satisfied moans upon spotting him. Landon moved to his left, trying to line himself up with the open door as he ran. The first creature lunged for him, but was a step too slow and grabbed nothing but air. Landon's speed continued to pick up as he ran, allowing him to outpace the other 2 creatures by a couple of steps. He let out a loud yell, garnering the attention of the man by the door, who now had it fixed and ready to shut. "Come on, boy, get your ass in here," the man shouted. Landon put his head down, running as hard as he could towards the door, the footfalls of the zombies just behind him pushing him forward. With one last lunge, he dove towards the door, leaping through the threshold before slipping on the floor but managing to keep his feet. Right in front of him, he saw a couple of townsfolk holding the thrashing zombie up off of the man on the ground, who was struggling to crawl backward away from the ghoul. In a single motion, Landon flicked open the baton and brought it down hard on the top of the zombie's head. It took a couple of smacks before the skull began to crack. As the creature fell lifeless, the people holding it up dropped it to the ground, where Landon continued to wail on it. Once he was satisfied it wasn't getting back up, he stopped his assault. Landon turned back towards the front of the building, breathing a sigh of relief that the front doors were now shut. Without missing a beat, he took charge of the situation, barking out orders with a sense of authority, pointing to random people to make sure they understood his commands. "You get that back door secure. You 3, start locking those windows down. And you, find me a radio," Landon commanded. While the people were confused, they followed his orders, too scared to disobey. As they ran off to accomplish their tasks, Landon walked back to the front of the building, where a large middle-aged man stood guard by the door. It took him a second before he recognized him. "Dylan, are you okay?" Landon asked. Dylan nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine. But where in the hell did you come from?" Landon panted while he spoke, struggling to catch his breath. I was down at the diner with some of the others when all hell broke loose. What are you talking about? Dylan asked. Landon replied, I don't know exactly what happened, but we heard a shotgun go off up at the processing plant. Then, a couple of minutes later, these things were running wild. I ran down here to warn you. Dylan shook his head. It's a damn good thing you did. I'm guessing that was you yelling a couple of minutes ago? Yeah, that was me, Landon confirmed. Dylan said, if you hadn't done that, it would be a feeding frenzy in here right now, so thank you. Landon nodded. I'm just doing my part. Landon continued his labored breathing as Dylan gave him a pat on the back. A few moments later, one of the women he had pointed at came over carrying a radio. Will this work? She asked. Landon nodded as he took the device from her, quickly switching it on and tuning it to the right channel. Nathan, do you read me? Landon called into the radio. It took a few moments for the radio to crackle to life. Nathan's voice came through. It's good to hear your voice, Landon. What's the situation down there? I got here as fast as I could, I swear I did. But we lost a couple of people. Everybody else is safe though, Landon reported. That's a damn fine job, Landon. I'm proud of you, Nathan said. Landon perked up a bit at the praise, standing tall as if he wanted to live up to it. So what do we do now? Nathan replied, I wish I had an answer to give you. There's dozens of those things running around town, and God only knows how many still left up at the plant. Landon nodded. Well, when you figure something out, let me know. I'll have these people ready to do whatever needs to be done. I know you will, Nathan said. Landon looked over to Dylan, who was motioning for the radio. Hang on, Nathan, I got Dylan here wanting to talk to you. Dylan took the radio, speaking in a calm, matter-of-fact tone. Nathan, are you doing okay up at the diner? Nathan replied, I'm going to level with you, Dylan. It's bad up here, and we're in for a long night. We can ride this out and wait until morning, Dylan suggested. Nathan sighed. I wish it was that simple, but we're pretty sure these things were released on purpose. On purpose? By who? Dylan asked, shocked. Nathan admitted, I don't know, but we can't sit tight. We have to deal with this situation now. The people here might not listen to a teenager, but they will listen to me. So whatever y'all say, we'll do, Dylan assured him. Nathan said, I appreciate that, Dylan. But I have a question. How many people do you have down there? Dylan replied, without doing a proper head count, I would say about 40, maybe 50. Nathan sighed again. So there's 100 people out there locked up in their homes with no idea what's going on. That would seem to be the case, Dylan agreed. Nathan instructed, okay, just sit tight and make sure everyone is calm. Do whatever you need to do, and I'll be in touch when we know what we're doing. You got it. Be safe out there, Dylan said as the line went dead. He tossed the radio over to Landon, who looked at him in a slightly confused manner. You're giving this back to me? Landon asked. Dylan nodded. You risked your life to come save ours. As far as I'm concerned, you've earned a seat at the head of the table. I'll back your play as long as it isn't incredibly stupid. I appreciate that, Dylan, Landon said, extending his hand for a shake, which Dylan gladly reciprocated. Dylan asked, so what do you want to do first? Landon replied, well, we have some time to kill. So let's do a full head count and figure out who we have in here. You never know when we might need a certain skill set. Lead the way, young man. Chapter 21. Nathan tossed the radio onto the counter after finishing his talk with Dylan and Landon. The rest of the room was silent, save for the constant banging on the windows by the ghouls desperate to get inside. I'm glad the kid was able to get there in time, Mayor Gibson said. He's got a set on him? I'll give him that, Sheriff Weaver added. Carrie looked around. So what do we do now? Nathan answered, we need to get up to the plant. That's not what would be at the top of my list, Carrie replied. Sheriff Weaver frowned. Why in the hell do you want to do that? Nathan explained, we've only seen what, 30? Maybe 40 of them come running down here, which means there's still at least 100 of them still inside. How is that possible? Carrie asked. They looked like they were playing follow the leader out there. The main floor is wide open, but there are several storage rooms with doors that can be secured, Nathan said. It's possible that once things started getting bad in there that people found a way to protect themselves. Well, if they're locked up, then what do we have to worry about? Carrie questioned. Somebody going back and unlocking it, Sheriff Weaver responded. So what are you going to do? Carrie asked. Nathan's voice was calm but determined. We're going to burn it to the ground. There's a big propane tank around the back that we can set off. Brian shook his head. It still doesn't make any sense. Who would do this? Nathan took a moment before talking again, hesitant to broach the issue. However, he knew he didn't have another choice. Brian, I know Landon put a lot at your feet, unfairly I might add, and I want you to know that I'm not casting blame in any way. But I think it's Jeremy. You have to be fucking kidding me, Brian said, slumping into a booth, anguish crossing his face as he raised both hands to the side of his head. Sheriff Weaver nodded. I think Nathan's right. When Danny and Maude passed away yesterday, we suspected foul play, and Jeremy was unaccounted for. He was at home with me, Brian insisted. Sheriff Weaver eyed him. And if memory serves, you were passed out from taking a sleeping pill, were you not? Brian thought about it for a moment before letting out another sigh and shaking his head. Damn it, just damn it. It's not your fault, Brian, Nathan said. Well, it damn well feels like it. I don't even know what to say, Brian replied. You don't have to say anything, Mayor Gibson offered. Nathan spoke up. But we could use your help up at the plant. Brian nodded, resigned. Yeah, I'm in. Sheriff Weaver raised an eyebrow. When you say we, I assume you're volunteering me. Nathan smirked slightly. You're the only law enforcement officer in town, so yeah, I'm going to need your help. Sheriff Weaver considered it for a moment. Before we do that, I think we should hit the station. That weapons locker might come in handy. Nathan contemplated it for a moment before shaking his head. We need to go to the plant first. The station is in the other direction, and if we get hung up, that opens the door for Jeremy. Weaver shook his head in disagreement, but ultimately began nodding as he thought about it more. Hey Hazel, do you have some weapons for my friends here? The kitchen has plenty of knives you can borrow. But Bessie stays here, Hazel replied, holding up the giant cast iron pan stained with blood splatter on the bottom. Nathan chuckled. She's all yours, Hazel. Besides, you're the only one strong enough to swing it without dislocating your shoulder. Damn straight I am, Hazel said proudly. So let's get out the back and start moving, Nathan instructed. Wait, what do you want us to do? Carrie asked. Nathan contemplated for a moment before an idea came to him. Do you have your cell phone? Yeah, but with the weather the way it is, the reception is spotty, Carrie answered. I got a landline back here too, Hazel offered. Good. I want the three of you to start calling everybody that you can. Coordinate with Landon and get everybody you can on it, Nathan directed. What do you want us to tell them? Mayor Gibson asked. To stay in their homes and lock it up tight. If they have a radio, tell them to turn it to channel 10. That's going to be the designated community alert line, Nathan said. We'll take care of it, Carrie assured him. Good. Come on, boys, we have to get moving, Nathan said. Nathan led the trio to the back door, grabbing knives as they went. Before opening it up, he held up the radio and handed it over to Hazel, who trailed them. Landon's on channel 8. We'll be on 9 to communicate with you directly. Why not just have the party line? Hazel asked. Because we may be in trouble. And the last thing I want to do is cause a panic down at the community center, Nathan explained. Hazel thought about it for a moment before nodding. You boys be safe out there. Especially you, Brian. If you got my shipping order right, that means I have a whole mess of specials sitting at the airport that only you order. Brian chuckled for a moment before snapping back to the moment. Nathan looked back to the others, delivering his instructions. We're moving back a block into the neighborhood before heading north. We move silently and stick to the shadows. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah, I got one, Brian said. What is it? Nathan asked. If we're going to burn the place down, how are we starting that fire? Because I don't have a lighter, Brian pointed out. Nathan glanced over to Weaver, who gave a light-hearted shrug. I quit smoking back in high school. Hang on, I got you boys, Hazel interjected. Hazel walked over to one of the storage cabinets, opening it up and shuffling some bottles around. After a moment, she emerged with a glass bottle of vodka, stuffing a rag in it and handing it over. Now you're making me feel bad, Hazel. Taking your liquor, Nathan said. Hazel let out a hearty laugh. Relax, Nathan. This is some ultra-cheap Russian stuff that's not fit for human consumption. It is a pretty good cleaner, however. Okay then, we'll be back before you know it, Nathan said. You better, Hazel replied. Hazel stood by while Nathan led the group out the door, the diner owner taking special care to make sure it shut gently behind them. Once out in the snow, Nathan, Sheriff Weaver, and Brian moved silently a block away from the main street before turning north. It was near total darkness as they moved through the yards of the houses, with only the small solar-powered community lights situated in the middle of the yards providing any illumination. It took several minutes for them to make their way to the plant, stopping 100 yards away from it before making their final approach. They took up a position behind a group of trees in the field next to the road, focusing their attention on the entrance. The fire was still burning, however the flame was beginning to wane. Despite that, the group could see some movement at the front of the building. Two figures, one standing upright and shambling around the door, while the other was on the ground, a couple of limbs flailing about. How do you want to approach it? Brian asked. We need to get that door shut before we do anything, Nathan replied. Then we go as one. I'll take out whoever is walking about. You two focus on the door, Sheriff Weaver suggested. Okay, let's do it, Nathan agreed. Weaver took point, gripping his knife tightly as the three of them moved across the open field towards the building. As they walked, they kept their eyes trained not only on the door, but also on the main street leading to it. Much to their horror, there were a couple dozen ghouls roaming about. At the first sight of them, Nathan stopped the trio, pulling them down to one knee to minimize their profile. He pulled out the radio, turning the volume down as low as he could before clicking it on. Hazel, do you copy? I read you. Is everything okay? Hazel responded. No, it is not. Do you have a gun? Nathan asked. Yeah, but I can't aim it for shit, Hazel admitted. It doesn't matter. I just need you to fire it into the air, Nathan instructed. But won't that bring those people to the diner? Hazel questioned. It will, which is why you have to fire it quick and lock up that back door, Nathan said. Are you sure? Hazel asked. I am. If we make our move now, we're going to be overrun. We need you to clear our path, Nathan explained. You got it. Stand by. Hazel agreed. The trio continued kneeling in the snow, not daring to move until the nearby threat was properly distracted. A few moments later, the unmistakable sound of a shotgun going off in the distance echoed through the air. They watched as the horde of zombies on the road immediately took off running towards the diner. However, none of the ghouls by the plant joined them. Come on, let's get this done, Nathan urged. Sheriff Weaver moved a few steps ahead of the others as they approached the building. The trio walked along the edge of it towards the door, treading lightly and listening carefully for any signs of trouble coming from just inside the door. They were relieved to not hear much of anything. Weaver paused as they reached the door, poking his head around the threshold and seeing no movement, at least in the entryway. He gave Nathan and Brian a nod before turning his attention towards the lone standing ghoul who was moaning and thrashing about wildly at the creature on the ground. Weaver kept his steps light as he got closer, relieved to see the ghoul intently focused on the figure on the ground. When he got within a few steps, the sheriff made his move, darting forward and driving the knife into the back of the zombie's skull. With a forceful push, he sent the ghoul to the ground beside the other moving figure. Weaver was ready to pounce but stopped when he saw the condition of what was left of Travis on the ground. "Mother of God," Sheriff Weaver muttered. Weaver couldn't take his eyes off the man he called his friend. One of Travis's arms hung on by a few strands of muscle, and several bite marks covered his body, especially on the legs that were missing a significant amount of flesh. Weaver watched as the zombified Travis attempted to get up but lacked the strength or coordination to do so. As a result, the ghoul flailed about on the slick, blood-soaked snow. The sheriff flinched as he heard the metal doors being secured behind him, not expecting the sudden noise. A few moments later, Nathan and Brian joined him at the grisly scene. "Jesus Christ. Put him out of his misery already," Brian said. Weaver stared down at Travis for a moment, preparing his blade to strike. "I'm sorry, Travis. I swear to you that I'm going to get the son of a bitch that did this to you." Weaver let out a pained grunt as he drove the tip of his blade into the top of the zombie's head, yanking it right back out and ending his friend's suffering. He stood there for a moment, trembling with a mixture of rage and sorrow. "Are you good, Weaver?" Nathan asked. "Yeah, Nathan, I'm good," Weaver replied. "All right then. We got the door secure, and from what I could hear, there's a mess of those things still inside. So let's light it up." Chapter 22. In the southern part of town, amongst the first few houses that ran up against the edge of the woods that separated the community from the wilderness, stood the house of Alvin and Lily. Both were relatively new to the community, having moved from Fairbanks a year ago, but both were well-liked. The screen on Alvin's smartphone lit up their darkened bedroom. However, neither of them was around to hear it vibrate gently on the wood. Today had been a trying day for them both, spending most of the day trying desperately to reach their friends and family back in Fairbanks. Rather than dwell on the inevitable truth that was quickly sinking in, that their loved ones were likely gone, the couple opted to curl up on the couch in an attempt to pretend nothing existed outside their four walls. Lily sat on the couch, clutching a glass of red wine as she stared at the television, which was playing the opening menu of a romantic comedy DVD. It was her go-to movie when she was down and depressed, and this was one such moment. "Honey, are you okay in there?" Alvin called from the other room. "I'm going to need more wine. And snacks. And you." "Definitely you," Lily replied. Lily's voice was as upbeat as she could force it to be. However, Alvin knew that there was a lot of pain behind her words. Rather than push the issue, he wanted to play the role of the good husband and keep her mind off the horrors of the day. A few moments later, he walked into the living room from the kitchen, carrying a big bowl of popcorn and the half-empty bottle of wine that Lily was working on. "Here we go. I have the prescription for what ails you," Alvin said. "That doesn't look like a time machine to me," Lily replied. "If you drink enough of this stuff, you might be able to see through time," Alvin quipped. "I don't think we have nearly enough of that in the house to get me that drunk. Besides, we're going to have to ration this stuff out," Lily said. "That's a tomorrow problem. Tonight, we're going to act like the world is just fine. In fact," Alvin trailed off as he walked over to the large bay window at the front of the living room. With a tug on a cord, the curtains flew open, revealing a snow-covered wonderland outside. Some light pierced through the windows, allowing them to see the snowfall. However, the best sight was the community light 10 yards away. It was shining bright and highlighting all of nature's beauty. "I thought the mayor wanted us to keep things locked up tight," Lily asked. "The doors are locked. And besides, we're looking out towards the woods. The only thing that might be looking our way is a curious deer," Alvin said. "Okay, if you say so. Are you ready to start the movie?" Lily asked. Alvin watched as Lily poured the rest of the wine bottle into her glass. When she saw that he noticed what she did, she put on her biggest smile and held out the bottle for him. "Well, I think I'm going to need something to drink before we get settled in," Alvin said. "Well, hurry, because if we start this one soon, we should have time enough for the sequel," Lily added. Inside, Alvin shuddered at the thought of having to sit through nearly 4 hours of badly produced romantic comedies. On the exterior, however, he smiled and gave his wife a wink, knowing that this was what she needed. "I'll be right back," Alvin said. Alvin walked into the kitchen, tossing the bottle into the recycling bin before scoffing. "There's no point in that anymore," he muttered. He chuckled as he grabbed it and threw it into the trash, engaging in a bit of civil disobedience. Alvin then made his way to the refrigerator, opening it up and sticking his head inside as he dug around the back. "Come on, I know I have some emergency beers back here," he said. It took him a moment, but finally he spotted his target, grabbing a cold tall boy tucked away in the back corner. He pulled it out, lifting it up to his face, prompting a smile to form. "I'm so glad I saved you for a rainy day, because it's pouring today," Alvin said. "Come on, I want to start the movie," Lily called out. I'm coming," Alvin replied. Alvin shut the refrigerator door and began walking back into the living room, but was startled when he heard a slight metallic clicking sound coming from the back washroom. Rather than let it go, he walked towards it to investigate. Alvin made the turn around the corner of the kitchen, looking into the back hallway that led to their bedrooms and the washroom, as well as the back door. Much to his surprise, the door was sitting slightly ajar, moving with the wind gusts outside. Another metallic click resonated when the latch to the door lightly tapped against the frame. This unnerved Alvin, who stared at it for a moment before walking down the hallway cautiously. His gaze never broke from the door as he approached, extending his foot out to act as a doorstop in case something tried to get inside. With his foot firmly planted, he reached out and grabbed onto the knob, turning it so that the door shut as quietly as possible, as to not frighten Lily. Alvin gently turned the lock on the door, giving it a slight tug to make sure it was secure. Once he was satisfied, he glanced outside to see if he could see what might have caused the door to open. Much to his relief, there was nothing but an undisturbed, snow-covered yard. The only thing that looked out of place were the back steps, which had several footprints in them. "Relax, dumbass. That's just you and Lily's prints. The snow is blowing towards the other side of the house," Alvin muttered. Alvin laughed to himself before being interrupted by Lily yelling from the next room. "Come on, what are you doing?" Lily shouted. "I'm sorry, hun, I was just cold, so I wanted to grab the blanket on the bed," Alvin called back. Lily spoke in a slurred yet sultry manner. "Don't worry, baby, I'll keep you warm." A smile formed on Alvin's lips at the thought, however, he knew he needed to cover his tracks so that she wouldn't be worried. As he turned to take a step towards the bedroom, he slipped ever so slightly on some water on the entryway. He stared down at it for a moment, seeing a few puddles by the door. There was a lot of snow, so it could still be coming off the boots, Alvin reasoned. Despite his concerns, Lily's whistling from the front room forced them right out of his head. "I'm overthinking it. Just grab the blanket and get back to the hot woman on the couch," Alvin told himself. Alvin stepped heavily into the bedroom, hoping that Lily heard it from the next room. He stepped over to the bed, reaching down and grabbing the heavy blanket that stretched across. Before Alvin could turn around, he heard the subtle sound of the bedroom door creaking shut, confusing him. He turned around just in time to see Jeremy stepping towards him, knife in hand. Alvin attempted to scream as the knife plunged deep into his chest. However, Jeremy managed to place his hand over his mouth, muffling any sound. With a forceful shove, the killer pushed his victim onto the bed, keeping a firm grip on both his weapon and Alvin's mouth. Jeremy couldn't contain his excitement, grinning from ear to ear as he leaned down to his prey. He got within a few inches of Alvin's face, watching as the light faded from his eyes. "It's all over now. It's all over. You don't have to worry about anything ever again. Just close those eyes and drift away," Jeremy whispered. Jeremy continued grinning as Alvin's body fell lifeless. Once he was certain no life remained, Jeremy stood up, ripping the knife from its human sheath. His attention immediately turned towards the living room as Lily yelled out, "Come on, babe. If we wait any longer to start the movie, I'm going to need another refill," she called. Jeremy continued smiling as he took one more look at Alvin, who was still bleeding out on the bed. "Don't worry, my friend, you won't be alone in the afterlife very long," Jeremy said. Jeremy gave Alvin one last pat on the head before looking over his body like he was searching for something. After a moment, his gaze fell on his neck, where a blood-stained gold chain lay. With a quick tug, he ripped it free from its clasp and tossed it into his backpack. Jeremy turned and walked out of the bedroom, moving at a deliberate pace down the hall towards the living room. As he got closer, he could hear Lily making some cute noises, as if she were attempting to be playful for her husband. Jeremy stopped in the doorway of the kitchen, just a couple of yards away from the couch, which faced away from him. The sudden stop confused and agitated Lily, who began speaking with a pouting tone. "Are you ever going to get over here?" she asked. "If you insist," Jeremy replied. Lily's blood ran cold at Jeremy's voice. She sprang to her feet, spinning around and letting out a scream at the sight. Her eyes immediately focused on the bloody knife in his hands. "Who are you?" "Where is Alvin?" Lily demanded. "He's resting comfortably in the bedroom." "If you wish, you can join him," Jeremy said. Lily looked over to the front door, immediately making a break for it. Jeremy moved just as quickly, rushing to meet her there. Lily fumbled with the deadbolt, trying to get it open, but was prevented from doing so by Jeremy. With a forceful stab, he drove the knife into the upper part of her arm, sending a spurt of blood splashing across the door. Lily ripped her arm away, causing more damage to her limb, but managing to break free. She ran towards the kitchen, screaming from both the terror and the pain. Rather than race after her, Jeremy casually walked, stopping by the couch and picking up the half glass of wine on the side table. Lily continued screaming for help as she reached the back door, fumbling with it for a moment before finally getting it open. She darted out of the house, slipping on the top step and falling face first into the snow. She quickly picked herself up and stumbled through the yard, yelling at the top of her lungs. Jeremy walked casually to the back door of the house, leaning up against the threshold and watching the wounded woman stumbling through the yard. A few moments later, several zombies emerged from the darkness, drawn to her wailing. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Somebody help me!" Lily cried. Jeremy casually sipped on the glass of wine, watching with glee as the ghouls descended on her. She attempted to fight them off with her one good arm, but the struggle was short-lived. Within seconds, she was overwhelmed, pinned to the ground, and screaming in pain as flesh was ripped from bone. "I do hate to share credit, but this would not be possible without you," Jeremy said. Jeremy lifted his wine glass skyward, toasting the undead that were busy ending Lily's life. As he turned to step back into the house, the sky illuminated in a brilliant light, which was quickly followed by a rumbling boom. Jeremy turned his attention towards the north part of town, watching as the fish processing plant went up in a spectacular fireball. Well, it looks like this night just got a lot more interesting. Chapter 23. Nathan, Sheriff Weaver, and Brian sat in the front room of a house on the northern edge of town, looking out towards the raging inferno at the processing plant. Despite his best efforts, Nathan got a little emotional at the sight. He had spent years building it up from a rundown building into a thriving business that kept most of the town employed. While he knew it was on its way out with the new plant being constructed, it was still difficult to see it go. "You doing all right there, Nathan?" Brian asked. "Yeah, I'm fine, Brian. It's just one more thing to put on this week's shit pile," Nathan replied. Brian nodded, giving his friend a comforting pat on the back. "I don't know about you two, but I didn't see too many of those things come running back in this direction," Sheriff Weaver observed. "I caught a handful, but not much more than that," Brian said. "Maybe they're in the shadows?" Sheriff Weaver suggested. "Doubtful," Nathan responded. "That explosion wasn't nearly as big as I would have liked. That propane tank was running on empty, but it did the job." "How many do you think were still inside when it went up?" Brian asked. "That's not something I'd like to think about right now, if that's all right. Besides, speculation doesn't change our situation," Nathan said. The radio crackled to life on Nathan's hip, and Hazel's voice spoke, a lot lower than normal. "Nathan, are you there?" "Yeah, we're here, Hazel. Why are you whispering?" "Is everything okay?" Nathan asked. Hazel let out a sigh of relief before talking normally into the radio. "Yeah, everything's fine down here, except for the horde of crazy people trying to get inside. I was just whispering in case you were skulking around." Nathan chuckled before responding. Thanks for assuming I would leave the radio on full blast while trying to hide. Hey, I don't know. It's been a long couple of days and you might not be thinking straight. I'm all about being safe, Hazel replied. Fair enough, Hazel. What's going on? Do you know that new couple that moved to town last year? Lily and Alvin? Yeah, they moved into the Thompsons' old place down south, right? Yep, they did. What about them? Well, a couple of us tried to get them on the phone but couldn't get an answer, Hazel said. Are they the only ones you couldn't reach? Nathan asked. I think so. But that's not what concerns me. One of the neighbors a few houses down called me up and said that she heard a bunch of yelling coming from their direction. Okay, thanks for the heads up, Hazel. Are you going to go check it out? Hazel asked. Yeah, we are. Well, be careful because I think about half of our crowd has wandered off in search of some place they can actually get in. Landon said it's the same situation at the community center. Thanks for the heads up, Hazel. We'll be safe, and I'll let you know when we get there. Copy that. The radio fell silent as Nathan hooked it back to his hip. We're going on a hike? Brian asked. Yeah, we're going to have to stay in the shadows because those things are roaming around, Nathan replied. What about that four-wheeler trail that runs through the woods to the east? Sheriff Weaver asked. I didn't think it was finished yet. It's not, at least not finished enough to ride on. But the first clearing was done last week, so it should be manageable on foot. We'll just have to grab one of those solar lights out back, and we'll be good to go. If we're carrying a light down a trail, it'll be like sending up a flare for those things, Brian warned. There's 30 yards of trees separating the trail from the edge of town. We could have a spotlight, and you wouldn't be able to see it from town, Sheriff Weaver said. That sounds good to me. Let's get moving, Nathan agreed. Over the next 30 minutes, the trio trudged through the snow on the ATV path. Much to their relief, nothing alive or undead impeded their progress. As they approached the end of the trail, they shut off the light, not wanting to alert anything to their presence. Nathan brought them up to the edge of the tree line, looking out towards the row of houses, not seeing much of anything other than more snow falling. Do you know which house it is? Brian asked. The one on the left there with the lights on, Nathan answered. How do you want to play it? Sheriff Weaver asked. Keep your gun ready. If it's one of those things, Brian and I will handle it, Nathan said. And if it's Jeremy? Sheriff Weaver questioned. You give him one chance to disarm before you shoot. Don't let him get within striking distance of any of us, Nathan replied. Understood. Let's move fast. I don't like being exposed like this, Nathan said. The other two men nodded before following Nathan out from cover. They ran across the snow, keeping their heads on a swivel as they scanned for threats. Nathan slowed their run when they got close to the house, spotting the faint red in the snow just a few yards away. Despite the heavy snowfall, the pool of crimson was visible. Damn it, Nathan muttered. Nathan shook off the sight before motioning for them to get back underway. As they approached the still open back door of the house, he took point, raising his knife before crossing the threshold. Nathan stepped in as quietly as he could, listening for any movement, but heard nothing. He gave out hand signals for the others, telling Weaver to move through towards the front of the house and for Brian to shut the door. Nathan stepped into the bedroom, recoiling at the sight of Alvin sprawled out on the bed, soaking in a pool of his own blood. Brian glanced in as he walked by, nearly dry heaving at the sight, but managing to hold it in. Both men did a quick sweep of the room, opening up the closet doors but finding nobody hiding within. As they exited the bedroom, Sheriff Weaver called out from the living room. We're clear in here, Sheriff Weaver said. We're good in here too, Nathan replied. I got something you need to see in the living room. I think there was a struggle. Weaver trailed off as he stepped into the bedroom, laying eyes on Alvin for the first time. He stared at the mangled corpse for several moments before letting out a sigh and shaking his head. Well, I was in detective mode and found some blood splatter near the front door. But this pretty much confirms something bad went down, Sheriff Weaver said. If he's here, then where's his wife? Brian asked. Nathan casually pointed towards the backyard. My guess is she's the bloodstain in the snow out there. Wouldn't her body still be out there? Brian questioned. Not if she was bitten, Nathan replied. I swear to God, when I get my hands on this asshole, I'm going to rip him a new one, Sheriff Weaver growled. Take a number, Sheriff. I'm the one that brought him here, so I get first dibs, Brian said. Enough, Nathan interjected. There will be time to dish out punishment once we get our hands on him. Right now, we have to figure out what we're doing. Nathan didn't wait for a response from the others before pulling out his radio and clicking it on. He spoke forcefully, taking full control of the situation. Hazel, I need you to click over to Landon's channel. We need to make a game plan. You got it. Changing over now, Hazel replied. Nathan fiddled with the knobs on the radio, switching over to the correct frequency. He steadied himself for a moment before speaking up. Landon, are you or Dylan there? Yeah, we're both here, Nathan. What can we do for you? Landon responded. I need you to get someplace quiet to talk, away from anybody else. We're moving now. Give us just a second, Landon said. Hazel, are you on here? Nathan asked. We're here, Nathan, Hazel replied. Nathan took a few beats to give Landon and Dylan time to find a quiet spot. Okay, Nathan, we're good to go over here, Landon said. Good, I have news, and it's not good, Nathan stated. That young couple that moved here last year, Alvin and Lily, were murdered, and we're pretty confident that it was Jeremy who did it. Jesus Christ, Landon muttered. Yeah, so if anybody lays eyes on him, consider him a threat and act accordingly, Nathan instructed. Well, given that we can't go outside thanks to the welcoming committee, I don't think it's much of an issue, Hazel said. Well, I know how I can pull them away from you, but it's risky and ultimately useless unless we know what to do with the opportunity, Nathan said. I have an idea if you're open to it, Landon said. The floor is yours, young man, Nathan replied. Well, I was talking to a few of the people we have in the community center here, and they're fishing boat captains. So if we had a clear path to the docks, we could load people up and get them out to sea, Landon suggested. I'm not sure abandoning the town is the way to go, kid, Hazel said. It's just for the night, or however long it takes to clear those people out. And find Jeremy, Landon added. Do you think that could work? Brian asked. If we set the diversion off at the right spot, and it was loud enough, I think it might, Sheriff Weaver said. Nathan thought about it for a moment before nodding in agreement with the idea. Okay, that's the plan we're going with. Wait, what are you going to use as the diversion? Hazel asked. We're going to head up to the police station. We need the weapons in the armory, plus the community alert radio system is there. We can get inside, flip that on, and sound the siren. If those things are as attracted to sound as they appear to be, they'll come running, Nathan explained. Jesus, Nathan, you boys would be trapped in there, Hazel protested. That building is solid, and we can make a stand there, Nathan said. I'm not the biggest fan of that idea, but it should work, Sheriff Weaver conceded. Hazel, how long do you need to get the message to everyone in their houses? Nathan asked. They'll know what's going on by the time you boys get to the police station. But a few of those old-timers are going to need some help getting to the docks, Hazel said. Leave that to Dylan and me. We have some muscle in the community center, so we can carry them if we have to. Landon offered. Okay, I'll let you know what houses you need to hit, Hazel replied. Okay, that's what we're doing then. Now, I want you all to listen very carefully to me. I want every single one of you on those boats and safely out of town, Nathan said. We can stay and help, Landon offered. You're helping us by staying safe. Please get to safety, and the three of us will handle Jeremy, Nathan insisted. You got it, Nathan, Hazel replied. Landon, I want to hear you say it too, Nathan said. Yeah, you got it. I'll be on the boat with the rest of them, Landon confirmed. Good man. Now, let's move like we have a purpose. I'll let you know when we're at the police station. Chapter 24. Nathan, Brian, and Sheriff Weaver stood in the kitchen of Alvin and Lily's house, gathering their nerve before embarking on their raid. Brian handed out bottles of water from the refrigerator, shrugging when Weaver gave him a curious look. "What?" "They're gone and we're still here. You might want to get used to this sort of thing because there's going to be a lot of it happening," Brian said. "Yeah, I know, it still just feels wrong given that he's laying in a pool of his own blood not 10 feet from here," Sheriff Weaver replied. "Yeah, I know, Weaver. I know," Brian acknowledged. Nathan walked over to the window, looking out across the snow-covered yards, not seeing any movement. However, he knew danger could be lurking just beyond in the shadows. He cracked the top of his water bottle, downing half of it in a single go before setting it on the counter. "I'm guessing there's no backwoods path to the station that I haven't been made aware of yet?" Nathan asked. "Afraid not. Nathan, we're going to have to go to Main Street if we want to get inside," Sheriff Weaver said. "At least it's on the southern edge of downtown," Brian offered. "It's what, a couple blocks away from the community center?" Nathan asked. "About that." "There's not a lot of room for error there," Sheriff Weaver said. "Yeah, I know, but unless either of you have a better idea, this is the only play we have if we want to clear a path to the docks," Nathan stated. "It's a shame that old helicopter up at the airport isn't fixed up. That would be perfect for something like this," Brian mused. "Well, on the positive side, I'm pretty sure both mechanics weren't on the infected list, so we'll be prepared for the next one," Nathan responded. "So how are we playing this one?" Sheriff Weaver asked. "It depends. Is the front door the only way to get into the station?" Nathan questioned. "I'm afraid so. The good news is, the front door should be unlocked," Sheriff Weaver answered. "Oh good, so we might have company when we get there," Brian quipped. "Yeah, well, crime isn't exactly rampant in this town, and it really wasn't high up on my list of things to focus on today," Sheriff Weaver retorted. "Fair enough," Brian conceded. "I say we approach it from the south. Should be some good cover coming out of the neighborhood, and we can figure out what to do from there," Nathan suggested. "Sounds good to me." "Lead the way," Sheriff Weaver agreed. Nathan nodded as the three of them walked with purpose towards the back door. He paused briefly before opening it, taking one more glance outside to make sure the coast was clear before proceeding. Once outside, they moved swiftly through the fresh snow, sticking to the shadows as much as they could. They got several houses up before being unnerved by the moaning coming from around the next corner. Nathan thrust his hand up, getting the others to stop behind him. He inched his way up to the corner of the house, gripping his weapon tightly as he peeked his head around the edge. In the front yard of the house stood two zombies, moaning and struggling to push their way through the bushes outside the window. Both of them had wedged themselves into the shrubbery pretty significantly, unable to move very much in any direction. This only agitated them further, causing them to flail about in an attempt to break free. Nathan was inclined to ignore the threat to keep moving, given that they seemed to be incapacitated for the moment. He stepped out from behind cover, ready to press on. However, a light tap on the window drew his attention, causing him to reconsider. Standing just off to the side of the window stood an older woman who gave a half-hearted wave towards him. Before the creatures recognized he was there, Nathan darted back behind cover. "We have to take them out," Nathan said. Brian nodded and raised his knife, following Nathan out from cover. The two of them moved as one, fanning out wide away from the house so that they could approach the flailing ghouls from behind while Weaver watched their rear. With a confirming nod to each other, the duo stepped forward and slammed their knives into the backs of the zombies' heads simultaneously. As they yanked their weapons free, the ghouls slumped over into silence. Nathan looked up to the older woman, giving her a thumbs up before motioning for the others to follow. They continued moving up through the neighborhood, taking a knee in the tree line that was a block up from the police station. They stared out from the darkness, taking in the downtown scene that was illuminated by the streetlights. From their vantage point, they could see a couple dozen zombies banging against the outside of the community center, with another dozen or so spread out in the street between that building and the diner. The police station was another matter, with half a dozen zombies smacking their hands against the front window like they were trying to get to someone inside. Well, that's not ideal. You just had to leave that door unlocked, didn't you? Brian remarked. Hey, I'm still an officer of the law. I will smack the shit out of you, and there's not a court in the land that would convict me, Sheriff Weaver shot back. Enough. We have to get through them and into the station, Nathan interjected. It's dark, but if I can get close enough to them, I am a half-decent shot, Sheriff Weaver said. And as soon as you start firing, you're going to draw them all over to us, Brian pointed out. Plus, we don't know what we're dealing with inside, Nathan added. Nathan continued staring out towards the half-dozen zombies that stood in their way. He racked his brain, trying to come up with a solution, but nothing good came to mind. We really need a diversion. If we can pull some of them away from the door, we might be able to push our way inside, Nathan suggested. I'll do it, Brian volunteered. What do you mean you'll do it? Nathan asked. I mean, I'll pull them away from the door for you, Brian said. And what in the hell are you going to do once you serve yourself up as bait? Sheriff Weaver demanded. I'm going to haul ass to my house and wait for you to do what you need to do. It can't be more than, 60, 70 yards? Brian estimated. Are you sure? Nathan asked. Hell no, I'm not sure. But I think this is the best option we have, don't you? Brian replied. Nathan and Weaver exchanged a glance, which led to a nod. Okay, give us 2 minutes to get into position, and then you do what you gotta do, Nathan instructed. I got a radio at the house, so I'll be on the party line, Brian added. Be safe, man. And watch your ass for Jeremy, Nathan said. He better watch his ass, because I'll feed him to those things one piece at a time, Brian responded. Brian looked over to Weaver, who shrugged. Do what you gotta do. It's not a crime unless you get caught, and I don't see myself doing much of an investigation, Sheriff Weaver said. Brian chuckled as he smacked Weaver on the back. You two get moving, Brian urged. Nathan and Weaver darted out from cover, using the darkened road to cross over. Once they were safely in the next tree line, they made their way north, staying at the backs of the buildings until they reached a small alleyway between them that was directly across the street from the front of the station. The two of them got into position, taking a knee to stay concealed. From their vantage point, they could not only see the half-dozen creatures in the road, but movement inside the police station as well. Looks like we have a fight on our hands once we get inside, Nathan observed. I'll start lighting them up as soon as we're in. I need you to focus on the door, Sheriff Weaver said. Where does it lock at? Nathan asked. There's a deadbolt throw just below the handle, but you have to make sure the door is lined up with the frame, Sheriff Weaver explained. I'll take care of it. You just make sure nothing bites me in the ass, Nathan replied. Don't worry, they'll have to get through me first, Sheriff Weaver assured him. The two men turned their attention back towards the station as they heard Brian yelling out. They couldn't make out exactly what he was saying, but given the rude gestures on his hands, they assumed it wasn't complimentary to the zombies. The gambit worked, drawing 5 of the 6 zombies away from the front of the building. However, one creature remained intently focused on the movement inside. Nathan watched as the other ghouls sprinted off after Brian, quickly disappearing into the dark. Let's move, Nathan shouted. Nathan broke from cover, running as hard as he could with Weaver just behind. He glanced to his left towards the community center, relieved that there weren't any from that mob that had broken away from the pack. Their footfalls on the pavement, however, drew the attention of the excited zombie by the front door. The ghoul turned around and let out a guttural moan before sprinting towards them. Rather than attack, Nathan lowered his shoulder and plowed into the creature, slamming into its chest. The impact combined with the slippery footing was enough to knock it off its feet, nearly doing the same to Nathan. Before he hit the ground, however, Weaver grabbed onto his arm and yanked him up. Nathan continued sprinting towards the door, the noise they were making drawing the attention of one of the creatures inside the police station. Before the ghoul could push the door open, Nathan hit it at full speed, smacking the creature in the face and driving it back. Nathan stepped to the side, holding the door open for Weaver to come through, guns blazing. He opened fire as soon as his foot hit the wooden floorboard, landing 2 shots in the fallen creature's head and ending the threat. Before Weaver could scan the room for threats, the other zombie inside the station emerged from the darkened corner. It moaned excitedly as it rushed towards the sheriff, who unloaded the remainder of the magazine in its direction. While his aim was somewhat on target, it came across as panic fire more than anything else. Despite this, one of the bullets found the mark, blowing out the back of the creature's head and sending it to the ground. "Weaver," Nathan called out. The sheriff spun around upon hearing his name, seeing that Nathan was having some issues getting the door secure. The ghoul they knocked to the ground outside was back on its feet and pushing against the swinging door. Nathan continued to flick the deadbolt switch, hoping it would lock into place, but it never lined up due to the constant motion. Rather than panic, Weaver quickly and efficiently dropped his empty mag and smacked in a new one as he strode to the door. Rather than speak, he grabbed onto the handle and pulled it, giving him a shot through the crack. With one bullet, the ghoul outside fell to the ground, allowing Nathan to secure the door. Both men took a couple steps back as they watched the zombies from the community center sprint towards them, slamming into the glass in a frantic attempt to break through. "That glass is going to hold, right?" Nathan asked. "All I know is, Sheriff Cooper spent 2 months' budget buying it, so it should be good stuff," Sheriff Weaver replied. "Still, I think we might want to get the weapons sooner rather than later," Nathan suggested. "I'm on it," Sheriff Weaver said. As Weaver walked to the back of the police station to open up the arsenal, Nathan pulled out the radio, clicking it onto the community channel. "Hazel, Landon, we're in the station. Let's get ready to do this." Chapter 25. Landon stood by the front window of the community center, peering out through the slats in the blinds towards the police station down the street. It was hard to get a good look at it, however, due to the zombies pressed up against the glass. Dylan walked up to him. Did they make it inside the station? Landon turned to see the larger man approaching. "I saw a couple of them get inside, and Nathan sent out a message a couple minutes ago. So it shouldn't be long now. Are the people ready to go?" "Yeah, I have them broken up into groups with the boat captains leading the way. It's about as efficient as it's going to get," Dylan replied. "How do the defenses look? We have to assume that the Siren isn't going to pull every one of those people away. We found a toolbox in the maintenance closet, so some of the more capable people have hammers and screwdrivers. It's not perfect, but at least they won't be defenseless." "What about the helpers for the older folks in the houses? We have 3 houses to hit on the south side of town and 1 on the north," Landon asked. Dylan nodded. "I have 3 teams of 2 that are covering the southern houses. I'm going to help you with the northern one." "All right, it looks like we have a plan then. Now we just need Nathan and the others to kick us off." As if on cue, the radio in Landon's hand crackled to life. Nathan's voice carried a commanding, steady tone, instilling confidence in the plan. "Okay, everybody, we're ready to go over here. I need you to sound off and let me know you're good to go." Hazel's voice responded. "We're ready to roll up here at the diner." Landon raised his radio. "Community center checking in, and we're good to go as well." "Okay, everyone, move quickly and quietly. And good luck. We're kicking this thing off in 30 seconds, Nathan concluded. As the line went dead, Landon and Dylan turned and marched towards the back exit of the building where the other survivors had amassed. Dylan raised his voice so that everyone could hear. "We're a go, people. When that siren starts going off, we're counting to 20, then bolting out those doors. Everybody knows their job, so let's get it done." Dylan and Landon looked over the crowd of frightened people, receiving some faint smiles and nods in response. They looked over to the right, standing behind the mass of civilians, spotting the other men who were slated to rescue the elderly people from their homes. "Is everybody clear on their targets?" Dylan asked. The men nodded in response. "Good. You get them out of there and to the boats. The captains have instructions to cast off 15 minutes after reaching the boats, so whatever you do, don't take your time." Before the men could respond with anything other than a nod, the siren from the police station pierced the air. Everyone in the room winced from the sound, which was ear-splittingly loud. Despite that, Dylan yelled out forcefully, cutting through the noise. Follow your captains to the boats, and you're going to be all right. We're going to be okay." His words did little to calm the nerves of the frightened townsfolk. However, they prepared themselves to run. After what felt like an eternity, Dylan yelled out once more, "Go, go, go, go." The boat captains at the doors threw them open, darting outside and leading the procession towards the docks, which were about a quarter-mile away from the community center. Dylan, Landon, and the other rescuers watched as the civilians filtered out of the building as fast as they could. "Let's move, boys. We have work to do," Dylan said. The group of 8 rushed out of the building, everyone but Dylan and Landon turning to the south. The duo took a turn to the right and began running as hard as they could, knowing that they were on a clock and it was going to be cutting it close to make it. The two of them stuck to the backs of the buildings on Main Street, hiding in the shadows as they went. Even as they got a few blocks away, the siren was still filling their ears and doing its job. As they paused at the next corner, looking down towards the diner, they watched as several creatures sprinted down the snow-covered road towards the station. "Looks like it's working," Landon said. "Let's hope it gets all of them. Come on." Dylan gave Landon a light smack on the arm to get him moving again as they broke from cover. They continued running hard through the snow, the clock silently ticking down in the back of their minds. It took several more minutes before they reached the row of houses in the northern part of town. It took them a moment to locate their target, quickly rushing over to it once they spotted it. Dylan moved to the front door frame, banging on it to get the old man's attention. The force of his blows caused the door to open slightly, but Dylan didn't notice. "Come on, Jack, we gotta move, buddy," Dylan called out. He knocked again when he got no answer from inside, this time directly on the door. Both men became frightened as the door creaked halfway open. "That's not good," Landon muttered. Landon reached into his pocket, pulling out his retractable baton, but keeping it compact as Dylan put his hand up. "Relax. He could have just left it open for us." Call out for him again. "Jack, are you in here? We have to move, buddy." There was no audible reply from inside, only the sounds of light movement. The sound was so faint that the duo couldn't tell if someone was inside or if the house was just settling. "Come on, let's sweep the place," Dylan said. "Are you serious?" "We're here, and he's old as hell. He could have fallen." Landon gritted his teeth, not buying the hypothetical put forth by his partner. However, he knew he wasn't going to win an argument with him at this point, so he nodded in agreement. "Okay, but let's make it quick." Dylan pushed open the front door carefully, revealing an empty living room. Nothing was disturbed, not even the magazines sitting neatly on the side table by the recliner. Both men stepped inside, shutting the door behind them. The living room was in the middle of the house floor plan, with the kitchen and bathroom ahead on the left and a hallway that led down to the bedrooms on the right. Dylan gently tapped his partner on the shoulder and motioned towards the hallway. Even though he wasn't thrilled with the idea of splitting up, Landon followed the older man's direction. With a deep breath, he began walking cautiously down the hallway, listening for any sound but hearing nothing. At the far end of the hall were 3 doors, one on either side and one straight ahead. Landon's eyes darted between the ones to his left and right, ultimately settling on the one on the left. He grasped the knob tightly, giving it a quiet turn before pushing it open. Inside was a tiny, empty bathroom. With a quick spin around, he repeated the process on the right side door, revealing an empty spare bedroom that didn't appear to have been used in years. "Okay, one more," Landon said to himself. Landon stepped to the back bedroom, pausing outside it briefly before opening it up. The door was barely open when the grisly sight inside hit his eyes. Blood splatters soaked the white comforter on the bed, creating a crimson mosaic on the fabric. Just to the left on the floor lay Jack, face down in a pool of his own blood. Landon stared at him for a moment, noticing several stab wounds in his back. His first instinct was to yell out to his partner. However, he didn't get the chance as he heard a loud clatter coming from the kitchen. Landon turned and moved quickly through the house as the commotion calmed down just as quickly as it began. Landon continued inching his way towards the kitchen, fear gripping him as he heard faint moaning and gurgling coming from it. He stopped at the edge of the hallway, peeking out and seeing Dylan on the ground, his life quickly fading from him. A moment later, Jeremy emerged from behind him, taking a knee beside the dying man and whispering something to him that was too low in volume to understand. Landon gripped his retractable baton tightly, trying to summon the courage to attack the murderer. Instead, he just continued to watch Jeremy as he reached down to Dylan's wrist, unlatching the watch on it. Jeremy patted his victim on the chest as the last bit of life left his body. With a big grin stretched across his face, he pulled the backpack off of his shoulder, setting it on the ground to place his new prize inside. With the killer distracted, Landon knew this was his chance. He burst from cover, flicking his wrist to unfurl his baton as he ran towards Jeremy. The rapid footsteps caught the murderer off guard, causing him to look up in a panic. "Take this, motherfucker," Landon yelled. Landon swung his baton with everything he could muster, aiming for Jeremy's head. However, his target managed to get his arm up for defense. While it wasn't a debilitating strike, Landon heard Jeremy yelp as the baton cracked his forearm. As Landon pulled back, preparing to strike the killer again, Jeremy reached back for his knife that was on the kitchen counter. Landon saw what he was going for and adjusted his aim, cracking the baton onto the counter and forcing Jeremy to pull his hand back. Landon swung again, catching Jeremy in the shoulder, causing another audible bone crack to resonate through the air. Rather than go for his knife, Jeremy lunged towards Landon, putting his good shoulder directly into the teenager's chest. Jeremy hit him with enough force to cause the air to vacate his lungs. With a brief window to escape, the killer darted by his attacker, reaching down for the backpack on the ground and grabbing one of the shoulder straps as he went by. Reacting on instinct, Landon grabbed onto the other strap, holding on as hard as he could. A brief tug of war ensued, with neither man giving up an inch of ground. However, the struggle ended abruptly as the strap Jeremy had a grip on ripped in two. The sudden change in tension caused the murderer to stumble backward into the living room. As he regained his footing, he watched as Landon tossed the backpack behind him and put himself into an attacking position. Even though he was still having trouble breathing, Landon held the baton high, ready to strike. "Yeah, come and get it, asshole," Landon taunted. Jeremy took a step towards Landon, who raised his weapon a little higher and let out a grunt. Knowing it was a losing cause, Jeremy let out a frustrated scream before turning and running out the front door. Landon took a step forward in an attempt to follow, but collapsed down to one knee from the fight. It took him several moments to regain his regular breathing. Once he was back to normal, he looked over to Dylan's body on the ground. "I'm sorry, man. I really am," Landon said softly. He put his grief to the side for the moment, turning his attention towards the backpack on the ground. His curiosity piqued, he stepped over to it and threw it open. After several seconds of digging around, a sickening realization hit him. Jesus Christ. Landon pulled out his radio, turning it to the proper frequency and clicking it on. "Does anybody copy?" "I read you, Landon. Where are you?" Mayor Gibson's voice responded. "I'm safe. But as soon as the men from the south part of town get to you, I need you to cast off." "We can wait for you," Mayor Gibson offered. "Mayor, I need you to trust me. Once they reach you, cast off. I have something Nathan and the others need to see." Chapter 26. Nathan stood behind the front counter of the police station, staring at the mob of ghouls pressing against the front windows. Several dozen had joined the mob over the last 30 minutes, with seemingly more running up. Nathan turned his head to the side when Sheriff Weaver's voice yelled out from the back. It was difficult to hear due to the deafening siren blaring just overhead, which acted like a siren's call to the zombies. After hearing more muffled words and not coming close to understanding them, Nathan gave a careful look at the windows, making sure they weren't showing any signs of failure. When he was convinced they were sturdy, he turned and walked to the back of the station, where Weaver stood in the armory. The room was relatively small, barely bigger than a walk-in closet. Unlike most closets, however, this one contained an arsenal. Shotguns, hunting rifles, and a small collection of assault rifles lined the walls, with boxes of ammunition to match. Nathan stood in the doorway, amazed at the sight. "Jesus, Weaver. I'm starting to understand why my taxes are so high," Nathan said. "It's a lot more necessary than you might think," Sheriff Weaver replied. Nathan grabbed a scoped assault rifle off the table, inspecting it while shaking his head. Yeah, you never know when you might need to fight off one of those heavily armed deer. While those encounters are rare, encountering packs of wolves is a lot more common. And trust me when I say you'd be relieved to have one of those slung over your shoulder if you cross paths, Weaver said. Nathan thought about it for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, I'll give you that. And hey, I'm not complaining, because they're about to come in very handy. Load up what you can carry. Because I want to make sure we have what we need without having to come back here, Weaver instructed. We're not making a stand here? Nathan asked. I don't want to shoot through that glass. Because if they get in here, there's not much in the way of defenses we can set up and be safe. Weaver explained. So where are you thinking? Nathan asked. The community center across the street. They have those old heavy-ass wooden tables. We can get those set up by the doors, throw them open, and make our own shooting gallery, Weaver suggested. Well, as long as that siren is going off, we should have plenty of time, Nathan said. Weaver glanced down at his watch and did some math in his head. I'm not sure plenty of time is the phrase one would use. What do you mean? Nathan asked. That siren has a 30-minute timer on it. When it expires, it shuts off. I can reset it before we leave, but as soon as we're out the back window, we're on a clock, Weaver clarified. Fantastic. That means we're going to have to take care of this problem before going after Jeremy, Nathan concluded. With the arsenal we have, I don't think it'll take all that long. Assuming they're all hanging out around here, Weaver said. One can only hope. Come on, let's get ready to move. I'll finish packing up here if you want to reset the alarm, Nathan suggested. Weaver nodded and rushed off to the control room to reset the alarm. As he did, Nathan began throwing weapons and ammunition into a large canvas bag before slinging it over his shoulder. Nathan began walking out of the armory but stopped in his tracks when the building suddenly went dark. While the sound of the siren wound down, he yelled out, Sheriff, is that you? No, the power's out, Weaver responded. And the siren? Nathan asked. It's powered, Weaver answered. Damn it, Nathan muttered. Nathan ran to the back of the building, jumping up on a table to boost himself up to the lone window a skylight. He looked outside, spotting a shadowy figure running away from the building while carrying an axe. Nathan fumbled with his bag to pull out a weapon, but by the time he had one in his grasp and looked back outside, the figure was gone. Son of a bitch, he swore. Weaver ran into the back room, holding his handgun after hearing Nathan call out. What is it? I think Jeremy just cut the power, Nathan said. Without that siren, those things are going to start wandering, Weaver pointed out. At least we gave them half an hour. They should be out to the water by now, Nathan replied. Nathan pulled out his radio, clicking a few knobs before speaking into it. Brian, it's Nathan. Are you there? Yeah, I'm here, man. I was starting to get worried. I've been calling for the last 20 minutes, Brian replied. Yeah, sorry, that siren was so loud I couldn't hear the radio, Nathan explained. Well, don't waste time talking to me. Get that thing fired back up, Brian urged. Yeah, about that. The power's been cut to the station, Nathan said. Jesus, Brian responded. Yeah, tell me about it. We're about to get the hell out of here and come your way, Nathan informed him. Forget coming here. We need to get up to the diner, Brian said. The diner? For what? Nathan asked. Man, you really need to turn that radio volume up. Landon's been trying to get in touch with you, Brian said. Landon? What in the hell is he still doing on land? Nathan questioned. I'll let him answer that, but we need to get up there to meet him now, Brian insisted. Okay, we'll get up there. But be safe out there because Jeremy was just here. You might cross his path, Nathan warned. I almost hope that I do, because I'm ready for his ass, Brian replied. Don't do anything stupid. We'll take him out together, Nathan said. If you say so. Now get moving. I'm going to do the same. I've been making my way up over the last little bit, Brian informed. Look at you being proactive, Nathan said with a chuckle. First time for everything, Brian replied. Nathan chuckled a bit before responding, "Be careful, and we'll see you in a minute." "Let's hope so," Brian said. The radio fell silent, and Nathan tossed it into the weapons bag. He turned his attention to the skylight window, finding the latch and pushing it open. There was just enough space for them to slide through, however. It was going to be tight. "This is the only way out?" Nathan asked. "Unless you want to walk out the front door," Weaver replied. "Not with that crowd," Nathan said. Nathan pulled the bag of weapons up, preparing to push it out the window before pausing. He reached inside of it and pulled out a handgun, slipping it into the back of his pants before putting the bag on the ledge. "We get out this window and haul ass straight for the diner," Nathan said. "You don't want to fall back a block?" Weaver asked. "Not with Jeremy roaming around out there. Plus, the longer we wait, the more likely it is those things are going to start wandering off from the front of the building. One door slamming up the street might be enough to get their attention," Nathan explained. "Then you better move fast, because that bag is going to make noise when it hits the ground," Weaver said. Nathan let out a sigh, knowing that Weaver was right. He slid it off the ledge and set it on the table beside him. "Maybe you should hand it to me once I'm outside." "That sounds like a better idea to me," Weaver agreed. Nathan shook his head at his own stupidity before pulling himself up to the window. With a huff, he leapt through headfirst, sliding out as far as he could without losing his balance. Once in position, he grabbed onto the window ledge and pulled his feet out the window. While the maneuver wasn't as graceful as he would have liked, he managed to flip out of the window and land on the ground relatively quietly. Nathan immediately drew his handgun, aiming it in both directions before looking back up to Weaver and motioning for the bag. The sheriff quickly shoved the weapons through the open window, right into the waiting arms of Nathan. Once he slung the bag over his shoulder, he went back to scanning both sides of the building for threats while Weaver continued to climb out. The sheriff struggled to navigate the window, slipping a bit as he lowered himself to the ground. The stumble was costly, smacking against the back of the building while flailing about. The sound was all that was needed to set off a chorus of moans coming from the front of the building. "Run," Nathan shouted. Nathan and Weaver pumped their legs hard, making a beeline for the diner just a few blocks to the north. As they ran across the small alleyway between the station and neighboring building, they saw two zombies running up towards them. Rather than fire, they continued running, hoping to put some distance between them and the creatures before attacking. Firing a shot now would all but doom them by alerting every nearby zombie to their presence. The duo got up the next block with the two alleyway zombies in pursuit. Weaver continually glanced over his shoulder, keeping tabs on them while they moved, not wanting them to get too close. When the ghouls got within 5 yards of them, Weaver stopped abruptly to turn and fire. He immediately locked onto the target on his right, unloading several bullets in rapid succession. They ripped through the upper part of the zombie, tearing through its throat and landing a headshot, ending its threat. Weaver adjusted his aim towards the other one, who was closing fast. Rather than unload on it from a distance, he waited until it was within a few feet of him before firing a single shot. His aim was spot on, blowing out the back of its skull, dropping it to the ground. The sheriff paused for a moment, looking down from the way they came, seeing a dozen creatures in pursuit, but still at least a block away. "Come on," Nathan yelled. Weaver turned and rejoined the escape, catching up with Nathan half a block away from the diner. As they got within sight of it, they heard an intense whistle ring out. Looking up, they spotted Brian by the door, waving at them. "Get your asses in here," Brian shouted. Both men picked up the pace, darting by Brian and into the relative safety of the diner. Once they were both through, Brian slammed the back door shut, securing it well before the zombies reached them. Nathan and Weaver doubled over, breathing heavily and struggling to recover from the sprint. "Are you guys okay?" Brian asked. Rather than respond, both of them focused on their breathing, each giving a half-hearted thumbs up. Brian chuckled at the sight, patting Nathan on the back as he walked by him, grabbing the canvas bag on his back. "Jesus, what do you guys have in here?" Brian set the bag down on the counter, unzipping it and looking inside. After staring at it for a good 10 seconds in disbelief, he looked back up to Weaver. "My God, I know you guys were going for weapons, but damn." Well, the most important rule about living out in these parts is, always be prepared, Weaver said. No kidding, Brian replied. Finally, Nathan caught his breath and stood up tall. He ignored the weapon discussion and looked Brian in the eyes, speaking forcefully. Where's Landon? Chapter 27. Nathan marched into the front of the diner, immediately laying eyes on Landon, who was sitting at the front counter eating a pack of crackers. Anger with a hint of frustration began to bubble up as he spoke. You were supposed to be on one of those boats, Nathan said. I know, but it's not that simple, Landon replied. Oh, it's very simple, Nathan shot back. Now, you've definitely pulled your weight today, but you're a damn kid, and this is not a game. Landon stood up from his seat and stepped back so that Nathan could get a full look at him. Blood stained the bottom part of his shirt as well as his pants, causing Nathan to freeze up. Yeah, Nathan, no shit, this isn't a game, Landon said. This is Dylan's blood. He's laying dead up at some old guy's house in the north. And oh yeah, the old guy is dead too, both of them gutted by Jeremy. Nathan's demeanor shifted from antagonistic to sympathetic in a flash. I'm sorry, Landon, Landon let his anger loose, interrupting Nathan. You what? Thought I'm just some dumb kid? Trust me, I'd love nothing more than to be safe on one of those boats. But that's not in the cards for me tonight. But hey, at least that's only like the 5th worst thing to happen to me today, so I got that going for me. I'm sorry, Landon, Nathan said, his voice softening. Nobody should have to go through what you've gone through. Landon took a deep breath, calming himself before speaking again. Yeah, well, there's nothing we can do about it now. I'm sorry, Nathan repeated. Save it, we're cool. In fact, I have a gift for you, Landon said. Landon walked back over to his seat at the counter, reaching down to the floor and grabbing Jeremy's backpack, tossing it onto the counter. Brian immediately recognized it. How in the hell did you get Jeremy's backpack? Brian asked. He never let that thing out of his sight. When he killed Dylan, he took off his watch and was putting it in here. That's when I struck. I got in a few good blows, but so did he. I tried to take him down, I swear, but he got the better of me and escaped. But he had to leave without this. And you need to see what's inside, Landon explained. Landon nudged the bag towards Nathan, who stepped up and opened it. Sheriff Weaver and Brian closed in behind him to get a look. Nathan reached in and began pulling things out. There were a few articles of clothing, but beneath that was a large scrapbook filled with clippings. At the bottom of the bag was the sound of metal clinking together. What the hell is that? Nathan asked. With the bag nearly empty, Nathan turned it upside down, emptying the rest of the contents onto the counter. A collection of rings, watches, and other assorted items clattered loudly before settling. What in God's name is all that? Brian asked. A knot began to form in the pit of Nathan's stomach as he began to put the pieces together. He hesitantly reached over to the scrapbook, opening it up to the first page where a clipped news article was pasted in. Nathan began reading aloud. Kansas City couple killed in their homes by knife-wielding intruder. My God, the article is from December of 1994. Nathan turned the page, continuing to read as he flipped through the pages. Young woman killed in home invasion, March of 96. Elderly couple, 97. Nathan trailed off as he flipped through, his eyes and expression telling the story for everyone else in the diner. More and more murders on each page. Finally, he stopped on the last page. Jesus Christ, Nathan muttered. Nathan stared at the page in disbelief, reading it to himself several times to make sure he read it properly. After several moments of silence, the others became concerned. What is it, man? Are you okay? Brian asked. It's a story about Joel Cooper and his wife being found murdered in their homes. Stabbed repeatedly, Nathan said. Nathan tossed the scrapbook onto the counter and walked away so the others could read. They hovered around it for a moment before Brian began frustrated yelling. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Brian shouted. Brian began pacing back and forth, trying to calm himself down. Joel Cooper? Why does that name sound familiar? Landon asked. It was Sheriff Cooper's brother, Sheriff Weaver said. He and his wife left here a few years back. And Jeremy told me that Joel was the one who told him about our town, Brian added. Weaver thumbed through the scrapbook, seeing the stacks of articles contained within. This boy's been at this for decades. I swear, only I can go on a supply run to Anchorage and come back with a goddamn serial killer, Brian said. There's probably more up here than you think, Landon said. I was born here, but damn, who willingly comes up here to live? The other three men stared at the teenager, slowly raising their hands. Yeah, well, maybe I should be keeping my eye on you then, Landon said. The kid's right, though, Nathan said. If you're running away from something, places like Marshall are a great place to go. Not a lot of outsiders willing to make the trip to look for you. I gotta say, Nathan, I'm glad you weren't on the town's branding committee, Sheriff Weaver said with a grin, because that's a hell of a slogan. Regardless, there's a serial killer roaming around our town right now, and we need to deal with him, Brian said. Before anybody could respond, a zombie ran up to the front window and began smacking its hands against the glass. Not to mention that group of troublemakers too, Brian said. Do we have any idea how many of them are still in town? Landon asked. It can't be more than 50, can it? Sheriff Weaver guessed. That sounds close enough to plan for. Are we still sold on the community center idea? Nathan asked. If we can get there, I think it's our best bet, Sheriff Weaver said. One way in, and we know we can barricade it. Plus, we have an escape route in the back. But without the Siren, it's going to be a pain in the ass to get over there, Brian pointed out. We could take them on here, Landon suggested. Frankly, kid, I'm more afraid of Hazel than I am of anybody in this town. Jeremy included, Sheriff Weaver said. If we mess up her restaurant, she'll kill us in our sleep. Don't kid yourself, Weaver. She'd wake us up first, Brian said. We'll be able to get over to the community center, Nathan said. We just need to give them some time to wander off from the station. It shouldn't be long with the racket they're making. Landon got up from the counter and walked to the window, looking past the creature banging on the glass. From his vantage point, he could see half a dozen ghouls running around through the snow. As he stared, something caught his eye: their clothing. Maybe we shouldn't be in a big hurry to get over there, Landon said. We can't wait too long, Nathan said. Those people on the boats don't have supplies, so they're going to have to dock sooner rather than later. A few hours aren't going to hurt them, Landon replied. What do you want to wait for? Sheriff Weaver asked. Come here, look at this, Landon said, waving them over and pointing to the handful of creatures in the street. Tell me what you see. The three men stared at the ghouls, trying to spot what Landon was seeing. Can I buy a hint? Brian asked. Look at them and tell me what you see, Landon repeated. Brian shook his head and went back to staring. After several moments, a smile crept onto Nathan's face. It's their clothing, Nathan said. Bingo, Landon replied. What about their clothing? Sheriff Weaver asked. They were sick when they died, so they were dressed in their most comfortable sleepwear. It's warm and cozy when you're sitting by the fire and underneath blankets, but not so much when you're outside, Nathan explained. Trust me, I know, Landon said. My sister locked me out of the house last winter for an hour, and I thought I was going to die. Well, clearly the cold isn't killing them, Brian pointed out. Maybe not, but the cold is going to start affecting them. I don't know what that virus is or what it did to them, but I know one thing for sure. They're still flesh and bone, Landon said. And that means if we give them a few more hours out there in the elements, we might get lucky and they'll slow down a bit, Nathan added. Brian and Weaver exchanged a glance, shrugging their shoulders and nodding in agreement. Sounds good to me. Those people are way too fast for my liking, Sheriff Weaver said. You did a pretty good job taking them down, though, Nathan said. I'm just thankful I'm more lucky than good, Sheriff Weaver replied. Nathan let out a chuckle, patting his friend on the back as they headed back towards the kitchen. Do you think Hazel would mind if I fired up the grill and got us some food while we wait? Brian asked. Frankly, I think she'd be offended if we didn't, Nathan said. You get it going, and I'll take everyone's order. Then we get to settle in and do the hardest thing known to man: hurry up and wait. 3 hours passed as the 4 men sat in the restaurant. In the front booth, Nathan and Sheriff Weaver played a card game, while Landon took a nap in a booth on the opposite side of the room. Brian sat by the front window, just off to the side so as not to draw much attention to himself. The zombie that had been drawn to the diner was still there, banging away. However, his rhythm had slowed dramatically. Well, what do you know? The kid was right, Brian said. Brian looked past the lone creature towards the street, where the crowd had grown to a dozen ghouls who were meandering about. None of them moved particularly fast. It shouldn't be long now before we come and get you. So enjoy your time while you have it, Brian muttered. Brian continued staring out, flinching when a gunshot went off in the distance. Nathan and Weaver stopped their game, turning towards the window. Was that a gunshot? Nathan asked. I think so, Brian replied. Nathan and Weaver got up from their booth, running to the front window. Their footsteps on the floor woke up Landon. I'm up. What's going on? Landon asked groggily. Somebody fired a gun, Brian said. But we got everybody out, Landon said as he struggled to his feet, staggering towards the front window where everybody stared out towards the northern part of the street. Not everybody, Nathan said. Standing in the middle of the street, underneath a light, stood Jeremy. He held out the shotgun he had fired, dropping it to the ground before extending his other arm, revealing a large axe. If I didn't know better, I'd swear that he was calling us out, Sheriff Weaver said. That's exactly what he's doing, Nathan replied. I guess he's tired of waiting for us and knows he can't come in here and get us all. He's a bold little prick, isn't he? Sheriff Weaver said. The group watched him for a moment as a zombie shambled into range of him. With a deft move, he spun around, swinging the axe one-handed, lopping off the top of its head and dropping it to the ground. Why is he only using one arm? Nathan asked. Showing off? Sheriff Weaver guessed. It might be because I broke the other one with the baton you gave me, Landon said. The group stared back out at Jeremy, who turned and began walking away from them, vanishing into the darkness. Let's go get the son of a bitch. Chapter 28. Brian got up from his seat, pumping himself up for the hunt that they were about to undertake. However, none of the others shared his enthusiasm. Come on, let's go get the son of a bitch, Brian shouted. Nathan shook his head. Weaver and I will. Hell no. I brought that son of a bitch here, and I'm going to take him out, Brian insisted. Nathan remained calm. You're going to help us by drawing those things down to the community center. Give me one good reason why, Brian demanded. Because that man's a trained killer, and this is going to be a street fight when we find him. And to put it mildly, I'm a better fighter than you are, and I don't want you to get hurt or killed, Nathan explained. Brian stared at Nathan, shaking his head. Are you kidding me, Nathan? This is on me, so let me clean my mess up. Landon chimed in, smirking. Technically, you also brought the virus here, so you'd be cleaning that mess up too. Not helping. Brian shot back. Landon backed away, snickering to himself as Nathan stepped up to Brian. I know you're pissed. I am too. And I promise that I'm going to make that asshole suffer for what he's done. But I need you and Landon to draw that mob down to the community center and deal with them. Because the last thing I want to worry about while kicking his ass is watching mine. So please, can you do that for me? Nathan pleaded. Brian thought about it for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yeah, Nathan, the kid and I will handle crowd control so you can do what needs to be done. Just tell me what you want to do. Nathan gave instructions. You're going to need to find some way to draw them over to you. I know we don't have the police siren anymore, so you're going to have to get creative. Won't the gunshots draw them in? Landon asked. Nathan shrugged. To an extent. It's not going to reach the northern section of town, at least not loud enough and long enough for them to know where it's coming from. Landon suggested, if we can clear the street, I can make a run up it, fire off a few shots. No, it's too dangerous. I don't want you taking any unnecessary risks, Nathan replied firmly. Sheriff Weaver spoke up. Wait, what about Sheriff Cooper's police cruiser? What about it? Brian asked. It's parked at his house just behind the station. I have no clue where the keys may be, but you don't need to start it up to get the lights and siren going, Weaver explained. Brian seemed skeptical. Is that going to be loud enough? It's going to have to do. Can you two handle that? Nathan asked. Landon nodded. Yeah, Nathan will take care of it. Okay, let's get moving then, because I'm ready to hunt this son of a bitch down, Nathan declared. The group nodded in unison before turning and heading towards the back door. As they entered the kitchen, Brian grabbed the bag full of weapons and slung it over his shoulder. However, he paused shortly after doing so. I'm sorry, guys. What weapons did you want? Brian asked. Nathan shook his head. I got a handgun, so I'm good. You don't want a shotgun or something? Brian pressed. Yeah, I'll take one, Sheriff Weaver interjected. Brian turned to Nathan. Come on, Nathan. This is no time to mess around. Nathan responded confidently, I'm good with my handgun. This bastard's going to be hiding in a house, and I want to be nimble. Besides, shooting him with a shotgun is too easy. He needs to suffer. Fair enough, Brian conceded. Don't worry, I'll watch his back, Weaver assured Brian. Brian nodded as he opened up the bag for Weaver to pull out a shotgun and a pocket full of shells. Once everybody was armed, they positioned themselves at the back door. Good luck, everybody. Let's get this done, Nathan said. With a nod, Brian pushed on the back door to open it up, allowing the four of them to get into the street. While Nathan and Weaver moved to the north, Brian and Landon moved to the south, both of them armed with knives and ready for confrontations. The two of them ran down the back alley, pausing at the last building on the block to survey the situation. They spotted a few zombies in the street to their right, however they were distracted by the noise of the creature still trying to get inside the diner. Brian lightly smacked Landon on the shoulder, getting him to follow as they ran across the street. They continued moving south another block before making the turn to move away from the main road, navigating the yards of the houses before taking up a position beside one to catch their breath. Do you know where you're going? Landon asked. Yeah, Cooper's house is just going to be up a block once we hang a right. We hit that siren and haul ass to the community center, Brian replied. We should take the long way around, move down a couple of blocks away from the station before crossing, Landon suggested. That's a solid idea. Let's knock it out and get inside, because I'm freezing my ass off, Brian agreed. Landon nodded and gave his partner a pat on the back, letting him know he was ready. The two of them darted out from cover, running hard in the shadows towards the former sheriff's house, which they spotted on the horizon. As they got within 2 houses of their destination, however, they saw movement. Brian spotted it first, instinctively grabbing Landon and stopping him. As the teenager tried to speak, Brian put his hand over his mouth to prevent it. Landon complied, even if it was confusing. Brian pointed towards the house and the movement just outside of it. It took them a moment to pick out the creatures through the darkness, but they locked onto 3 of them, all of which were shambling around the car. Brian whispered into Landon's ear, making sure to keep his voice low. I want you to take the one out near the front of the car, then get that siren going. I'll handle the other 2. Landon nodded and got his knife ready to strike. Brian waited until his younger partner moved first, following him into battle. Landon started out slow but quickly picked up the pace as he approached his target creature. The ghoul never saw the strike coming, the knife driving deep into the base of its skull and putting its lights out without warning. The creature falling to the ground, however, alerted the other 2 nearby zombies that fresh meat was present. They turned and let out a satisfied moan at the sight, however. Before they could take a step towards Landon, Brian arrived. He moved as fast as he ever had in his life, lowering his shoulder and slamming into the side of the closest creature. The impact was violent, sending the ghoul off its feet and slamming into the side of the police car with enough force to dent the door. Get that siren going, Brian shouted. Landon sprung into action, racing around to the driver's side door and pulling on the handle, only to find that it was locked. "Damn it," he muttered. Rather than panic, he reached into his pocket and grabbed his retractable baton, unfurling it and immediately wailing on the window with it. The first 2 strikes spiderwebbed the glass, and the third blow shattered it fully. Landon quickly reached inside, unlocking the door and jumping into the seat. It took a moment of staring at the police cruiser dashboard to find the proper switch. "There we go," Landon exclaimed. He hit the switch, and immediately an ear-splitting siren erupted, resonating in the night air. He popped out of the car, looking over to Brian, who had the other creature pinned face down on the trunk, receiving multiple stab strikes to the back of its head. Brian looked up after dispatching the creature, seeing Landon waving for them to get moving. He deftly jumped over the creature he had knocked to the ground, which was still struggling to get back to its feet. The 2 men ran south through the neighborhood, glancing from side to side and spotting several slow, shambling creatures that were making their way to the Siren. After a couple of blocks, they made the turn back to the main road. Both of them stopped at the row of trees just to the south of the station, taking cover and inspecting the scene before taking action. A handful of ghouls remained by the front of the station, still entranced by something inside. Meanwhile, the dozen creatures outside the community center were shambling towards the police car Siren, while a couple dozen more up the street were being lured in as well. Brian smiled, smacking his teenage partner on the back. "Hell yeah, this is working like a charm," Brian said. "Let's get across the street and in through the back door," Landon suggested. "After you," Brian replied. Landon nodded and led them out from cover, sprinting across the street and staying to the shadows to avoid detection. It took them a few moments to circle the building, taking their time to make sure there weren't any unexpected guests. They laid eyes on the back doors of the community center, which were still hanging open, worrying them. "Damn it, what are the doors doing open?" Brian muttered. "I guess the last ones out didn't think they'd be back," Landon replied. "Okay, when we get inside, you get those doors closed, and I'll do a sweep," Brian instructed. Landon gave his partner a thumbs up, but Brian grabbed his arm to prevent him from leaving. "What are you doing?" Landon asked. Brian slung the bag from off his shoulder so that he could look inside. He rummaged around for a moment before pulling out a scoped assault rifle, doing a quick check on it before securing the bag. "We're going to be inside, so I don't care about noise anymore. And if they've been inside all this time, they might be fast," Brian explained. "Good enough for me. Lead the way," Landon said. Brian broke from cover, running hard across the open field towards the community center, with Landon close behind. It took a few moments to reach the door, and he did not slow down as he approached. Brian raced through the door, taking a few steps inside before planting his feet hard on the floor and aiming his rifle throughout the building. The sudden footsteps alerted 2 creatures on the far side of the room that were being drawn to the car Siren bellowing outside. The zombies let out excited moans before turning and running towards the duo. Brian stood his ground, carefully lining up his shot through the scope and squeezing the trigger. His aim was on target, ripping through the forehead of one ghoul before focusing on the other creature. With another trigger squeeze, the ghoul's head exploded in a spectacular display of crimson, dropping it to the ground and ending the threat. He stood in place for several moments, however, scanning the room in case there were any stragglers. His focus was broken when Landon slammed the doors behind him, locking them up tight before turning towards the front of the building. "Are we clear?" Landon asked. "We are clear," Brian confirmed. Landon nodded and raced to the front doors, checking them to make sure that they were locked up tight. When he was satisfied that they were safe, he let out a sigh of relief. "Well, that was fun," Landon said. Brian gave a slight smile. "The fun's just beginning, my friend. We have to set up some barricades and prepare ourselves for one more onslaught. As long as they're not running like those 2, I think we're going to be okay," Landon replied. "Come on, let's get going. We have a lot of work to do." Chapter 29. Nathan and Sheriff Weaver bolted out of the diner, making a turn to the north and marching with purpose through the snow. Both men held knives in one hand, keeping their handguns holstered until they absolutely needed them. They knew they were hunting a cold-blooded killer, one who had evaded detection and capture for decades. Not only that, but the zombified remains of their fellow residents lurked in the darkness. The last thing they wanted to do was send up an audible flare to let the creatures know where they were. The two of them cut back away from the main road before continuing to the northern neighborhood. As they got the rows of houses in sight, they stopped behind a bank of trees, scanning the area. There were a handful of solar lights casting a slight glow on the homes and yards, illuminating some movement in the snow. From their vantage point, it was difficult to tell how many creatures were hiding just beyond their view, but they knew it was more than they wanted to deal with. "So how in the hell do we find this asshole?" Sheriff Weaver asked. "I don't like the idea of doing a house-by-house search, but I don't know if there's another way," Nathan replied. "Well, pick one and let's get started," Weaver said. Nathan started to lead them out from cover, but paused when he saw something out of the ordinary in a yard up the block. He squinted, barely able to make out a body lying on the ground at the fringes of one of the solar lights. "This way. And watch our six. This may be a trap," Nathan said. Weaver nodded as he followed Nathan out from the trees, both men sticking to the shadows as they raced up the yards. As they approached the light, the mysterious body came into focus. It was clearly a zombie, but it was missing its head. Nathan and Weaver didn't approach it directly, instead opting to remain concealed by the darkness by the side of the house. They studied the scene for a moment, trying to figure out what had happened to the ghoul. "Somebody took a swing at it," Sheriff Weaver observed. Nathan inched his way up the side of the house, making sure to keep an eye on the corner that was fast approaching. He stopped a couple of yards away from it to inspect the corpse further. The body was sprawled out on the ground, with a light blood trail leading to the north. Even though the snowfall was heavy, the blood was fresh enough that it was still visible, even in the low light. "It's gotta be him," Nathan said. "Let's follow it then," Weaver replied. Both men moved with caution through the snow, following the blood trail as it weaved through the yards. They walked by a few more houses, following the trail until it became obvious where it was headed. Both of them stopped once the realization hit them. "He's going to the mayor's house," Nathan said. "It makes sense. It's the biggest one in town." "Plenty of places to hide," Sheriff Weaver agreed. Nathan nodded and led them up along the next two houses, stopping at the last one and looking out across a small field. About 40 yards away from them stood the mayor's house, the only two-story structure in town. While it wasn't a giant house, it was bigger than anybody else had. A large patio on the second floor faced west towards the river, making for spectacular sunset viewing. The first floor was spacious, big enough to host dinner parties without it feeling crowded. Both men stared at the structure for a moment, trying to see any movement ahead of them or inside. Their patience was rewarded when they noticed a lone light clicking on and off through a second-floor window. "The son of a bitch is taunting us," Sheriff Weaver said. "Let's make him regret it then," Nathan replied. "How do you want to play it?" Weaver asked. "He doesn't know there's two of us, and we're going to use that to our advantage. While I distract him, I want you to circle around and sneak in through the back door," Nathan said. "Sounds good to me. How are you going to distract him?" Weaver asked. Nathan chuckled before smacking his friend on the arm and turning towards the house. He casually stepped out into the light, walking towards the mayor's house with his arms outstretched. As he got within 20 yards of the front door, he began yelling out. "I know you're in there, Jeremy. I know you've had your fun tonight, but it's time to put this to bed. Give me a couple of clicks if you're ready to finish it," Nathan shouted. Nathan stared intently towards the second-floor window, watching the light click on and off rapidly a couple of times. A grin crept onto Nathan's face. "Well, I'm coming in through the front door," he called out. Nathan walked towards the house, not breaking stride as he threw open the door and stepped inside. As soon as he slammed the door, he got into a defensive position, raising his knife and looking around the darkened room. He fumbled around on the wall for a moment before finding the light switches, hitting one of them to illuminate the back corner of the first floor while keeping the rest concealed in darkness. There was a giant living room straight ahead, with the kitchen off to the right. The stairs were against the wall to the left, which led up to a loft-style second floor. Nathan walked cautiously into the living room, stopping just before stepping into the open. He spoke forcefully so that his voice filled the entire space. "So it seems like you've been enjoying yourself in our quaint little town, Jeremy." There was a long silence that followed, with no response from above. "Come on now, Jeremy. Don't go getting shy on me now. You've had a lot to say with your actions tonight, and I want to hear it from your voice," Nathan continued. Jeremy opened his mouth, although his words were muffled as he chewed while he talked. "My apologies, I was getting a snack while you were speaking. My mother always scolded me for talking with my mouth full, and it was something that always stuck with me," Jeremy said. "Well, if only your mother could see you now. I'm not sure she would be proud of the man you've become," Nathan replied. "If you are trying to upset me, I assure you that it won't have any effect on me. Especially when it comes to my mother," Jeremy retorted. "Oh yeah? And why's that?" Nathan asked. "My mother was quite the character, strong-willed to put it mildly. My father left shortly after I was born, so it was just the two of us growing up. She was a hard worker, first shift at a factory job. Long hours, back-breaking work, but she never complained once. At least not in my presence," Jeremy explained. Jeremy paused as he took another bite of his snack before continuing his monologue. "However, despite her best efforts, she let my father leaving get under her skin. Some women are able to move on after a betrayal that strong, but not my mother. I don't know if she was taking her frustrations out on me, or if she was doing what she thought was the only way to prevent me from turning into my father. Regardless, the end result was the same. Years of abuse repackaged as tough love. So you're one of those mama's boys that blames all their problems on the women in their lives. That's pretty pathetic if you ask me," Nathan said. "Make no mistake, I'm not blaming her, at least not fully. There's always been a darkness inside me, as long as I could remember. However, her actions towards me certainly did not help things. At the end of the day, none of it really matters as I am responsible for my own actions," Jeremy replied. "Then why tell me that story at all?" Nathan asked. "Because you asked, and if I'm being honest, it was nice to reminisce for a moment," Jeremy said. "You enjoy reminiscing about being abused?" Nathan questioned. "Of course not. I do, however, enjoy reminiscing about my first victim," Jeremy responded. Nathan shook his head in disgust at the revelation. "So you killed your own mother?" Nathan asked. "I did indeed. Pushed her down a flight of stairs, which nearly did the job. Despite being a teenager, I knew what had to be done, so I walked down the stairs, took a knee beside her, and held her nose and mouth shut until she stopped breathing. After that, I started wandering," Jeremy said. "Are you messing with me right now?" Nathan asked. "I am not," Jeremy replied. "I looked through your scrapbook, and it only went back to 1994, Nathan said. "Oh yes, I'm still broken up about the loss of my first scrapbook. I'll spare you the details, but the fire that claimed it lives on in my memory," Jeremy responded. "It must have done a number on you if you decided to come to my town and kill my friends and neighbors during a crisis. I just have to know, why would you come here and do that?" Nathan asked. "Honestly, when I first made the decision to come here, I was ready to turn the page," Jeremy said. "Yeah, tell that to Joel Cooper," Nathan retorted. "It was his death that made me realize I needed to change. Him and his wife showed me great kindness," Jeremy said. "And look where that got them," Nathan shot back. "Unfortunately, I had no choice in the matter. He got curious one night and went through my things, found my scrapbook, and put it together. To his credit, he confronted me instead of turning me in. So my fight or flight kicked in. Once they were laid to rest, I focused on ignoring my urges and was doing well until the events in Anchorage happened," Jeremy explained. "Bullshit. That's a lame excuse to do what you've always done," Nathan said. "You may not believe me, and that's all right. But striking down that infected person who was attacking Abe, it reawakened something within me. When the virus spread in this town, I was, for the lack of a better term, a kid in a candy store," Jeremy said. "Dozens of potential targets, diversions around every corner, and best of all, no task forces looking for me," Jeremy continued. "Nope, just one pissed-off fisherman who is going to make you pay for what you've done to this town," Nathan said. Nathan looked across the room, spotting Sheriff Weaver moving along the back wall of the house, his shotgun aimed towards the loft area above. He made sure to stay low, sticking to the shadows as he made his way towards the stairs. "I do admire your conviction, Nathan, I honestly do. But you need to be honest with yourself," Jeremy said. "About what exactly?" Nathan asked. "My body count is more than you could possibly imagine. Spanning the decades from coast to coast, I've had law enforcement on my trail for as long as I could remember. Local, state, and even the feds getting involved for a while. And do you want to know the funny thing?" Jeremy asked. "Sure, why not?" Nathan replied. "I've never seen the inside of an interrogation room, let alone a jail cell. People with far more expertise in dealing with people like me haven't been able to lay a finger on me. So what makes you think you're better than all of them?" Jeremy asked. "Well, if I'm being honest, I don't think that I'm better than they are. However, you're forgetting one very important part of this equation," Nathan said. "And what might that be?" Jeremy asked. Nathan looked towards the stairs, where Sheriff Weaver was giving him hand signals that he was ready to move up and get his man. "I don't have to play by their rules." Chapter 30. Jeremy laughed heartily from the second-floor loft at Nathan's bravado, even going so far as to applaud in a slow, mocking manner. While he did this, Sheriff Weaver moved slowly up the stairs, keeping his back pressed against the wall to minimize his profile while aiming his shotgun towards the second floor. "I have to hand it to you, Nathan. That comment brought joy into my soul," Jeremy said. "I didn't really intend it like that," Nathan replied. "I'm very aware of that fact. Still, the fact you think you're the only person who came after me to bend or outright ignore the rules is laughable," Jeremy retorted. "Well, I can't speak to them, but I'm going to do the job that they couldn't and put you in the ground," Nathan said. "What? No cell for me? Just straight into the ground, huh? There's no sense in wasting resources on a waste of space like you." Nathan continued as Weaver stepped lightly on the stairs just above him, hoping to cover the sound he made. A few seconds later, a shotgun blast fired off, ripping through the floor and narrowly missing him. "Jesus Christ," Nathan exclaimed. Nathan instinctively jumped back as the confrontation upstairs continued. It took him a moment to gather himself and begin moving towards the stairs. However, before he could emerge from underneath the second-floor loft, he heard a crash from above. Nathan was startled when Sheriff Weaver fell onto a table just in front of him, landing with such force that the wooden furniture collapsed. Weaver let out a pained grunt as he came to rest. "Weaver," Nathan shouted. Nathan darted over to his wounded friend, worried that he was on his way out. Relief washed over him as he saw him moving slowly with no blood on him. "Are you good?" Nathan asked. "I'll live," Sheriff Weaver replied. A loud crash emanated from upstairs as a door slammed open, which was quickly followed by footsteps on the patio. "Go get that son of a bitch," Sheriff Weaver urged. Nathan reached over to Weaver's belt, pulling out his handgun and placing it on the sheriff's chest, just in case he doubles back. Weaver nodded, barely able to lift his head from the pain. Nathan turned and ran towards the side door, stopping by the fireplace to grab a long metal poker on his way out. "Time to finish this," Nathan muttered. Nathan ran to the side door, throwing it open and staring out into the darkness to find Jeremy. It took him a moment to spot some movement just on the edge of the light, vanishing into the darkness. While he was moving quickly, Jeremy dragged his left leg behind him, creating an easy-to-follow trench in the snow. "I got you now, you son of a bitch," Nathan said. Nathan stepped out into the snow, walking with a deliberate pace through the yard as he pursued the serial killer. He took his time, wanting to allow time for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. While some of the yards were illuminated with solar lights, most of the area was dark. "Why are you running, Jeremy? Don't you know where you are? There is nothing else out here for 100 miles. If I don't get you, then Mother Nature will," Nathan called out. Nathan continued walking along the path Jeremy was leaving behind as he fled. As he got up to the next yard, the trail veered off to the right to avoid the light. "The shadows won't save you forever, Jeremy. I will find you," Nathan listened carefully, hoping to hear the sound of a window or door opening. Instead, he heard the faint sounds of moaning coming from the neighboring yards. "Well, that's not good," Nathan said. Nathan continued following the trail, stopping as he came around the corner of the next house. 10 yards ahead of him stood Jeremy, illuminated by the solar light. While it wasn't particularly bright, it was bright enough to show off the axe he held in front of his body. "It's about time you wised up. Are you ready to meet your maker?" Nathan asked. "Bold of you to assume I believe in a maker. You would think that after learning of all the things I've done that you would." Jeremy began. Nathan let out a whistle, startling Jeremy and causing him to stop speaking. "Let me go ahead and stop you right there. I don't give a shit about your philosophy, or beliefs, or any of that stuff. You don't believe in a maker. Fine, I really don't care. But I will tell you that your final resting place will be in a steaming pile of bare leaves in the woods," Nathan said. Jeremy stared down his opponent, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He flipped his axe around, getting it into fighting position before motioning for Nathan to come at him. "If you want to make your move, come on," Jeremy taunted. Nathan took a deep breath to steady himself as he brandished both the knife and fireplace poker so that Jeremy could see what he was in for. With a bit of a yell, he rushed forward, pulling the metal poker back as he got close. Jeremy stepped forward and swung the axe across his body, forcing Nathan to respond in kind by swinging the poker. Both weapons smacked against each other, meeting just off to the side of the duo, allowing Nathan's momentum to carry him forward into the killer. Nathan slammed his shoulder into Jeremy's chest, sending the hobbled man staggering backward. His bad leg slipped in the fresh snow, dropping him to one knee and providing Nathan an opening to attack. Nathan stepped forward, planting his feet firmly in the ground in front of the kneeling murderer, raising the poker above his head and bringing it down with as much force as he could. Jeremy reacted swiftly, managing to pull the axe up above his head just in time to meet it before the weapon cracked his skull. The impact of the block was enough to snap the metal poker in two, the top 10 inches breaking off and smacking against Jeremy's shoulder before falling to the ground. Jeremy brought the axe across his body, forcing Nathan to jump backward, narrowly avoiding losing a limb. However, the edge of the blade sliced through the top part of his thigh, cutting a couple of inches into the limb. Nathan stumbled backward to regroup and inspect the damage, relieved to see that it was largely superficial. This gave time for Jeremy to pull himself up to his feet, resetting his axe for another blow. Jeremy stared at Nathan as he regrouped, a big smile forming on the face of the killer. Not bad at all. It's been a while since I've had someone put up this much of a fight. It's so invigorating to really have to earn it," Jeremy said. Nathan stared Jeremy in the eye, refusing to show pain or fear. With a smirk of his own, he dipped 2 of his fingers in the blood coming from his leg, smearing war stripes underneath both of his eyes and getting an unsettling grin of his own. Suddenly, the joy in Jeremy's face dropped, as if he knew he might have run up against someone more dedicated to the killing than he was. Nathan didn't give Jeremy time to process the moment before letting out a primal scream and rushing forward. Nathan watched Jeremy's movements intently as he got closer to him. The killer pulled the axe back, ready to swing as Nathan got within a few steps. Rather than engage normally, Nathan threw the broken half of the fire poker, just as the axe began swinging his way. The unexpected move caused Jeremy to instinctively try and block the projectile, pulling the axe higher than he normally would on the swing. This allowed Nathan to drop to his knees, sliding in the snow and driving his knife into Jeremy's leg. The killer let out a pained scream as the tip of the blade pierced through his skin just above the kneecap. As he fell, he dropped the axe in an attempt to catch himself from falling face first onto the ground. Nathan hopped up from his knees, quickly grabbing the top part of the broken fire poker and returning to Jeremy, who was on his knees in the snow. In a single motion, he drove the tip of the poker into Jeremy's back, just below the shoulder. Jeremy again yelped with pain, struggling to remain upright. Nathan stepped to the side of him, giving the killer a shove on his good shoulder, sending him to the ground. The impact caused another pained yelp to escape the killer's lips. Nathan stood over his foe, staring him down. "Go ahead, finish me off." "You've earned the right," Jeremy said. "Finishing you off is too easy. especially for what you've done to my town, Nathan replied. Nathan pulled out his handgun, gripping it tightly as he stared down Jeremy. After several tense moments of silence, Jeremy finally cracked. You say finishing me off is too easy, yet there you stand, savoring the moment. Savoring your kill. It's invigorating, isn't it? Jeremy taunted. Nathan continued staring Jeremy down, no emotion on his face. After several moments, he spoke. I'm not you. I take no pleasure in killing. In fact, I'm not going to kill you, Nathan said. Nathan raised the handgun into the air, squeezing off a trio of rapid-fire rounds. Within moments, the sounds of moans bellowed from the darkness just beyond them. However, I am going to watch them kill you. Goodbye, Jeremy. Nathan turned and hobbled out of the light, heading towards a nearby house. As he walked, he could hear Jeremy screaming obscenities and various threats against him in the town. It fell on deaf ears, however, as Nathan tuned him out. Nathan stepped up to the back door of the house, opening it up and stepping inside. He hobbled over towards the kitchen, grabbing a towel before planting himself at the table, with a perfect view of the lit area in the backyard. Jeremy attempted to get back to his feet, but his injured limbs slipped in the snow, sending him back to the ground. While it was hard for Nathan to hear through the window, he could hear the killer continuing to yell and scream at him. Jeremy went silent in a split second, however, as the first zombie shambled into the light. As soon as he spotted the ghoul, the killer froze, unable to speak or move. As the creature got within arm's reach of him, Jeremy went into full-on panic mode. He flailed his arms as much as he could, trying to fend off the ghoul, but it was a short-lived battle. Nathan watched with pleasure as the creature dropped to the ground and took a chunk of flesh out of Jeremy's leg. As the ghoul chewed, 3 more emerged from the darkness, all of them drawn to his pained cries. Nathan continued watching with delight as the zombies tore flesh from bone, causing the killer to spasm and scream out. The feeding frenzy went on for several minutes before Jeremy finally fell lifeless. The creatures continued biting him, enjoying their meal in the crimson-soaked snow. Nathan looked down at his leg, wincing at the sight of the gash before shaking his head and tying the towel around it to hopefully stop the bleeding. He yelped in pain as he pulled himself to his feet. It's going to need stitches, but it's going to have to wait, Nathan said. Nathan looked out the window towards Jeremy, whose half-eaten corpse was beginning to twitch. It's time to put him down for good. Chapter 31. On the southern side of town, Brian and Landon struggled to move the heavy tables to the front doors of the community center. Landon's teenage muscles burned as he barely lifted the furniture a few inches off the ground. Brian said, "Come on. We almost got it. Just a little further." Landon let out a scream meant to summon the strength to get it moved. Much to his and Brian's surprise, it worked. With relief etched on both of their faces, they dropped the last table to the ground, each man slumping over the table in exhaustion. "This town really needs to invest in a good hand truck," Landon muttered. "With our luck, even if the town had one, it wouldn't be where we needed it," Brian replied. "This is true," Landon admitted. Brian pulled himself back up, walking over to the door to inspect their makeshift barricade. One of the heavy wooden tables had been flipped onto its side and pressed up against the set of double doors. He stepped up to it, taking note that it only got a few feet off the ground, stopping at his waist. "I think this is going to be good, don't you?" Brian asked. Landon shrugged. "We're just going to have to watch them tumbling over. But with as slow as the cold and snow is making them, I don't think it's going to be an issue. I know it sucked, but I'm glad we pulled these other tables over." Brian motioned to the rest of the barricade, which formed a rectangular pen just off of the door. "I know we're tired, but if one of those things flips over, we should be able to jump over the side here pretty easily," Brian added. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that, because my legs are going to be yelling at me for a week after this," Landon said. "Well, let's get this knocked out so we can head back to the diner and have some shots to celebrate," Brian suggested. "Sounds good to me. Let's get armed up," Landon agreed. Landon and Brian walked over to the right of the front doors, where another table was set up and their weapons were spread out. Brian reached over and grabbed a handgun, securing it to his belt loop before picking up a shotgun and a bag of shells. Landon, meanwhile, opted for an assault rifle, looking through the scope to get a feel for it. After a moment, he smiled and nodded confidently. "So you're good with that?" Brian asked. "Why wouldn't I be?" Landon responded. "I thought you were a bow hunter," Brian said. "I've spent my entire life in the Alaskan wilderness. I'm well versed in a lot of weaponry," Landon explained. Brian let out a chuckle, nodding in agreement. "Fair enough. So are you ready?" "As ready as I'm ever going to be," Landon replied. Brian nodded and led the duo over to their makeshift barricade and fallback position. They stepped up to the front, readying their weapons before shoving the doors wide open with enough force that they caught on the back end. They scanned the street, seeing that it was mostly empty except for a handful of creatures near the police station. The car siren still blared in the distance, presumably drawing most of the attention. "It's a shame we don't have a remote for that thing," Landon remarked. "I think after you start firing, we'll get enough of them coming our way," Brian said. Landon nodded and lined up his first shot at a creature still banging on the front window of the police station. Despite the low light, the teenager's aim was true as he sent a single round straight through the back of the ghoul's head. The gunshot echoing throughout the town turned the heads of a few creatures who began shambling in their direction. Unfazed, Landon lined up his next shot and squeezed the trigger, blowing out the back of another zombie skull. One by one, he continued firing, dropping zombie after zombie in the street like he was dominating a carnival game. As the last one fell, they looked outside, not seeing another creature still standing. "That can't be all of them," Landon said, skepticism etched in his voice. Brian let out a sigh as the siren continued to fill the air. His face dropped, sending the signal to Landon about what the plan was. "Are you kidding me right now, dude?" Landon exclaimed. "Sadly, I'm not," Brian replied. "All that work, all those heavy-ass tables we had to move, and you're telling me we're just going to head outside to hunt them down?" Landon said, disbelief evident. "Look at it like this, kid. We have a secure fallback position," Brian reassured him. Landon stared down Brian, contorting his face as he struggled to figure out what words to speak. "I don't want to say I hate you because that's a strong word, but I didn't get the best education, and that's the only word I can come up with at the moment," Landon said. Brian let out a chuckle, patting Landon on the shoulder. "It's all right, Landon. I'd hate me too right now. But come on, let's knock this out so we can get back inside where it's warm." Yeah, come on. "Lead the way," Landon conceded. Brian jumped over the barricade at the front of the building, hitting the street and walking out into the middle of it. He looked to the north, spotting a handful of zombies shuffling in their direction. "Well, at least the siren is working. It looks like we're drawing a bit of a crowd," Brian observed. "All 8 of them. I'm sure that really helped Nathan," Landon quipped. "Let's hope that it did, because if not, we still have a serial killer to deal with," Brian said. Landon paused before nodding in agreement. "That's a good point. Come on, let's go do our part." Brian and Landon walked cautiously towards the police station, getting closer to the police car siren blaring from the house behind it. As they came around the corner, they spotted 2 creatures walking slowly towards them, drawn to the gunfire. Without hesitation, Landon raised his assault rifle, peered through the scope, and popped off a couple of shots. Both creatures crumpled to the ground as the duo continued moving towards the former sheriff's house. They came around the corner of the station, getting the car in view and shaking their heads at the sight. It was difficult for them to get a proper head count as the zombies were packed around the car, but there were at least 40 of them clamoring at the vehicle. Landon raised his rifle, however. Brian put his hand on his shoulder to get him to stop. The older man swept the area quickly, making sure that no creatures were lurking nearby. Once he was relatively confident the coast was clear, he nodded to his teenage companion. Landon went to work, picking out his target and sending a bullet through the back of its head. He worked methodically down the line, sending round after round into the zombie pack by the car. Within a minute, the entire front of the vehicle was visible. A few of the creatures on the sides finally took notice of the duo and began shambling their way. Landon continued firing, staying calm and collected, as if he was on just another hunting trip. As the bodies continued piling up, Brian looked back towards the road, spotting a handful of creatures from the center of town that had finally reached them. With a light tap on his partner's shoulder, he let him know where he was going. Brian strolled out towards the road, getting within 5 yards of the lead creature and pulling the shotgun up to his shoulder. While he wasn't the most talented shooter, he was good enough to not miss at that range with a shotgun. With a single trigger pull, the entire head of the lead creature vaporized in a spectacular display of crimson. He stood his ground while racking in another shell, waiting patiently for the next zombie to get within range. With another blast, he ripped the head clean off of a shambling creature. Brian racked in another shell and glanced over to his teenage partner, who was holding his own and thinning out the mob. The next few minutes were tense and bullet-filled, however. Both men remained calm. As Landon lined up his final target, he squeezed the trigger and put it down in a mercy killing. He continued staring through the scope, scanning the collection of bodies on the ground to make sure nothing was moving. "I don't hear shooting. Are you okay?" Brian called out. "I'm good. They're all down," Landon replied. Brian fired off one more shotgun shell, putting down the final creature in the street. With his side of the threat cleared, he looked back to Landon, seeing the mass of bodies at his feet. While he was relieved, concern about his young friend quickly hit him. "Are you good, Landon?" Brian asked. "Yeah, I'm fine, Brian," Landon said. "You know they weren't those people anymore, don't you?" Brian asked, his voice softening. "Yeah, I know they weren't. Although I'm pretty confident that I'm going to need some therapists to tell me that repeatedly at some point," Landon admitted. Brian cracked a smile, smacking his young partner on the shoulder and getting him to laugh as well. Landon started to crack a little, however. He managed to fight off the tears and continued laughing. Their love fest was broken up when they heard footsteps behind them. Both men spun around quickly, raising their weapons, but immediately relaxed once they saw it was Nathan. "Jesus Christ, Nathan, you almost gave me a heart attack," Brian said. "I'm sorry, I heard you guys shooting up a storm and got worried when it stopped. I thought you might have needed some backup," Nathan explained. "We did our part, just like we said we would," Landon added. "What about you? Did you kill that son of a bitch?" Brian asked. "I didn't, however. I made damn sure those things did," Nathan said. "So you made him suffer?" Brian inquired. "A great deal," Nathan confirmed. "Good man." "Thank you," Brian said. "Trust me, it was my pleasure," Nathan replied. "Wait, where's Sheriff Weaver? Is he okay?" Landon asked. "Yeah, don't worry, he's going to be all right," Nathan assured them. "Going to be?" Brian questioned. "He's banged up pretty good. Jeremy got the jump on him and threw him off Mayor Gibson's second-floor loft. He hit pretty hard on a table, but he's okay. Not going to be doing any heavy lifting for the foreseeable future, but he'll recover," Nathan explained. "That's a relief," Brian said. "Come on, I have him back up at the diner. I think we've all earned ourselves a hot meal," Nathan said. "And a shot," Landon added. "Normally I'd say you're too young, but I think you've earned it," Nathan conceded. Brian jogged over to the police car, switching off the siren before the three of them began walking towards the diner. They stepped over a few bodies while keeping their heads on a swivel for more threats. Nathan's gaze fell upon the community center and the barricade at the front door. "That's some solid work with the tables," Nathan observed. Landon glared over to Brian as he spoke in a sarcastic manner. "Yeah, really solid work, right, Brian?" "I said I was sorry," Brian muttered. Landon let out a laugh, smacking Brian on the arm as they continued walking. "So how many of those things do you think are still roaming around out there?" "It can't be too many, but with the way the cold is slowing them down, I don't think it'll be too hard to track them down," Nathan replied. "We're doing that when the sun comes up, right?" Landon asked. "Damn straight we are," Nathan confirmed. "What about the people on the water?" Brian asked. "It's one night of misery to make sure they're safe. I'm sure they'll deal with it," Nathan said. "However, if Hazel asks, we didn't take care of Jeremy until 10 minutes before we told them it was safe to come back ashore." All three men laughed as they continued walking towards the diner and their well-earned meal. Chapter 32. The next afternoon. Nathan sat alone at a booth inside the diner, staring outside at the sun-drenched street. The sky was clear, with brilliant blue stretching as far as he could see. While it wasn't particularly warm outside, it was just above freezing, so the snow would begin to melt. He flinched as Carrie hopped into the booth, smacking the table in the process. She had an apologetic look on her face once she realized she had startled him. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Nathan. I thought you heard me coming," Carrie said. "It's all right, Carrie. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I'm dragging a bit," Nathan replied. "It's a good thing I have Hazel brewing up a fresh pot then," she said, grinning. "I appreciate that. I think some food will help get me moving too," he added. "I hope it's okay, but I told her that your order was to go," Carrie said. "To go? Where am I going?" Nathan asked, raising an eyebrow. "Mayor Gibson wants to have a chat with you," Carrie explained. "And it can't wait until I've had 15 minutes of peace." Nathan groaned. "Well, he's still worked up after being on that fishing boat all night," she said. "I'm guessing it wasn't pleasant?" Nathan inquired. "I mean, it wasn't a pleasure cruise if that's what you're asking. But Gibson did all right. Spent the time wisely while we were floating out there," Carrie said. "Really? What did he do?" Nathan began to ask, but before Carrie could answer, Hazel walked over with a bag of food and a giant coffee cup. "According to the ticket, it's $27.50. But seeing as how money has no value anymore, I'll let you have it for one compliment," Hazel said with a smile. Nathan stuck his head in the bag, inhaling deeply before looking up at Hazel. "With as good as that smells, if my leg was in good working order, I swear I'd get down on one knee." Hazel let out a laugh, smacking Nathan on the shoulder in a playful manner. "Let's be honest, honey, I'm way too much woman for you to handle. I'd eat you up and spit you out." "Now, Hazel, I already said I would get down on one knee. No need to keep courting me," Nathan replied with a smirk. Hazel continued laughing as she turned and walked away. Nathan glanced over to Carrie, who had a bit of a sly look on her face. My, aren't we the lady killer?" Carrie teased. "Come on, let's get over to City Hall," Nathan said, shaking his head. Nathan staggered to his feet, his leg giving him some trouble as he got up. Despite the obvious pain he was in, Carrie continued ribbing him. "What? No sweet talking for me?" she asked. "I tell you what, if you grab the food, I'll let you steal a couple of my fries," Nathan offered. Carrie pretended to pout before breaking into laughter as she got up, grabbing the food, and joining Nathan as they headed to the front door. The two of them paused briefly at it as Landon stepped through. "Morning, Nathan, Carrie," Landon said, looking chipper and upbeat, despite all that had transpired. His demeanor concerned Carrie, who had heard what he did overnight. "Landon, are you doing okay?" Carrie asked. "I'm as good as can be expected, Carrie." "Thanks for asking," Landon replied. "I'm serious, Landon. Are you okay?" she pressed. Landon's peppy mood started to falter a bit. His shoulders slumped and his face contorted as he tried his best to push down his feelings. "Carrie, it's everything I can do to keep myself together right now. I'm going to need help eventually, and when I do, you'll be the first to know. But right now, I just want to pretend it's a normal, sunny day. I want to get my lunch, walk down to the pier, maybe cast off a few lines and see if I can pull something for dinner out of the water," Landon said, his voice softening. "I don't want to think about the last 48 hours, and I don't want to think about the next 48 hours either. Can I do that? Please?" he asked, his eyes pleading. Carrie immediately nodded, putting her hand on his shoulder and rubbing it slightly. "Of course, Landon. I hope you enjoy your day." Landon forced himself to snap back into his happy state, smiling at them both before picking out his favorite booth and heading towards it. Nathan shrugged as he motioned for Carrie to follow him outside. "I'm worried about him," Carrie said quietly as they stepped out. "He's been through a hell of a lot, but he manned up and did what needed to be done. And because he did, I think a lot of lives were saved," Nathan said. Will you do me a favor? Carrie asked. Anything, Nathan replied. He might be more willing to open up to you than me. Will you? She began, but Nathan interrupted her. Yes, Carrie, I'll keep an eye on him. Just like he was my own, Nathan said firmly. Thank you, Nathan, she replied, her voice soft with gratitude. He nodded as they continued walking over to City Hall. When they opened the door, they found a hive of activity, with Mayor Gibson being the center of attention. The whiteboards behind him were covered in markings, with numerous pieces of paper taped up around the border, arrows pointing to them. Half a dozen people worked on the outer edges of the room, each one at a desk doing some unseen task. Carrie and Nathan barely took 2 steps into the room when Mayor Gibson noticed them. Fantastic, you're here. Come on, let me fill you in, Gibson called out, waving them over. The duo studied the boards, trying to make sense of the figures, maps, and random pieces of paper strewn about. Mayor, are you feeling okay? Nathan asked. Never been better, Nathan. Why do you ask? Gibson replied. Because this board is making you look like a conspiracy theorist who is trying to prove who really assassinated JFK, Nathan said, raising an eyebrow. Don't be silly. Everybody knows it was the CIA. Now come on, let me show you what we've got, Gibson said with a grin. Nathan glanced over to Carrie, both of them struggling to conceal their laughter, but they followed the mayor over to the board. Gibson began pointing to various things as he spoke rapidly. Okay, so I had some time to work on the boat last night, and I put that time to good use. I managed to get a census done, not a perfect one, mind you, but damn close. And by my count, we have enough trained people in town to fully staff 3 fishing vessels. Now, I know fuel is going to eventually become an issue, and I have someone crunching the numbers on how much fuel we have and how many deep-sea excursions we can go on. But I don't have that quite yet, Gibson explained. Nathan held his hand up, trying to get Gibson to slow down. Once the mayor noticed him, he stopped talking. Are you okay, Gibson? Nathan asked. Yeah, sorry, just so much to get done that I downed a couple of energy drinks, Gibson admitted sheepishly. As your doctor, I don't recommend a man of your age doing that, Carrie scolded. Trust me, I know. Never doing this again because it feels like my heart is about to run laps around the outside of my body. But I'm putting the energy to good use because we have a lot that needs to get done, Gibson said, taking a deep breath. We do have a lot to get done, Gibson, but it all doesn't have to get done right now. Walk me through the highlights, then I'm going to have Carrie here prescribe you some sleeping pills, Nathan said, his tone calming. Gibson took a deep breath in an attempt to compose himself before talking at a more deliberate pace. Okay, right now we have 126 people in town. Of that, 103 are old enough and in good enough physical shape that they can work. Now, I still have people going over the shipment Brian brought back from Anchorage, but based on what they're telling me, between that and the previous shipments, we have enough of a stockpile to last us well into the spring, and that's without supplementing it with hunting and fishing. We have enough hunters and fishermen in this town that the food supply shouldn't be an issue for the foreseeable future. Although we're going to need to figure out a way to supplement that with some vegetables, Carrie said, nodding. If we can get our hands on some seeds and potting soil, we should be able to repurpose some of the building material out at the new processing plant and build some greenhouses, Nathan suggested. I'm way ahead of you, Nathan. I got a couple of guys doing an inventory up there as we speak. And the seeds are taken care of as well. Some of the locals were putting together their own little backyard planters. It's going to take some luck and some planning, but we should be able to get a rotating crop in there. Of what, I have no idea, but we'll have it, Gibson said, sounding hopeful. That's good to know, Gibson. It sounds like we're well on our way to being self-sufficient, Carrie said. We very much are, Carrie, Gibson agreed. What about other communities in the area? Have we heard from any of them? Nathan asked. Gibson smirked as he yelled out, Hey Earl, I need you over here for a minute. Earl emerged from the back corner of the room, carrying a notebook and generally looking disheveled. Hey Mayor, sorry, I just wanted to make sure my notes were correct, Earl said as he approached. Nathan spoke quietly to Gibson as Earl approached, not wanting him to hear. You got Earl working for you? He knows most of these people around these parts, so it seemed like the logical thing to put him in charge of, Gibson replied with a shrug. Nathan smirked and watched his friend walk over to them, flipping the notebook open to a certain page and scanning it. Okay, Mayor, so I've let everybody up and down the river know what's going on. Most of them are closed to outsiders, and the only way to get to them is by boat, so they're taking proper precautions in case they get unwelcome visitors, Earl said. What about Red Devil? Wasn't that where Abe flew off to? Nathan asked. Earl became somber as he spoke. They've had some troubles up there in Red Devil, but thanks to them not having a serial killer running amok, they got it taken care of. Now I asked them to get their list of goods together, so once we know what we've got, we can start trading with them. Good work, Earl, Gibson said, nodding. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta head on home and get back on the horn. I got a few appointments coming up, Earl said, turning to leave. Appointments? Are the people in these communities really that busy that they have to schedule time with you? Carrie asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, hell no, Carrie. They got nothing but time on their hands, Earl said with a grin. But I got some buddies in undisclosed locations down in the lower 48 who are dealing with some shit. So when they ask me to schedule some time with them, I happily oblige. Carrie glanced over to Nathan, who responded with a smile and a shrug, prompting some laughter on Carrie's part. Keep up the good work, Earl. I'll be by later with that bottle I owe you, Nathan said. I'll make sure my second glass is clean for you, Earl said, smacking his friend on the shoulder as he rushed out the door. It's funny, before all this began, most people in town kept their distance from him. Now he's our only lifeline to the outside world, Carrie mused. In that case, I'll try not to get him too liquored up tonight, Nathan replied. Nah, let him get as drunk as he wants. Just remind him that if he wants to keep getting drunk, he's going to have to source us some stills, Gibson said with a chuckle. Nathan and Carrie let out a laugh, shaking their heads at the thought. And with that, I think it's time for us to receive our orders for the day, Nathan said. So what would you like us to get started on? Carrie asked. Grab a notebook off the shelf over there and start taking notes, because there's a lot to get done. The end.